Chapter 1. In the Asteria Kingdom, located east of the continent's center. In a small room on the right side of the second floor of the Count Palatios' residence in the southern region. Did you successfully carry out the order?
Yes, that is correct.
The knight, standing, lowered his head in response to the man sitting on the bed. As you commanded, I rescued the orphans in the small village in the eastern part of the kingdom. No, rather, the orphans in the facility for human experimentation. And did you ensure the orphanage was properly managed?
Yes, just as you instructed, I left the orphanage in the hands of a girl named Yusha.
Did you finish the discussion with the Baron's family managing that village?
Yes, as soon as I showed them the documents related to the human experimentation, they obediently accepted all our demands, including the entire castle.
With that, the knight, Evan, pulled out a leather pouch from his chest and placed it in front of Alan's side table.
Good.
Alan opened the pouch and smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the gold coins inside.
Young master, if I may ask one thing.
After a moment of silence, Evan spoke.
What is it?
You said the reason you attacked the human experimentation facility in Baron Alphone's territory was to save that girl, Yusha, right? As Alan nodded, gesturing for him to continue, Evan spoke further.
Indeed, she was extraordinary.
I've lived a long time as a mercenary myself.
Evan paused as if to gather his thoughts, then continued.
But it's hard to understand why such a powerful girl was locked up in that facility.
And
why did you just leave her at the orphanage?
Alan remained silent in response to the question, which carried a tone of slight incomprehension.
In truth, Evan's question was entirely reasonable. Rescuing a girl like Yusha without making use of her in any way was an act that brought no benefit. But that was only from Evan's perspective. The situation looked quite different from Alan's viewpoint. I removed one of the world's destruction flags, and that's enough for now.
Yusha.
Her real name was Yusha B. Lydia. In 10 years, she would become one of the 5 great sins, the sin of wrath, and wipe out 2 of the 5 allied kingdoms from the continent, causing hundreds of thousands of casualties. If someone were to ask how Alan knew what would happen 10 years later, it was because he was a person who had been reincarnated. Moreover, he was aware that this world would be utterly destroyed in 10 years as a dark fantasy RPG game called Psychedelia.
Sigh.
Alan clutched his throbbing head as he remembered the moment he first regained consciousness 2 months ago and let out a deep sigh. At first, just realizing that this was a fantasy world made me bedridden for 3 days, and then discovering that it was 10 years before the main plot of Psychedelia started made me sick for 10 more. Initially, when Alan thought he had merely reincarnated into a fantasy world, he despaired for about 3 days. However, as he began to adapt to the world, the situation didn't seem so bad. Surprisingly, being a noble was quite manageable. The life of a noble was incredibly comfortable. He could wake up whenever he wanted, sleep whenever he wanted, do whatever he wanted, and eat whenever he felt like it. Although he was the 3rd son of a count and held no real power, he was in a position where he could fully enjoy the pleasures of life without responsibility. That's why, at first, he was somewhat happy. For someone who had worked 78 hours a week at a low-paying job, the life of a noble was unbelievably luxurious. Of course, not being able to access the internet, the pinnacle of modern civilization, was a severe drawback. Still, the life of a noble was satisfying enough to overlook that. But that only lasted for a while. Alan's mood darkened rapidly once he realized that this continent was named Ampilan. And even more so when he recalled that the noble family he had reincarnated into was the Count Palatios family. Ampilan was the name of the continent in Psychedelia, the game he had played during his sparse free time while slaving away at work. And the Count Palatios family was briefly mentioned in one of the game's quests. Moreover,
the despair he felt upon realizing that this was 10 years before the main plot of Psychedelia began was as crushing as the time when his paycheck had been delayed for 3 consecutive months. The world of Psychedelia was one where all living creatures, whether nobles or commoners, would be mercilessly ground to dust in 10 years. Among the most doomed was the Asteria kingdom, to which the Count Palatios family belonged. In any game route, the moment one of the 5 great sins appeared, the kingdom was wiped off the map. In other words, it was destroyed. The kingdom would disappear. The nobility would vanish. Cities would be obliterated. In short, Alan's noble life as the 3rd son of the Count Palatio family would inevitably come to an end in 10 years. Thus, if Alan wished to continue enjoying his peaceful noble life, he would have to eliminate all 5 great sins, who were destined to become human-killing machines in the future. And what he was doing now was part of that plan. Well, that's it. However, there was no way he could explain all this to Evan. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. The time hasn't come. Yes. Anyway, make sure this matter doesn't leak to the outside, and continue supporting the orphanage as requested. Oh, and one more thing. Alan pulled out a letter from his chest and handed it over. Deliver this letter to her. This letter? Evan asked curiously, and Alan replied. Yes. Strictly speaking, it was something important. The letter contained a phrase that always appeared in a mandatory event when encountering the sin of wrath in the game Psychedelia. The suffering of the dark, the enlightenment of the light. A single despair and belonging. This phrase was uttered by a slightly suspicious archbishop NPC from a certain holy country, who would accompany the protagonist and attempt to calm the sin of wrath. However, the moment he spoke, the archbishop would turn into a pile of blood, and the sin of wrath would, with an irritated expression, say, "It's too late," before the battle began. The reason Alan now chose to use this phrase was because the current time was what the sin of wrath referred to as the past during the game. He had seen the phrase repeatedly while playing the game over and over, labeled as a spell that could befriend the bloodline, as stated by the Archbishop NPC. Of course, it's ridiculous to think that reciting one spell would turn you into a friend of those insane creatures who make pacts with Thulhu and wield power. But considering these are people who worship such beings, it oddly makes sense. It was impossible to predict the thoughts of those whose minds bordered on fanaticism. As Alan watched the mercenary knight bow respectfully and leave the room, he shrugged and thought to himself. Now that I've removed the first landmine, it's time for the second. A few days later. Here's the letter. Evan, having received Alan's orders, arrived at the orphanage once again and handed the letter to her, unable to hide his unease. It was understandable, given that the girl, Yusha, standing before him, was strange. Her red eyes, in stark contrast to her white hair, held no emotion whatsoever. No, not even a trace of emotion could be detected. Complete apathy. The girl, who looked as if she regarded every being in the world as mere objects, extended her hand and accepted the letter with the same expression she had when Evan first rescued her from the orphanage. Russell, Russell. Yusha silently began to open the letter. Evan's expression remained puzzled, unable to comprehend why she had been confined in such a facility. Although he hadn't reached mastery, Evan could manipulate mana, and with that came the ability to sense the energy of others. Moreover, Evan's talent for sensing mana was significantly superior to that of other knights, allowing him to perceive it with far greater accuracy. That's why he could tell. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't make sense. The girl standing before him was far too formidable to have been locked up in such a place. And as Evan pondered this, another question arose in his mind. It was about the third son of the Count Palatio family who had hired him a few months ago at a tavern. During his time as a mercenary, Evan had heard that the third son of the Count Palatio family was treated as a virtual outcast, the typical untalented bastard child of a noble house. Additionally, there were rumors that, due to his timid nature, he was often bullied by his notorious elder brothers, who were known as scoundrels. So how did such a third son of the Count know about the secret human experimentation that the Baron's family was conducting in that hidden facility? I don't understand at all. As Evan was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly widened. The reason was the expressionless Yusha, who had been standing there until a moment ago, now had a broad smile on her lips. No, it was more than just a smile. Her mana is becoming visible to the naked eye. Displaying a skill that could only be shown by those who had reached a certain level of mastery, she was doing so effortlessly. And then, the person who sent this letter, was it Sir Alan? As Yusha spoke, her vertical pupils, characteristic of the bloodline, similar to a reptile's, gazed directly at Evan. Even with that mere glance, Evan, who had reached the rank of an expert, felt an instinctive warning from his senses, and though he silently gasped in shock, he quickly composed himself and replied. Yes. Why didn't he call me? Yusha's question. Although the thought crossed his mind that he didn't know, Evan refrained from saying it carelessly. His instincts told him it would be a bad idea. Instead, Evan recalled a casual remark Alan had made and responded. He said the time wasn't right. I see. A short reply. But it was the correct answer, as evidenced by the long, curved smile on her lips. She. Yusha B. Ludiano. I understand. The first daughter of the bloodline, Yusha Bloody Queen, moved her enchanting red lips and said. I understand his will. With the letter containing a secret phrase known only to her master held close, she twisted her lips into a bizarre smile. Chapter 2. 3 months had passed since Alan rescued Yusha B. Lydia, who would become a human extermination machine in 10 years. During those 3 months, Alan faithfully lived each day and managed to locate the second sin that needed saving. About a month later. As you instructed, I rescued the child from the illegal slave market and sent them to the orphanage managed by Yusha. Alan, who was in the study on some business, heard the report from Evan. You treated them well, as I said. Yes. There were no fights. Of course. Alan, accustomed to Evan's reports after nearly half a year, nodded as if satisfied. But once again, Evan hesitantly asked a question. But may I ask you something? What is it? Why did you send the child you went to such lengths to find to the orphanage? I hesitate to say this, but the child you rescued this time also has an extraordinary talent. Understanding Evan's meaning immediately, Alan nodded thoughtfully. Not just extraordinary, it's world-ending level talent. The man Alan had rescued this time from the illegal slave market in the kingdom of Kalian, the central nation of the allied kingdoms, was none other than Deus. Deus Motzolian. One of the bosses in psychedelia, who would become the sin of sloth, one of the 5 great sins in 10 years, and, like the sin of wrath, he would erase several allied kingdoms, including the kingdom of Asteria, from the continent as soon as he appeared. And he did so in the worst possible way. Even as a player, Alan had frowned at the gory depiction, and there were instances in psychedelia-related communities where players would have visceral reactions just from reading about sloth's portrayal. And for a sloth, he sure holds a grudge. The reason Alan had told Evan to treat Deus well after rescuing him came to mind. Realizing that Evan was still waiting for an answer, Alan casually offered an excuse. It's the same as before. The time hasn't come yet. The time, you say? Watching Evan mull over his excuse, Alan thought to himself. He's curious about a lot. In truth, Alan would have preferred a knight who silently followed orders without asking questions over Evan, who inquired about everything each time he received an order. Unfortunately, he had no choice in the matter. Or rather, he had already used that choice on Evan half a year ago. Evan was a character in psychedelia who, while not a main protagonist, would appear several times depending on certain routes as a supporting character. Moreover, he was a top-tier supporting character who, once a certain level of trust was established, would never betray you and would uphold his loyalty until the end. In a fantasy world where betrayal and backstabbing were as common as daily meals, Alan knew how valuable it was to have someone who wouldn't stab him in the back. Fortunately, he had encountered Evan while he was passing through the territory and had hired him as a knight without hesitation. "I understand." While Alan was lost in thought, Evan nodded firmly, as if he understood everything, and asked another question. "So, when do you plan to meet the ones you've rescued?" "I don't particularly plan to. But wouldn't it be better to meet them at least once?" Alan was aware. Ideally, it would be beneficial to maintain a close relationship with the five great sins, and the best way to build rapport would be through direct interaction. However, despite this awareness, the reason Alan chose not to meet them directly and instead maintained a relationship through sponsorship was due to their personalities, specifically their character flaws. According to what he knew, the personalities of the five great sins were dreadful even before they became the five great sins. One only needed to watch the flashback scenes that played after defeating the bosses of the five great sins in Psychedelia to understand. Their personalities were so vile that Satan and Lucifer would clap their hands in approval from the depths of hell. Of course, the process that leads them to become the five great sins is even more horrific. Alan thought briefly before continuing. "Well, I did save them before their personalities could fully deteriorate, so it shouldn't get that bad. But then again, I did only save them halfway through." In conclusion, the personalities of the five great sins were bound to be twisted in some way, which gave him reason to hesitate. Maybe in about 5 years. By then, Evan would have gathered enough data to accurately assess the average personalities of the sins. When Alan gave this somewhat optimistic answer, Evan nodded, just as the door to the study suddenly burst open. Well, if it isn't Alan." At the sound of the familiar voice calling his name, Alan frowned slightly and let out a sigh. He knew the owner of that voice all too well. "Why is my illiterate brother in here?" Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a man approaching with a sly expression. "Or rather, when your elder brother speaks, shouldn't you respond?" It was Tonio, the second son of the Palacio Count's family, known as one of the scoundrel brothers of the Count's family. He wore a grin that was unpleasant at first glance and casually placed his arm on Alan's head as he sat. A blatantly disrespectful act. "I just stopped by to look for something." Even as Tonio deliberately pressed down on his head, causing a slight pain, Alan calmly answered as if nothing was wrong, thinking to himself, "Here we go again." This wasn't the first time either the eldest or the second son had treated Alan like this. In fact, they had openly bullied him since the moment he had reincarnated. Even before he took over Alan's body, the original Alan must have been subjected to such harassment continuously. However, the reason Alan chose not to react and let it pass, despite the annoyance, was because his desire to maintain a peaceful noble life was stronger. "If I mess with these bastards, my plan will be ruined from the start." If his opponents were truly on the level of the Count's scoundrel duo, Alan would have loved to crush them thoroughly. But the problem was that their level was not that simple. Dealing with a drug lord and a pimp king is tricky. Alan glanced upward. There, the second son of the Count's family, who ran a drug cartel with the grand name of Avalon in the underworld, gazed down at him with a blatant sneer. Of course, the cartel wasn't a large organization by any means, only known to some extent within the kingdom. But unfortunately, the current Alan was incapable of dealing with a piece of trash who could, with a snap of his fingers, order dozens of assassins from the underworld to eliminate him without leaving a trace. Even if he managed to get rid of him, he would then have to face the eldest son, who was in a power struggle with the second son and ran the prostitution rings instead. Given that the eldest was highly sensitive about the succession issue, he would never let Alan, who had defeated the second son, go unpunished. In other words,
Alan knew that once he reacted, there would be no turning back. It seems my elder brother wishes to use the study, so I'll be leaving now. At least you know your place. Alan respectfully bowed to Tonio, whose face was full of scorn, and left the study with Evan to return to his room. Soon, Evan handed him Yusha's letter. This time, I brought it personally. Did you? Since rescuing Yusha, Alan had been exchanging letters with her on a monthly basis. The content of the letters usually consisted of simple greetings and updates about each other's daily lives. It had been Alan who suggested they exchange letters in the first place. She might feel closer to a pen pal than if we met in person. Recalling the friends he once felt closer to in online chat rooms than in real life, Alan opened the letter and began to read. The letter contained nothing special. As usual, Yusha wrote a brief greeting and shared some stories about a few of the orphans. To summarize a bit, it mentioned that a boy named Haydn was very good at playing war games and that a girl named Yuna was excellent at hide and seek. Reading through the ordinary stories, Alan pondered what he should write in his reply and decided to faithfully recount what had happened that day. He figured that instead of only writing pleasant things, sharing some of his worries might help them grow closer psychologically. With that in mind, Alan wrote about the events of the day and sent the letter to Yusha at the orphanage. It was just an ordinary day. At that time, Yusha was observing Deus Mausolean, a man with ominous, eerie, violet eyes that seemed void. On the surface, he appeared fine. His limbs were intact, though his body bore numerous signs of abuse. He didn't seem physically hindered. But that was only on the surface. If anyone else saw Deus Mausolean, they would be convinced that he was broken. His body might have been intact, but his eyes, which should have shown some emotion, were empty, staring blankly into space. He was like a man whose mind had been shattered by mental magic, expressionless and motionless, staring vacantly at a single spot. He was the very image of a broken man. However, Yusha smiled deeply as she looked at him. The traces left by that thing. Allowing to take direct revenge, you're truly considerate. More than just smiling, Yusha clearly understood the intent behind why he had sent Deus here and spoke. Black goat. Just a single word. But that single word was enough to elicit a response from Deus, who had been no different from a broken man until just moments ago. What filled his once empty eyes was neither intelligence nor awareness, but pure hatred, anger, and fear. Confirming this, Yusha smiled and spoke. Don't you want revenge? At Yusha's words, Deus's vacant gaze shifted to her. His eyes were filled with hatred, murderous intent, and curiosity. Noticing this easily, Yusha didn't say anything more. She simply scattered a light amount of mana. A mana that he had granted, meant solely to confront the Black Ones. Congratulations, he has chosen you. So, you will gain power. She didn't elaborate further on the mana she had released. No, there was no need to. The second one he had chosen possessed a talent so exceptional that it could be explained with a single action. Thus. So all you need to do is remain loyal to him. Then you'll get your revenge. Yusha smiled as she looked at Deus. And so, as a week passed since Deus arrived at the orphanage, Yusha received another letter from Alan, as usual. I see. After reading the letter, she smiled. As a year passed since Deus had been placed in the orphanage and Yusha and Alan continued to exchange ordinary letters, Alan was starting to feel a headache over not being able to find the third boss to save. That was when a piece of news reached his ears. The scoundrel is dead. The second son of the Palacio Count's family was dead. Chapter 3. In Psychedelia, the Count Palacio's family is portrayed as a textbook example of an evil character in a sub-quest, serving as nothing more than fodder for the protagonist's experience points before disappearing. In game terms, they're essentially extras. However, The reason Alan had quite a bit of information about the Count Palacio's family was that he had repeatedly dealt with subquests related to them while playing the game. The experience points from the subquests involving the Count's family were quite generous. In short, in the game, these characters were nothing more than extras meant to provide experience points to the protagonist. But that was only true when seeing them through the lens of a game. For Alan, who now found himself in a reality where the game world had become his reality, his feelings about the Count's family were quite different. The game merely described the family as selling drugs and running a prostitution ring under the organization called Avalon, but now, Alan had seen the actual, albeit fragmented, reality with his own eyes. Even now, he was witnessing it firsthand. Alan suddenly shifted his gaze forward. In front of him was the corpse of Tonio, the recently deceased, lying inside a coffin. Cause of death, accidental fall, right. For a man who was a major player in the kingdom's drug trade, it was an absurdly anticlimactic and empty death. But, naturally, Alan knew that Tonio's cause of death was not an accidental fall. In fact, it would be strange if anyone present here didn't know the truth. Privacy settings. Alan turned his gaze to the side. Next to him, bowing his head with a deep smile, was Leo, the eldest son of the Count Palacio's family, who had been locked in a power struggle with Tonio for the position of family head. His smile might split his face. Leo wasn't even trying to hide his grin anymore, his expression was practically unmanaged. Anyone could predict that Tonio's death wasn't due to an accidental fall. Yet, despite everyone knowing this, no one voiced any objections to Leo. Not the knights, not the retainers, not even Aldemar, the current head of the Count Palacio's family, said a word to his eldest son. Well, Aldemar's too far gone from indulging in drugs and women to care whether his sons are tearing each other apart. Not like he's capable of saying anything anymore. Alan let out a small, sarcastic laugh as he watched the Count, who was so devoid of dignity that even during Tonio's funeral, he was surrounded by drugs and women. As expected of a dark fantasy, the state of this family is a complete mess. Of course, Alan had no special intention of doing anything about it. From the beginning, Alan's plan was proceeding smoothly without him having to do much, and the only real problem he faced was the 5 great sins. I need to find the rest quickly. As Alan thought about this, he watched the final stages of the funeral unfold. As the coffin containing Tonio was about to be sealed. A question suddenly crossed Alan's mind. Was Tonio's death supposed to happen like this? When he played the episode involving the Count Palacio's family in the game, only Leo appeared, so it wasn't difficult for Alan to predict Tonio's death. However, what made him question Tonio's death now was something Leo had said while being disciplined by the protagonist. Didn't he mention, after suffering for years, that he finally killed Tonio and became the undisputed heir? Having played the game multiple times, and recalling how ridiculous Leo looked in his final moments, Alan couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Still, he quickly shrugged it off. After all, it wasn't something he was deeply concerned about. A few days after Tonio's funeral, the Count Palacio's family, which had been in turmoil due to the second son's death, suddenly became remarkably peaceful. The succession battle had ended. Although the Count had a third son, Alan, in addition to Tonio, no one expected the family to descend into chaos again. Everyone knew that unlike Tonio, who had aligned with the underworld and sold drugs to gain power to oppose the eldest son, Alan had no power whatsoever. Privacy settings. Even Leo, who was highly sensitive to the succession issue, showed no concern about Alan and didn't pay him any attention. Instead, Leo seemed more preoccupied with swallowing up the drug trade that Tonio had left behind. Anyway, with peace returning to the Count's family, Alan was reading a letter from Yusha. The letters they had exchanged for almost a year now were always the same, nothing special. The content of the letter mostly revolved around the orphanage.
She wrote about how some of the children were growing well, and there were also a few brief mentions of Deus, whom Alan had sent there. They're growing well without any issues. Alan smiled with satisfaction as he read the short line in Yusha's letter. When he had sent Deus to the orphanage, he had asked Yusha to take special care of him since he was a bit of a difficult child, and she always included a short update on Deus in her letters. Talking to her through letters like this, she really comes off as a kind, innocent girl from the countryside. He briefly considered visiting her but quickly shook his head and continued reading the letter. As he neared the end of the letter, Alan suddenly spoke. Evangelist. Yes, what is it? Do orphanages usually receive a lot of donations? Usually, well, they probably receive some, but not too many, I'd think. That's what I thought. The reason Alan had asked about donations was because of a donation list written at the end of Yusha's letter. Was it 3 months ago, or 4 months? Curiously, starting a few months ago, someone else had begun donating to the orphanage that Alan had been supporting. Of course, the letter only mentioned that a merchant named Malino had made a donation, so he didn't know the exact amount, but this month, 5 people, including me, donated to the orphanage. Though his expression grew puzzled while reading the letter, Alan quickly dismissed it. Well, the more donations, the better. With that, Alan wrote a reply to Yusha, half-heartedly agreeing with her stories, and handed it to Evan. Are you going to deliver it personally again? No, didn't I go there just a few months ago? Privacy settings. 3 months ago, I believe. And, what did you say back then? If you're asking about the orphanage, I reported that it was running well. Deus, who I delivered there, also seemed to be much better. Really? Alan nodded with satisfaction at Evan's report. As I thought, even though they're destined to become the 5 great sins, they couldn't have been evil from the beginning. It feels good to see that the kids are growing up well. It must have been their environment that turned them into killers in the first place. Alan was once again struck by how crucial a person's environment is for their growth, and he added. This time, there's no need to go in person. Just ask someone from the mercenary guild to deliver it. Understood. Evan nodded and was about to leave when something seemed to dawn on him. And, do you remember that thing you mentioned last time? Thing I mentioned? The ancient book. Did you find it? I'm not entirely sure, but I found a lead. Tell me about it. At Alan's command, Evan began to relay the information he had gathered from the Intelligence Guild, piece by piece. And eventually, I found it. He discovered the location of the third sin. Margot, the estate of a viscount located beside a small village in the eastern part of the Asteria kingdom, was known for its beautiful glass crafts as its specialty. However, that was only the surface of Margot's reputation. In reality, the true source of wealth for the Margot Viscount's family was drugs. More specifically, a group called Fallon used Margot as a distribution hub, providing the Viscount's family with a hefty income. Fallon, which had been steadily growing its power by using Margot as a distribution point, had now become a massive organization with hundreds of members, each led by over 10 expert-level fighters. Because of this, Rotten, the leader of Fallon and an expert mercenary like the other executives, believed that Fallon would continue to grow even more. At least, that's what he thought until yesterday. Privacy settings. Rotten looked around with fearful eyes. In front of him were dozens of corpses drenched in blood, lying on the ground. Please, spare me. Spare me. Please, I beg you. There were only a few remaining members of the organization left, screaming desperately. Rotten looked at them with trembling eyes. Normally, he would have felt reassured by the sight of his remaining men, who should have been like a sturdy shield. Even if they were weaker than him, their sheer number should have been enough to provide some sense of security. Yet despite this,
Rotten felt nothing but fear as he looked at them. Ugh. Please. The surviving members of the organization were all holding their swords in reverse grips, pressing the blades against their own necks. No. No, don't. No, no, no. Ah. Stop, please stop. I beg you. Please. Each of their faces was filled with desperation and pleading. But despite this, their bodies, as if moving naturally, pressed the reversed blades into their own throats. Schlack. The last remaining dozen or so members took their own lives. And then, Rotten's body began to move on its own. And no. He gripped his sword in a reverse grip. Please. No matter how hard he tried to resist, his body, once taken over, no longer listened to him and only trembled. In his final moments, Rotten saw it. In the darkness of the hideout, violet eyes staring directly at him. Privacy settings. But the moment he saw them, Schlunk. Rotten plunged his sword into his own throat. Thud. With that, Deus, who had been shrouded in darkness, silently stepped forward and walked out. Well done. Likewise, Yusha, who had been with Deus, naturally followed him outside. Is there any point in killing these people? As if he had been waiting, Deus asked the question as Yusha walked out. Unlike a year ago, there was a clear light of reason in his eyes. Are you feeling sympathetic? No. I know these people were grinding up humans to make drugs. Then. I'm just wondering if killing them will help us kill those bastards. In response to Deus's question, Yusha smiled and said. Of course. Her answer was clear. This is just laying the groundwork for his return. Thud. With her words, a pattern began to form beneath her feet. Engraved in the magic circle was a giant eye with a crescent moon inside. When he arrives, we wouldn't want his place to be in squalor, would we? I understand. Deus, who had been staring at the pattern beneath her feet, nodded as if he had grasped her intent. He said nothing more. All is as he wills. Muttering those words, which he had repeated countless times, the two finished drawing the magic circle beneath them and disappeared into the darkness, leaving no one behind in Fallon's hideout. Chapter 4. Time passed, and it was now the second year since Alan had rescued Yusha and begun exchanging letters with her regularly. I've successfully rescued them again this time. Is that so? Alan received the good news from Evan. Did you send them to the orphanage? Yes, this makes it the fifth one. At Evan's words, Alan nodded. Over the past year, Alan had successfully rescued the 3 sins he originally planned to save. Saving the sin of greed was a bit tricky. The third sin he rescued, who is currently known by the name Rheingraf, was difficult to find, but rescuing her itself wasn't that challenging. The same went for the other sins. It took a few months to locate each one, but with Alan diligently using his game knowledge to direct Evan, they were all found. As he looked at Evan, who had been running around to rescue the 5 great sins over the past year, Alan spoke. You can take a break now. Is it over? It's over. Privacy settings. That's a relief. Evan let out a sigh of relief and looked at Alan. But, young master, aren't you happy? Of course, I'm happy. You don't look like it, though. Really? At Evan's remark, Alan turned to look at the mirror. In it was the face of Alan, a face he had grown accustomed to. Indeed. The man reflected in the mirror had a blank expression. No, on closer inspection, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, but the change in his expression was so subtle that it would be hard to notice unless one looked closely. Alan tried to force his face into a smile, but stopped when he saw that his face, which was normally quite decent looking, now looked like that of a strange man. It feels like only my facial muscles didn't fully adapt to this body. Unlike before,
When his emotions were clearly displayed, Alan's face now rarely showed any expression. Even if it did, the change was exceedingly subtle. Not that it's a bad thing. Of course, Alan didn't think much of it. The fact that his emotions didn't show wasn't a problem for him, but rather for others who interacted with him. He wasn't particularly bothered by it. Anyway, this concludes everything I needed to do for now. Alan smiled as he thought of the 5 potential sins he had gathered at the orphanage. I didn't expect things to go this well. In truth, Alan hadn't expected things to go so smoothly from the start. The 5 great sins had every reason to become the monsters they were destined to be. No matter how hard Alan tried, it wasn't like he could save them before they encountered any misfortune at all. In other words, Alan's only concern had been that he wouldn't be able to save the 5 great sins until they were already too far gone. But contrary to his worries, all 5 of the sins were growing up normally. Evangelist. Yes. When you visited the orphanage last time, you said there didn't seem to be any problems, right? When I checked, even Rhine and Seal Rang, who were in bad shape before arriving at the orphanage, had returned to a relatively normal state. Really? Privacy settings. Yes. When I first rescued Seal Rang, she was like a broken doll, doing nothing and just staying still, but at the orphanage, she was getting along well. Similarly, when I first rescued Rhine, she kept her eyes closed as if she didn't want to see anything, but when I saw her last, she was reading a book with interest. At Evan's report, Alan nodded. The content matched what Yusha had written in her letters. I didn't expect Yusha to do such a good job. Initially, Alan had left Yusha at the orphanage not only to keep her at a distance, but also because there was a setting in which she was somewhat attached to the orphanage. However, he hadn't been entirely sure that she would take care of the other children as well, and he had originally planned to send Evan to check on the situation and, if necessary, bring in professional help. But that's not necessary anymore. Alan smiled. Everything had gone even better than he expected, and thanks to Yusha's efforts, there was now only one thing left for Alan to do. Develop some level of self-defense skills. Of course, as the 3rd son of the Palacio Count's family, if he didn't take any particular action, his life wouldn't be in danger. Especially since Evan was by his side. But given that this world was based on a dark fantasy, it was essential to have at least some ability to protect himself. He was considering learning magic. Oh, by the way, have you heard about the blue moon, young master? While he was pondering this, Evan's question brought Alan back to the present. The Blue Moon. Yes, it's a recently famous organization in the eastern regions. From what I've heard, they've been hunting down other organizations. An organization hunting other organizations. Yes. Then they're doing a good thing. Alan responded dully, having fully adapted to the dark fantasy world. If the Blue Moon were massacring civilians, it would be a cause for concern. But if they were hunting other organizations, that was a different story. After all, in this continent, Alan had never seen or heard of any organization that didn't involve death in some way. If they were hunting those who played with human lives, there wasn't much reason to view them negatively, so Alan simply responded as such. The problem is that they're also killing nobles. Evangelist. Yes, young master. Privacy settings. Starting today, you'll sleep in the room next to mine. Alan said decisively after hearing Evan's follow-up. Considering that this Blue Moon organization wasn't mentioned in the original story, it's likely that they disappear before the main events start. But, come to think of it, Leo's been in a bad mood lately. Could it be because of them? As Alan pondered this, he shrugged and began writing a letter in response to the one he received from Yusha yesterday. As usual, Yusha's letter contained the same kind of content: some greetings, a brief update on the current state of those Alan had asked her to take care of, and a list of sponsors. After confirming this,
Alan considered mentioning the Blue Moon organization that Evan had just told him about, but decided against it. The Blue Moon might be hunting organizations and nobles, but they weren't targeting orphanages filled with children. As always, Alan finished writing the letter and sent it through the Mercenary Guild. It was a relaxed day. A few weeks later, at the orphanage in the eastern region. During a regular meeting that had begun on a weekly basis after activities had officially started, Yusha was reading the letter Alan had sent. "Is that a letter from him? Let me read it." "Me too. Me too, I want to read it." A girl enthusiastically waved her hand, while another girl opposite her quietly raised her own hand as Yusha read the letter. Even in the dimly lit hideout, their golden and green eyes sparkled. These were Seal Rang and Rhine, the future sins of pride and greed, respectively. "Here. Really? Can I really see it? You didn't let me see it last time." "It's about time I did." Yusha smiled as she handed the letter over. Seal Rang and Rhine, along with Deus, who had been silently watching, all looked at the letter with curiosity. A little while later. "Is this an instruction sheet? It just looks like an ordinary conversation." They all expressed their confusion as they reread the letter before them. The letter contained nothing but mundane daily conversation. Deus, seeking an explanation, looked at Yusha with a questioning expression, and she smiled as she explained. "That's how it's supposed to look. He ordered me from the beginning to write it as if it were just a normal conversation." Privacy settings. Then, Yusha pulled out a slightly worn letter from her chest and showed it to them. The content of the letter was simple. It started with casual greetings and naturally moved on to suggest that they regularly exchange letters about the orphanage. Seal Rang and Rhine frowned, puzzled. But Deus, seemingly understanding the true intent behind the letter, spoke. "Is it because he doesn't want any secrets to be leaked, so he exchanges letters in this way?" "Correct." "I see." Deus nodded in agreement, then glanced at Seal Rang and Rhine, who were still focused on the letter. "If he's worried about leaks, wouldn't it be better to use magic communication or have us go and report in person regularly?" "Right. Then why insist on using letters?" "Because that's his will." Yusha smiled as she added. "If he's decided to do it this way, we follow. There's no need to question or think about it." At her words, Deus felt a dryness in his mouth. While Yusha's emotions were generally calm, whenever she spoke about him, there was a deep, unsettling conviction that even made his skin crawl. "Understood." Thus, Deus nodded quietly, looking into her red eyes, which now gleamed with the light of a fanatic. With that, Yusha collected the letter she had distributed to the members and carefully stored it in her chest, marking the end of the meeting. Seal Rang, "What about the North?" "You mean the slavers?" "Yes." At Yusha's question, Seal Rang flashed a bright smile. "I took care of them all." "And your identity?" "I wasn't exposed. The clothes Rhine made seemed to be working well. I gave them a quiz, saying I'd let them live if they could correctly describe my face, but no one could answer. And then? Privacy settings. I plucked them all. Their heads." Her words were excessively brutal for such a cheerful laugh, but Yusha calmly turned her gaze to Deus. "And the South? Avalon was running rampant, so I cleaned them up. And I found something else to discuss while I was there." "What is it?" "The head of Avalon is the eldest son of the Count's family where he resides, correct?" Yusha nodded silently at Deus's question. "However, it seems the eldest son is trying to poison him." As soon as he said that. "What?" The atmosphere froze. Just moments ago, Seal Rang, who had been smiling brightly, folded her ears back and looked around nervously, while Rhine, who had been quietly observing, fixed her gaze forward. The only one who could look Yusha in the eyes was Deus, who had anticipated this reaction.
but even he felt a cold sweat running down his back as he sensed the overwhelming killing intent that was far stronger than expected. After a short while. "Are you certain? There was an instruction sheet. Did you bring it?" "Yes." Deus pulled out the letter from his chest as if he had been waiting for this moment. Without blinking, Yusha read the letter. "Once the Count, whose lifespan is nearly over, dies, quietly poison him and dispose of him." After reading that final line. "I see." She gripped the instruction sheet tightly. "So, it's true." With a chilling look in her eyes, she muttered softly. Chapter 5. 2 years had passed since Alan rescued all the 5 great sins, marking the 4th year since he began exchanging letters with Yusha. There were now 6 years left until the start of the original story. The Count Palacio was dead. The official cause of death was heart failure. However, anyone within the Count's household or those well informed would have easily known the real cause of death. It was an overdose of drugs. In a death fitting of a dark fantasy world, the Count Palacio had passed away. However, no one mourned his death. The servants and retainers accepted the news of his death with a sense of calm. This was no surprise, given that the Count Palacio had been completely broken, running his last stretch toward death with rampant drug abuse. It would have been strange not to expect such an outcome. Moreover, his life had been wasted in indulgence, consumed by women and drugs. Even after his death, not a single noble expressed condolences. This also applied to his 2 remaining sons. The eldest son, Leo, had anticipated this outcome long ago and remained indifferent. Rather than mourning his father's death, Leo seemed more preoccupied with the ongoing conflict with the Blue Moon organization, constantly discussing it with the retainers loyal to him. Alan felt the same. From the beginning, his father had turned a blind eye as the eldest and second sons openly tormented him. Surprisingly, Alan had never spoken to the Count even once since he had taken over this body. Their relationship was one of mutual indifference. Thus, the Count's death passed in silence, without a single tear shed, and quietly came to an end. A week after the Count's death, the Palacio family did not appoint a new head, following their long-standing tradition that no new head would be selected in the same year the previous one died. Yet, nothing really changed. Since the time Alan had taken over this body, the Count Palacio had done nothing, leaving the retainers to manage the family while they lined their pockets. And at this point, Alan. "Young master, I must say, it's truly astonishing." "Why?" "Reaching the 2nd tier in just 2 years without entering the magic tower or having a master, do you think that's a talent that makes sense?" Alan had been learning magic for self-defense. Though it's only half-baked. Alan gazed at the 3 small spheres spinning in his palm before letting them dissipate with a light sigh. "It's good that I have talent, but still." 2 years ago, Alan had discovered his talent for magic and had been overjoyed. In the world of psychedelia, magic was something that could only be used if one had the necessary talent. Moreover, Alan's talent for magic was quite exceptional. Considering that it typically took about 4 years for a mage to reach the 2nd tier, the fact that he had achieved it in just 2 years without a master was remarkable. While not exactly a heaven-sent prodigy, he was still a rare case of someone who had managed to become powerful through sheer natural talent. Even Alan himself felt that his ability to control mana with precision was far superior to that of others. What he had just done, levitating 3 electric spheres and making them orbit in his palm, was a useless trick, but it was a skill that could only be performed by those who could control their mana with extreme precision. "If only my mana core was bigger." However, the reason Alan referred to his talent as half-baked lay here. His natural mana core was much smaller than average. Not just small, a lot smaller. Although it was possible to expand one's mana core through continuous training, in Alan's case, it was so unnaturally small that he had little hope of significant improvement. Privacy settings. A mana core is akin to one's physical stature, something one is born with. If it comes down to it, I do have a method, but... As Alan licked his lips and continued thinking, Evan asked. Young master, what do you plan to do now? What do you mean? Well, next year, the first son the eldest young master will become the head of the family, won't he? Evan, having almost called him a commoner out of habit, quickly corrected himself. Alan understood what he was asking and replied. I'll leave. You're planning to leave the estate? Not completely. Just to a lower position. Lower, do you mean to Rod Mill? At Evan's question, Alan nodded. That's right. Rod Mill. Geographically, it was a village about 4 days' travel south of Palion, the Count Palatios territory. It was under the Count's control but was flourishing moderately. I plan to move there. Why? Evan asked, unable to understand. Though Evan might not grasp the reasoning, this was the final step in Alan's plan. From the start, his goal had been to rescue the 5 great sins from their misery, change the future, and live out his life comfortably as a noble in a world where the United Kingdoms weren't destroyed. In that regard, Rod Mill is an excellent choice. First, there was a mansion there that belonged to the third Count Palatio. Second, the village was in a state of moderate growth, making it unlikely that Leo, who would soon become the Count, would pay much attention to it before his death. Third, it was far enough from the Count's estate, about 4 days' travel, that Alan could remain uninvolved in the hero's story of justice and retribution when the original plot began. In short, as long as Alan moved to Rod Mill, his plan would be successfully completed. However, finding it bothersome to explain all this to Evan, he simply gave a brief response. Everything has its time. Young master, you always say that when you don't want to explain. Privacy settings. Alan didn't bother replying to Evan's remark. Instead, since we're on the topic, let's start packing. He began preparing to head to Rod Mill. Exactly 1 month later, Leo, the eldest son of the Count Palatio's family and a major figure in the underworld as the leader of Avalon, was contemplating something as he watched his younger brother board a carriage with a knight in tow, leaving the estate. What should I do? Whether to kill Alan or not? To be honest, Leo didn't find Alan to be much of a threat. It had been that way since they were children. If the late Tonio had always been a threat, baring his fangs in his bid for succession, Alan, on the other hand, had always been busy bowing his head, constantly watching others and staying out of trouble. Sure, something had changed a bit in him over the past few years, but his attitude hadn't shifted. Even now, Alan had voluntarily chosen to move to the outskirts to avoid getting on Leo's bad side. In truth, Leo had originally planned to quietly dispose of Alan, having him overdosed on drugs at the same time as their father's death. But since Alan had chosen to leave for Rod Mill on his own, there was no reason to go through with it. Alan had willingly stepped aside for Leo and seemed to have no intention of becoming his enemy. There was no longer any reason to kill Alan. Yet, the eldest son was still contemplating. Ironically, there was no particular reason for his hesitation. It wasn't that he feared Alan would move to the outskirts and seize the position of heir. Nor was it that he found Alan's subservience as a family member disgusting. In fact, Leo had never felt any familial affection for Alan, or for the entire Count's family, for that matter. In the end, the reason Leo was debating whether to kill him was simply that Alan annoyed him. A month ago, when Alan had come to him, bowing his head and saying he would go to Rod Mill, it had somehow rubbed him the wrong way. Maybe it was because he had just heard that one of Avalon's branches had failed to meet its targets, leaving him in a foul mood. Whatever the reason, Alan's life now hung in the balance. Alman. Privacy settings. Yes. Quietly follow the carriage. In less than a minute, Alan's fate was decided. From Leo's perspective, Alan was someone he could kill on a whim. So, with that in mind, he gave the order.
But the person who appeared behind him suddenly asked, "Do you mean to kill him?" Leo felt a pang of confusion. 2 years ago, this young man had proven himself useful and had become one of Leo's trusted subordinates after numerous trials. He was not someone who would question an order. When Leo gave a command, he followed it without question, without hesitation. "Do you think family means anything to?" So, despite frowning slightly, Leo opened his mouth to correct what he assumed was a misunderstanding. "Stab." But instead of words, what came out of Leo's mouth was blood. He spat up crimson blood, his face contorting in shock as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Still unable to grasp the situation, Leo looked down. A sword had been thrust into his heart. Be betrayal. His eyes began to fill with a burning rage, but the man who had stabbed him replied indifferently. "This isn't betrayal. I was never your loyal subordinate to begin with. What are you saying? I was merely waiting for you to give the order." With that single sentence, Leo's expression, twisted with anger and confusion, began to turn to one of horror as a single face popped into his mind. The face of Alan, the third son of the Count's family. But even then, Leo couldn't understand. After all, Haydn had been by his side for over 2 years. He had allowed Haydn to stay by his side without suspicion, even allowing him to guard his back for over a year. In other words, Haydn could have killed him at any time if he wished. Privacy settings. So, with his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, Leo looked at Haydn, who finally offered an explanation. "We don't act without orders. We're merely the sword of that person, moving only as that person wields us. This is our creed, the unbreakable rule taught to us by the Red Moon. But, crack. Gah. When someone tries to harm the Great Moon, our swords will move on their own. Schlick. And that is why you've been allowed to live until now." With that, Leo collapsed to the ground, his face hitting the dirt, but his eyes still burned with rage as he struggled to speak. "My men, they won't. Don't worry. The moment you gave that order, Avalon was destined to be wiped off the continent." Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon organization and one of Yush's direct subordinates, continued. "It's a pity. The Great Moon gave you a chance." With those final words, Haydn turned and walked away. Leo never understood their meaning and died shortly after. A cold, emotionless death. 3 days after arriving in Rodmill, Alan was called back to the Count Palatios estate. The reason was that Leo, the eldest son of the Count Palatios family, had died. And with his inexplicable death, Alan, who had been leisurely toasting bread in a remote corner of the mansion because there were no servants available, was hurriedly called back to the estate. By then, he had already gained a new nickname that people whispered in hushed tones. The Hidden Power of the Count's Family. Chapter 6. Life in Rodmill brought Alan a great deal of satisfaction. Although it had only been about 3 days, life in Rodmill offered him everything he imagined a typical noble life should be. He could wake up whenever he wanted. Sleep whenever he wanted. Eat whenever he wanted. Rodmill was a place where Alan could effortlessly live out what he believed were the 3 activities that brought the greatest happiness when done freely. Sigh. While the funeral of Leo Palacio, the eldest son of the Palacio family, was taking place, Alan let out a silent sigh as he looked ahead. Leo lay pale and lifeless, just like Tonio and the late Palacio Count before him. Alan couldn't help but show a somewhat baffled expression. "I have no idea where to even start with this mess." The reason for Alan's confusion was that Leo's death didn't align with how he had envisioned it. Everything seemed to be twisted. Leo's death was supposed to happen 6 years from now. He shifted his gaze to Leo's body, scanning it thoroughly. The wounds were hidden by the ceremonial clothing, but a moonflower. Privacy settings.
As per the kingdom's tradition, significant scars or mortal wounds were marked with a blue flower known as a moonflower, which was native to the kingdom. One of these moonflowers was placed over Leo's chest. Killed by a sword piercing the heart. While contemplating Leo's cause of death, Alan couldn't help but wonder who had committed such an act. There are plenty of suspects if I think about it. He knew that Leo had been causing trouble in the underworld, doing all sorts of reckless things. It wasn't surprising that something like this could have happened to him. After all, Leo had likely killed over 1,000 people, directly or indirectly. Despite this, Alan kept questioning the situation because he knew Leo's future. Who could it be? Who killed Leo? With these thoughts, Alan looked around. Quite a few people had gathered for Leo's funeral. Servants, retainers, and knights of the Palatial household were present. He had heard that some nobles had visited to pay their respects, but by the time Alan returned, they had already left. In other words, the only people attending the funeral were those who worked for the Palatial family. And they were all trying their best to avoid Alan's gaze. A servant who used to make casual jokes about how Alan would have died on the streets if he'd been born a commoner was now sweating profusely and bowing his head. A knight who had previously picked fights with Alan every time he stepped out of the mansion now deliberately averted his gaze to avoid looking at him. It's understandable that they'd be worried about their jobs now that the third son they mocked has suddenly become the heir of the family. Even so, Alan noticed something more subtle in their reactions that caught his attention. Whenever Alan's gaze landed on a servant, they would tremble slightly, their hands shaking. Earlier, when Alan's eyes met a knight's and he gave a slight shrug, just as he usually did, the knight fumbled and dropped his ceremonial sword, causing an awkward scene in the middle of the funeral. These behaviors made it clear how the servants currently perceived Alan. They're not just suspicious. They're almost certain it was me. 2 hours later. Young master. Yes. Privacy settings. It's beyond what I imagined. How bad is it? At this point, you've become the hidden power of the Palatial family, someone capable of wiping out Avalon in a single day. Alan realized that he had unknowingly become the rumored mastermind holding immense power within the Palatial family. I was just toasting some bread. Alan's quiet lament as he recalled his time in Rodmill, where he had been making a simple piece of toast while such rumors about him spread through the Palatial household. In the time it took you to make that toast, you've become the hidden mastermind controlling sword masters. I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm not joking, young master. That's truly the rumor going around. How did such a rumor even spread? Alan frowned, utterly baffled by the situation. In response, Evan began explaining the information he had gathered from the guild. A short while later. In summary, a day after Leo's death, Avalon, the organization he controlled, disappeared from the underworld without a trace. Yes. And, people think I'm the one responsible. Exactly. Why? Because you're the only one who benefits from this situation, young master. When you put it that way, it does make sense. Indeed, it was a situation where Alan couldn't avoid suspicion. Leo had been killed shortly after Alan left the mansion for Rodmill, and Avalon, the organization Leo managed, was wiped out soon after. In such a scenario, it was obvious that Alan stood to gain the most. He had a perfect alibi, being away in Rodmill, while securing his position as the heir to the Palatial family. Moreover, with Avalon's destruction, the ties to the underworld that had clung to the Palatial family like sticky tar were completely severed. In other words, any influence the underworld might have had to bother Alan was now entirely eliminated. But are you sure you didn't do it, young master? You were right there with me, buttering the toast. That's true, but everything fell into place so perfectly that I just had to ask. Are you doubting me? Privacy settings. I wouldn't say doubting, but you do sometimes give orders without explaining the reason behind them.
Alan fell silent at Evan's words. It was true. Instead of replying, Alan began to think. Are there any groups in the eastern region that could have taken down a major underworld figure like Avalon? The 100 Ghost Night Parade? No, they won't appear for another 6 years. Then the Root Organization? No, they're based in the east, so they wouldn't have come all the way here. Alan shook his head. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of any organization capable of wiping out Avalon in an instant. As he was about to abandon his thoughts, a realization struck him. Ah! He recalled something Evan had mentioned before and asked. Evangelist? Yes. Didn't you mention a group before that hunts other organizations? Oh, you mean the Blue Moon? Yeah, them. Could it be them? Evan shook his head at Alan's question. No. The Information Guild also ruled out the Blue Moon. How can they be sure? The Blue Moon always leaves a mark after their work is done. Also, where the Blue Moon has been, there may be pieces of bodies left behind, but never entire bodies. But that wasn't the case this time. They said it was a hellscape, most of the organization was cut down with blades. So that's why they think I have a sword master working for me. Exactly. Alan nodded at Evan's explanation. It's true that an organization that couldn't survive 6 years into the future wouldn't be able to eliminate Leo and Avalon. But then, who could it be? It was a night filled with endless contemplation. Any traces left? In the underground of the Eastern Orphanage, as soon as the usual four gathered, the question was asked, and everyone responded in turn. I left nothing behind. Privacy settings. Neither did I. Same here. Just as you instructed, I made sure to leave no traces. Ryan, whose green eyes glimmered faintly, continued to speak. It seems the Information Guild hasn't linked us to what happened at Avalon. And they've identified it as the work of a sword master who created a hellscape. At Deus's words, Yusha remained silent for a moment, as if deep in thought, before speaking. Still, just to be sure, keep an eye on the Information Guild's activities. As I've said countless times before, you all understand, right? This must never reach him. Never. Though Yusha's red eyes glowed fiercely, everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. But do we really need to hide it this much? Deus asked, his usual relaxed smile replaced by a slightly uneasy expression as he observed Yusha's uncharacteristically tense demeanor. After a brief pause, Yusha responded firmly. Of course we need to hide it. Why? In response to Deus's continued questioning, Yusha's red eyes flashed as she answered. I told you, didn't I? We are his sword. We must not judge or think for ourselves, we must simply be the sword he wields. But a sword thinking for itself, that's not right, is it? But the eldest son of the Count's family targeted him first, so it doesn't matter. What's wrong is wrong. There was no order. Understand? We only move on his command. If he didn't say anything, we don't act. Ever. Deus rubbed the roof of his mouth with his dry tongue as he looked into Yusha's eyes. For someone supposedly living in an orphanage, she exuded an aura of dignity and integrity, yet there was also an overwhelming, undeniable power in her presence. But whenever she spoke of him, something changed within her. Her dignified gaze turned into one of eerie fanaticism, and her noble aura transformed into something savage and monstrous. Thus, Deus couldn't understand. So make sure to erase every trace. Don't disappoint him. How someone like her, with the power and ability to overwhelm everyone present with just her presence, could feel such anxiety and apprehension over something as minor as being found out. I understand. Despite his lingering doubts, Deus had no intention of voicing them, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. As the conversation drew to a close. Privacy settings.
They've arrived. A man entered as the basement door opened. Even in the dark, lightless basement, his hair shone with a radiant silver hue, as if it had captured the light of the moon itself. Just as the boss said. In the predetermined future, he was to become one of the 5 great sins, the sin of obsession. The remaining forces of Avalon, 286 men. Layton, his sharp moon-like eyes gleaming, reported. I cut them all in half and killed them. It had taken only 5 days for the great organization Avalon, which once dominated the eastern region of the Asteria Kingdom, to disappear, leaving only a tattered signboard behind. But I don't think the job is completely finished. What do you mean? I found additional nobles connected to Avalon. As he spoke, Layton pulled a meticulously folded piece of paper from his chest and placed it on the table in front of him. The Duke of Altia's family is involved. It seems they're quite deeply entangled, with ledgers documenting their dealings. There are about 4 individuals, all of whom appear to be the Duke's children. Given how deeply they're involved, they might start asking questions about this incident. What should we do? After a moment of silence, Yusha, who had been pondering his words, spoke. You already know what I'm going to say, don't you? Her red eyes glinted ominously as she murmured. I see. Then I'll take care of it as quietly as possible. Layton nodded quietly in agreement. Since the funeral of Leo Palacio, Alan had been keeping busy. Aside from investigating Leo's death, which had unfolded differently from the game's plot, there were other matters that demanded his attention, even though he hadn't wanted them. As a result, his days passed by in a whirlwind of activity. About a month after the funeral, he found himself in Estroven, a territory in the southern part of the Asteria Kingdom, rather than at the Palacio estate. The reason was to attend a ball that was held twice a year as a social event. Officially, Alan's presence was to strengthen social ties, but in reality, he had some business to attend to in the territory. However, he did intend to fulfill the official purpose to some extent. With his position as the future count all but assured in the coming year, forging connections with other nobles was crucial both for his social standing and for his own convenience. Privacy settings. Or so he thought. Alan glanced around the ballroom. A chandelier shaped like a crescent moon illuminated the room beautifully, while the sons and daughters of nobles, dressed in their finest attire, showcased the distinct elegance of high society. The problem was, none of those nobles could even make eye contact with Alan. Alan watched as a young noblewoman immediately bowed her head when their eyes met. And he sighed, realizing that his goal of strengthening social ties was going to be much harder to achieve than he had anticipated. Chapter 7. Alan had somewhat expected problems like these to arise. In the game, the Palacio family merely appeared as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth, but in the Kingdom of Asteria, the weight that the name carried was quite significant. Of course, this status didn't necessarily mean that they were held in high honor. Even if, for about 3 generations, they were considered a highly reputable family within the kingdom, the current Count Palacio family was renowned as the most notorious troublemaker among the nobility in the eastern region. To elaborate a bit more, they were known as a noble family that became incredibly bothersome if provoked. However, if there was something Alan overlooked despite being aware of this issue. This wine has a rather unique taste. Huh? Oh, what? I quite like wine, and this one has a very distinct aroma. I'd love to take a few bottles home. I'll speak to my father and have some brought to you. Pardon. It was that the Palacio family's propensity for trouble far exceeded his imagination. Alan watched the young lady, who shrunk back like a frightened mouse and quickly bowed her head, before scurrying away. He wore a hollow expression. Privacy settings. Look at that. He's threatening Lady Malentino to forcefully take their specialty wine. Is that so? Just listen to him. It's exactly like when the eldest son of Palacio made threats before.
And that wine is a limited edition specialty. As Alan pondered what the problem might be, he heard a small voice and thought to himself with a bitter expression. Leo, that damn troublemaker. Feeling despondent, Alan glanced at the place where the young ladies had been gossiping until just a moment ago. Upon noticing his gaze, they quickly lowered their heads and disappeared somewhere. Alan couldn't comprehend the situation at all. Wasn't it just one of those notorious families in the East? Of course, he could guess that there were negative rumors about the family, and he understood why some nobles might avoid them. But he didn't expect it to be this extreme. More accurately, he hadn't known that the Palacio family was so notoriously ill-reputed among the nobility. He hadn't anticipated being treated this way just because of a misunderstanding about him bringing down the family's troublemakers. So, does this mean socializing is out of the question? Just as Alan let out a small sigh. Hello. He turned at the voice, only to see a girl in a black dress smiling alluringly at him. Even among the young ladies present at this ball, she stood out for her stunning beauty. Alan greeted her with a return smile. Hello, Lady Zenania. Oh my, do you know me? Of course. From Alan's perspective, it was impossible not to know her. This was only natural, as the girl standing before him was the eldest daughter of the Zenania family, who, like the Palacio family, were known for their notoriety in the western region. In 6 years, she wouldn't just be the eldest daughter of the Zenania family, she would become Countess Zenania herself. Furthermore, she was one of the 3 major villains the protagonist would confront in the future in the Kingdom of Asteria. You're quite famous, after all. Famous, you say? Indeed. In short, she was someone he'd rather not get involved with. Seeing the momentary, subtle emotion flicker in Lady Zenania's eyes, Alan continued. Privacy settings. Because you are so beautiful. Noble society was inherently quite complex. Even within Asteria, there were more than a handful of factions. These factions were split into royalists and nobility, both fervently engaged in political struggles. And it wasn't just empty political rhetoric. Since real interests were at stake, politics were a crucial element for the nobles. Of course, Alan hadn't come to the ball to socialize for the sake of politics. Even though it was half-baked, Alan's goal was still to live a peaceful life, and he knew very well that the words peace and politics could never coexist. Nevertheless, the reason he had intended to socialize to some extent was that even minimal connections could be helpful in aristocratic life. Except for this person. Alan looked at Lady Zenania. The Zenania family, like the Palacio family, was regarded as a notorious troublemaker in the western region. Unlike the Palacio family, which stayed out of politics to act without consequences, the Zenania family leveraged political situations to their advantage. In other words, they were a bit more cunning than the Palacio family. Perhaps more like a corporate criminal organization. Thank you for the compliment. It's the truth. As a result, one might think that socializing with Lady Zenania wouldn't be a bad idea if Alan wasn't planning to engage in politics. However, that would be a mistake. People tend to congregate with others like themselves. Politicians attract other politicians, and thugs gather around other thugs. So, if Alan were to forge a connection with Lady Zenania in such a situation? If he were willing to dabble in illegal activities like those dead Palacio troublemakers, it might be a valuable connection. But if not, it would be an irreversible mistake. In the worst-case scenario, he might even end up becoming one of Lady Zenania's pawns. Contrary to external rumors of him belonging to a group with a sword master, Alan was, in reality, just an ordinary noble with nothing to his name. I'd like to talk more. What do you think? I'd love to, but unfortunately, I think I must leave for today. Is that so? Lady Zenania's eyes narrowed briefly, exuding a predatory vibe. A look impossible to decipher. However, just for a moment. Privacy settings.
The young lady's eyes opened slightly as if she were surprised by something, then she nodded as if she understood, a smile appearing on her face. Just as the rumors said. Pardon. It's nothing. I look forward to seeing you again. With those words, she brushed past him. Alan turned around and looked at Lady Zenania with a puzzled expression. A specialty wine from Malentino. Tangerine tea from Penia. Crafted metalwork from Vilanda. A premium horse from Paldian. These were the spoils Alan had gathered, instead of making friends, after he resolved to make a few acquaintances since he was already there. Socializing is a lost cause. Looking at the list of spoils he had obtained instead of acquaintances, Alan let out a helpless chuckle. I knew it, I shouldn't have studied something like noble hobbies. Recalling the wine studies he had undertaken, hoping it might help with socializing, Alan smacked his lips. He then turned around to do what he had originally intended. Just a moment. Another voice called out to Alan. Hello. Turning his head, Alan saw a woman in a splendid red dress, adorned with various accessories. It seemed she had paid a lot of attention to her appearance, down to the most minute details. However, despite her meticulous appearance, her face held no particular expression. Yes, hello. Facing her, Alan greeted her while noticing how out of place she seemed in her outfit. She promptly asked him a question. If you have a moment, could we talk? Alan looked at her with a slightly surprised expression. There had only been one person who had initiated a conversation with him at this ball. Is she from the same side as Zenania? Privacy settings. For a brief moment, he recalled a list of villains from the Kingdom of Asteria and then nodded. Sure. Whatever her intentions might be, she wasn't on the list of villains Alan had in his mind, and, more importantly, she had approached him for a conversation. The two of them stepped out onto the terrace to have a light chat. Soon after. May I ask your name, young lady? Forgive my late introduction. I am Maria, the third daughter of the Duke of Altia. Ah. The Altia family. Yes. Alan involuntarily let out a sigh inwardly. The Altia family was a notorious one from the northern part of Asteria. And like Lady Zenania, it was a family associated with one of the three major villains, the Duke of Altia. Then again, it's unlikely that anyone who approaches me would be normal. I should have asked for her name first. Alan thought, realizing how quickly he had grasped his situation from just attending a single ball. But why don't I remember her? Alan looked at Raria's face. Her elaborate adornment only enhanced her already outstanding beauty. With a face like this, there's no way I wouldn't know her. In Psychedelia, every member of the Altia family was a villain. In other words, if she were a member of the Altia family, Alan, who had played the game multiple times, should at least remember her name, even if he hadn't memorized her face. That's why, after pondering, Alan asked directly. May I be blunt? What is it? Please lend me your strength. Strength. I am about to be assassinated. At those words, Alan realized one truth. In the game, the total number of Altia family members he'd seen was 4, the Duke of Altia, his 2 elder sisters, and 1 younger brother. So, for Raria to be the third daughter. In other words, it meant that Raria was already dead 6 years into the future. My sisters. No, they will try to kill me soon. Privacy settings. Summarizing Raria's story, which started as soon as he realized the truth, it was as follows. She was the daughter of the Duke's only concubine, whom he loved more than his legitimate wife. She had survived up until now because of his favor. However, the Duke of Altia was now gravely ill and could pass away any day. In other words, the moment the Duke died, so would Raria. Then, why are you asking me for help? With your power, it should be possible. For the first time, her face showed signs of anxiety.
I refuse. But even seeing that expression, Alan had no choice but to reject her request. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for free. If you help me, I will offer you half of the Altia families. I'm afraid I must decline. Raria's expression was urgent as she spoke. However, Alan's response remained unchanged. It wasn't that he didn't feel sympathy for Raria. Had he possessed the strength, her request would have been worth considering, even if he didn't agree outright. Unfortunately, Alan didn't have that kind of power. Most of the rumors surrounding Alan were untrue. He didn't have an assassin who killed Leo of the Palacio family, nor did he have the strength of a swordmaster that had taken down Avalon. Therefore, I'll be going now. As Alan turned around, he saw the despair flickering in Maria's silent eyes. However, Alan didn't gain any power from seeing that. He was too busy just trying to take care of himself. Thus, as he was about to walk back toward the ballroom, he clicked his tongue and looked back at Raria. Good things will happen. A blessing spoken to lighten his own somber mood. Raria gave no response. Alan didn't expect one, either, as he turned away. I hope we can meet again. It was merely the faint echo of his modern sensibilities that made his heart ache slightly, so he murmured while looking absent-mindedly at the crescent moon-shaped chandelier to offer some comfort. And then, privacy settings. It would be best to report this part to the Red Moon. On the roof of the ballroom, where the chandelier hung, an observer, stationed to monitor Alan and cut off any information about the Avalon incident if necessary, turned to his side and spoke. There's no need. She's not one of the targets. Even if we do nothing, Layton will handle it. I see. So, she's the only one among Altia's children who isn't a target for Layton. Yes. In any case, we should focus on other matters. As the observer with green eyes shifted his gaze to another location, Deus also turned his eyes in another direction. There, he saw a black-clad figure quietly tailing Alan. Is it a tail? Deus silently began to gather his mana to deal with the figure, but then he hesitated. He recalled Yosha's order not to act rashly without permission. Thus, let's just watch for now. Deus and Rhine decided to quietly observe the black-clad figure following Alan. Chapter 8. Alan's ostensible reason for coming to the Estrovan territory was to build connections. However, the real reason he endured a journey of over a week to get here was because of a labyrinth located to the south of Estrovan. Is this the place where you said you had some business? Yes. It took us 2 weeks to find this place, but there's nothing here. As Evan slowly scanned the empty forest, he spoke. Alan also looked around. Indeed, the only things around were an unpaved road and forest that seemed to have been neglected for a long time. There were no features that stood out. That's why I had to go through so much trouble for 2 weeks. Alan's face remained expressionless, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. After the ball, Alan had spent nearly 20 days in Estrovan, investing his time in finding this labyrinth. I took it too lightly just because it was easy to find in the game. Thinking that, Alan shifted his gaze to a small ravine visible beyond the forest. He began to walk toward the only clue that had allowed him to find the labyrinth. Are you sure this time? Having already wasted 2 trips, Evan grumbled as he followed Alan. Sensing Evan's footsteps behind him, Alan quickly organized his thoughts. The name of the labyrinth is the Whispering Labyrinth. It's a labyrinth accessible around the middle of the game, and the reward for clearing it is the item called Constraint. Once I get that, my business in the labyrinth will be done. Privacy settings. Recalling the characteristics of the labyrinth he had visited hundreds of times in Psychedelia, Alan walked without hesitation. Soon, he arrived at a small ravine beyond the forest. This place looks strange no matter how you look at it. Evan spoke as soon as they reached the ravine. Just as he murmured, the ravine was small, but it had an unmistakable sense of wrongness.
Despite the sun hanging high in the sky, the interior of the ravine was excessively dark, as if it were repelling the sunlight. This triggered a sense of alarm and caution in Evan. "Let's go, young master." But instead, this phenomenon filled Alan with joy. The effect in the ravine was identical to the field effect of the Whispering Labyrinth he was searching for. This meant that the Whispering Labyrinth was indeed here, so he stepped into the dark ravine without hesitation. Evan watched Alan with a shocked expression but had no choice but to follow him inside. Entering the ravine felt like the presence of the sun a moment ago was a lie. The interior was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, various stones, carved with what seemed to be artificial patterns rather than natural formations, could be seen scattered around. Walking past these, Alan soon spotted an entrance submerged in pitch-black darkness. Alan stood staring blankly at the door, which was undoubtedly artificially constructed, covered with various patterns. "How did you know this place existed?" "Because I've been here often." "What?" Realizing he had made a slip of the tongue, Alan quickly corrected himself. "It was a joke." "A joke?" With that face, it didn't sound like a joke at all. "So how did you know about it?" "I have my ways." "For someone with ways, it did take you quite some time to find this place." "I didn't expect it to take this long either." As Alan briefly recalled playing psychedelia, Evan asked another question. "So, who made this unpleasant place?" "It was made by a fellow named Patron." "The Whispering Labyrinth." Privacy settings. Alan recalled that in some online communities, it was also referred to as Patron's Water Rocket Labyrinth. "Patron, you say? Let's go in." Without answering any more of Evan's questions, Alan walked toward the labyrinth entrance, and Evan, looking nervous and cautious, followed him. Soon, no one was left at the entrance of the labyrinth. Screech. Crack. Crackle. Crunch. A hell gargoyle, which would only be defeatable around the mid-story progression of psychedelia, was being slowly crushed to death as if caught in a massive stone press that had fallen from the ceiling. Evan looked on with a pale face. Oh! Watching such a powerful monster, which he could never defeat alone, die in such a futile and gruesome way was enough to leave a mark on his normally stoic disposition, honed by years as a mercenary. However, what made Evan's heart pound even more was the realization that the massive stone currently crushing the hell gargoyle hung above their heads as well. How can the young master be so calm in this situation? Evan looked at Alan. Despite the fact that failing to solve even one puzzle in this labyrinth would lead to a brutal death like the gargoyles, Alan's face remained expressionless. He seemed to be waiting for the door to open, completely unfazed by the situation. Seeing Alan like this only intensified Evan's curiosity about him. Usually, no matter how inscrutable a magician might be, 4 years together would reveal at least a little of their true nature. Moreover, Evan had helped Alan with many things over the past 4 years. Sometimes he saved orphans. Sometimes he took down evil organizations. Other times, he helped a slave girl or paid off an old man's debt. If not, he'd deliver messages with no apparent meaning to acquaintances. He dealt with all sorts of tasks. Yet, despite handling all these tasks, Evan still didn't know Alan. This was because none of the tasks Alan had assigned provided any clues about his true intentions. The closest thing to a common thread was that Alan seemed to take a sustained interest in some of the children he had saved, sending them to orphanages. Apart from that, there was much Evan didn't know about Alan. Privacy settings. For example, how Alan knew about such a place despite never having left the palatial estate. Or how he understood the workings of this eerie labyrinth and could confidently answer its questions. Nevertheless, despite the suspicions he harbored, Evan had developed a peculiar trust in Alan, which was enough for him to follow Alan into this suspicious place, partly due to the fact that all the tasks Alan had undertaken ultimately led to good outcomes. What exactly is he preparing? But even with this trust,
his curiosity wasn't fading. Evan looked at Alan with eyes mixed with admiration and intrigue as Alan inspected his surroundings with an indifferent expression. "I think I'm going to be sick." In truth, Alan was forcibly averting his gaze to avoid watching the gargoyle being crushed horribly. "I knew it was gruesome, but not this much." "Skreek." Alan confirmed the door opening as soon as the gargoyle's execution concluded and let out a sigh. Even though he wasn't capable of proper combat, the reason he confidently entered the Whispering Labyrinth, accessible only around the mid-game, was because he knew about this labyrinth. "Thanks to that, I cleared it easily." This labyrinth consisted of 8 rooms, each requiring him to solve a puzzle before progressing to the next. Knowing all the puzzles in this labyrinth meant he wouldn't need to fight any enemies, and Alan remembered every puzzle precisely. No, from the perspective of a psychedelia player, the puzzles in this labyrinth were unforgettable. This was one of the few labyrinths where one could re-enter repeatedly without collecting the rewards, making it ideal for grinding levels. Naturally, Alan, who had always used this place for mid-game grinding over countless playthroughs, had memorized all the puzzles and reached the end of the labyrinth with ease. Dragging along Evan, who was utterly exhausted despite no combat having taken place, Alan entered a small room at the end of the labyrinth, where he picked up a ring lying on an old table in the center. It was a plain-looking ring, so unremarkable that some might openly express disappointment, sensing no power from it. However, Alan smiled. He was sure the item he held was the constraint he had been looking for. He also didn't mind the ring's lack of a flashy appearance. "Huh. Young master, that ring you were holding just." In the first place, this item didn't function as an artifact, it was more like an elixir that would be absorbed into the user's body the moment it was used. Privacy settings. "Now that we've got what we need, let's go." As the ring disappeared from Alan's hand, Evan, who had been surprised, saw Alan turning around as if he had finished everything he needed to do. Evan, still looking dumbfounded, quickly followed Alan out of the room. And, as soon as they reached the exit, the labyrinth shut down entirely, as if everything had concluded. Alan and Evan, who had escaped safely, found themselves facing something unexpected. Did you foresee this as well? As soon as they exited the labyrinth, they were confronted by human-shaped golems holding weapons, standing in formation. They hadn't been there just moments ago. These golems are the stone piles we saw earlier. Realizing that these golems were the countless stone piles they had passed earlier, Evan, tense, drew his sword. "I'll handle this." "Huh." Evan responded with a puzzled expression to Alan's words. Before he could even ask a question. "The constraint is now in effect." The pronouncement came from Alan's lips. Seated in the carriage heading back to the Altea Duke's estate, Maria let out a deep sigh, her face filled with profound despair as she looked at the estate in the distance. She gave a self-deprecating smile. "As I expected, I was a fool." Maria thought of the man she had met at the ball. Alan, the third son of the Palacio family. But that was only his public identity. According to the rumors circulating among the nobility, he had killed his 2 older brothers, who were major figures in the underworld, and had even wiped out Avalon, which had been almost ruling the eastern region overnight. He was the true mastermind of the Palacio family, hiding his power and waiting for the right time to reveal his claws. No, it's not just rumors. Having met Alan, Maria knew without a doubt that those rumors were true. The emotional restraint he had displayed at the ball could never have come from someone ordinary. It was almost like looking at father. Maria thought of her father. The Duke of Altea, known as the noble one among the aristocracy because he could manipulate both the royalists and the nobility factions within the kingdom at his will, and someone who should never be crossed. Privacy settings. Her father, who never revealed his emotions carelessly and always remained cool-headed in his judgments. The eyes of her father resembled those of Alan, whom she had seen 5 days ago. That's why Maria had clung to Alan,
realizing he was her last lifeline, and she had failed. Honestly, she hadn't been surprised by the outcome. The moment she saw Alan's eyes, Maria had realized that he was not someone who would be swayed by petty sympathy or pity. Yet, she still pleaded for sympathy and pity. Because she had nothing else to offer. What she did have was just a semblance of power maintained by the Duke's mercy and affection. No matter how hard she tried to grasp something more, her efforts were always thwarted by those who could hardly be called her kin, her contemptible relatives. In other words, she was powerless, and thus, unable to seize her last lifeline. Or rather, she was the only one who thought it was a lifeline. There wouldn't be anyone willing to engage in a transaction where the risks were more apparent than the benefits. In truth, it would be a lie to say she didn't know. Even if it was just a semblance of power, she had already been through numerous situations, fighting against her despicable relatives who had everything, trying to secure her position. So, even though she hadn't yet reached adulthood, her mind was already well versed in the world's logic. She understood all too well that every relationship and story carried both gains and losses. Good things will happen. As Maria gazed out of the window at the scenery of the estate, she recalled those seemingly meaningless words Alan had said at the end. About 30 minutes later, when she returned to the mansion. "What did you say?" "Lady Phelan and Lord Kig have passed away." She heard from a maid that two of her siblings, who had tormented her so much, had taken their own lives. Hearing this news, Maria, looking perplexed, went to her room, feeling baffled by their deaths. Her detestable family members were more likely to stab each other in the back than commit suicide. In other words, the fact that those two had committed suicide made no sense from the beginning. Privacy settings. This is absurd. Certain that some scheme was at play, Maria suddenly remembered the words of that man, the third son of the Palacio family. "No. Good things will happen." Recalling the words of the true mastermind who had killed all his siblings and ascended to become the heir of the Count's family, she felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 9. Kalia, the eldest daughter of the Zenanya territory, had just arrived at the estate and reached the study where the Count was. She found herself once again thinking about a man she had recalled numerous times. Alan Palacio, who had recently killed all his brothers in the Count's family and secured the position of heir. Famous, indeed. Kalia recalled the look in the man's eyes as he had gazed at her. Eyes that revealed nothing, as if peering into an abyss beyond the northern lands, indifferent to everything. No matter how many times she thought about it, those eyes sent chills down her arms. Through those eyes, Kalia realized something, that he was the same kind as herself. In truth, if that were all, Kalia would have stopped thinking about him once he had rejected her proposal. Rejecting her proposal essentially meant that they could not be allies, which in turn implied that they were now adversaries. Despite this, Kalia's curiosity persisted, all because of something he had said. "Famous," he said. "The Zenanya family is certainly famous. Even if they didn't involve themselves in politics, the financial and physical power the Zenanya family wielded was strong enough to overturn the current state of the kingdom at least once. However, that renown ultimately belonged to the Count of Zenanya himself, not to the Zenanya family as a whole, and certainly not to Kalia. Yet Alan had spoken of it. Privacy settings. He had referred to her so clearly and distinctly. In a situation where far more nobles had never seen her face, having only attended balls twice, he had called her famous. Not the Count of Zenanya, but her. Of course, Alan had said this without much thought, recalling her fame as a villain when the original storyline began. But to her, those words held great importance. How intriguing. Kalia turned her gaze toward the Count, seated in the study. The Count was simply processing paperwork in silence. His head was bowed as if she wasn't even there, focused solely on his work. Click, click. As Kalia walked over to the Count, his eyes naturally rose to meet hers. The same red eyes as hers stared back at her. Though he said nothing, the Count's appearance was brimming with vitality. Snap! At least until Kalia snapped her fingers once. As soon as the snapping sound echoed, the light vanished from the Count's eyes. The eyes that had been so sharp a moment ago turned vacant like those of an idiot, and his tightly closed mouth drooped open, drool trickling out. The Count was in a state that clearly wasn't normal. Kalia mumbled as she stared at him. How did he know? No one was supposed to know. Kalia's expression was filled with curiosity as she thought of Alan, who had spoken as if he knew the secret she had kept hidden since she turned her father into an imbecile. Or maybe he was just taking a shot in the dark. With such doubts in mind, Kalia left the study where she had been performing her ongoing act for the past 5 years. Kalia, my lady. What's wrong? There's a corpse in your room. At the sudden outburst, Kalia quickly made her way to her room. And there. She saw it. The informant she had placed on Alan 2 weeks ago lay dead, his head twisted around twice, his eyes open wide, unable to find peace even in death. Privacy settings. It seems the seal didn't activate, so it doesn't appear he revealed any secrets. This was the report from one of the knights. The informant didn't leak any secrets, yet they brought his body into my room. Reflecting on this, Kalia let out a sigh. She felt her suspicions turn into a certainty. Looks like he found a big weakness of mine right after we met. She murmured with a smile. Evan grimaced as he looked at the golems glowing bright red in the darkness of the night. Having worked as a mercenary for over 15 years since childhood, his eyes moved busily, trying to locate the golem's weak points, yet he couldn't hide his anxiety. He was confident in his skills, but precisely because of that, he was even more cautious of the unknown entities before him. He had experienced firsthand just how much danger something unknown could pose. Moreover, he had someone to protect at the moment. Facing unknown enemies whose characteristics he didn't even know was the worst-case scenario. To make matters worse, the number of enemies appeared to be easily over 20. As Evan pondered how to handle the situation. I'll handle this. He responded absent-mindedly to the sudden voice, watching as Alan, without him realizing it, stepped forward. His expression was as indifferent as it had been when they entered the labyrinth. Evan found Alan incredibly mysterious and intriguing all over again. He was genuinely puzzled at how his master could maintain such an expression even in this situation. At least from Evan's perspective, the current situation was quite a crisis. In front of them were over 20 human-shaped golems that clearly needed to be dealt with, and it was certain that each one of them possessed considerable combat power. Yet, even in such a situation, Alan had stepped forward, saying he would handle them. To speak honestly about his thoughts, Evan didn't believe that Alan could deal with the golems before them. Of course, Evan knew that Alan was no ordinary person and that he had a talent for magic. He had become a respectable magician, reaching the 2nd rank through self-study without a mentor. Privacy settings. However, impressive as that might be by general standards, it didn't mean that such accomplishments would be enough for this kind of situation. While it was true that he had reached the 2nd rank through his own efforts at a young age, even a mere golem in front of him would be difficult to handle with just that level of power. Thud. As soon as these thoughts crossed his mind, the golems, which had been standing still, as if assessing their targets, suddenly moved and started rushing toward Alan. And then, I enact the constraint. Alan's voice resounded like a declaration. As Alan murmured the incantation, the world seemed to come to a halt. His vision turned black and white, and the movements of the golems charging at him felt as though they were being recorded by a high-speed camera. And then, a fragment inheriting the great will of Neacula, state the 2 constraints you wish to impose. A grand voice that seemed to shake the entire space echoed in his mind. It sounded both like a man and a woman, a child and an old person. As he heard it, a brief cold sweat ran down Alan's face. As expected, it's different from the game. The artifact called Constraint that Alan obtained from the Whispering Labyrinth was just as its name suggested, it imposed limitations on the user in exchange for an equivalent reward. Once activated, numerous options would appear before him. A notification window would prompt him to choose what constraints to impose and what rewards to receive. However, reminding him that this was indeed reality, what appeared before him was not a notification window, but a voice. A voice that, just by listening to it, made his head spin and his heart race, filling him with an unsettling sense of dread as if his heart might explode at any moment. Letting out a deep sigh, Alan forcibly steadied his trembling heart and voiced the constraints he had in mind. 1. State your constraint. The use of magic requires the absolute execution of Babylonian hand signs. What do you wish to gain from this? Power that can slightly twist the laws of the world. Granted. Privacy settings. And one more. State your constraint. The use of magic requires the limited execution of the great Babylonian incantations. What do you wish to gain from this? The same as before. Following Alan's words, the voice fell silent for a moment. The slow-moving foot of a golem lifted into the air and then returned to the ground. Alan wondered if he had made a mistake. I accept. As if dispelling his concerns, the majestic voice from the heavens spoke words of affirmation. To you, who remember the hand signs and mysteries of a forgotten great god, I offer my gratitude for inheriting the will. The voice conveyed this message to Alan. Alan's expression turned puzzled at this. Although his face remained expressionless outwardly, Alan's eyes were full of questions. Inheriting the will? What does that mean? Naturally, Alan had no clue about any of that. The reason he chose the Babylonian hand signs and incantations as his constraints was simple. In the game, these two choices provided the highest possible magic attack power in return. Moreover, he had chosen these constraints so often that he had naturally memorized the Babylonian hand signs and incantations. Of course, he wasn't a genius, so he hadn't memorized all the signs and incantations he'd seen in the game, but he didn't feel burdened by it. Alan knew where the Babylonian hand signs and incantations were written. Therefore, while the voice from the heavens puzzled Alan, it was only for a moment. I will always be watching. You, who inherit the will. As Alan realized that the black and white world was gradually returning to its original state, he recognized that reality had resumed. He raised his hand to test the constraints while observing the golems charging at him from a distance. At the same time, mana began to flow from Alan's body, coursing through his heart and gathering at his raised fingertips. Privacy settings. The mana gathered at his fingertips was faint. Even though he was drawing on all the mana his body possessed, the orb of lightning, which should have been shining brightly according to the description in the book, only emitted a dim glow, like the last light of a dying old man. However, Alan felt neither disappointment nor surprise. He was acutely aware that this was the limitation of Alan, the third son of the Palacio family. Nonetheless. Refraction. The moment he uttered those words, matching his recitation. Rebound. The small orb distorted into chaotic lines. Blue light. With a crackling sound, it began to emit a blue light. The small orb transformed into hundreds, thousands of lines, creating a nonlinear light source that sparked and crackled. A light source that emitted a blue glow so cold it almost hurt to look at. Simultaneously, Alan formed a hand sign. His thumb covered his middle finger. It was a stance resembling the gesture used to flick one's forehead. However, Alan flipped his hand around, forming a posture reminiscent of the Buddha's Dharma wheel gesture. With that, he looked at the golem that had already reached him and declared the final incantation. Linear diffraction. When the blue light momentarily banished the darkness. Snap. He snapped his fingers,
and a flash of light was released. Whoosh! There was no sound. All that could be heard was the faint whooshing noise following the flash, and what could be seen were the golems frozen as if time had stopped after the dazzling light illuminated the ravine. And then, crack crackle! The dozens of golems collapsed without any resistance, crumbling into piles of stones. Evan, who had been rushing to fend off the golems attacking Alan, stood there with his mouth agape, stunned. What in the world? Privacy settings. He muttered, disbelief clear in his voice. Chapter 10. After dealing with the golems. Were you hiding your power all this time? Evan, who had returned to the area where the carriage was and was preparing for camp, couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer and asked. No, not at all. Then, was that really second-rank magic? Yes. Evan wore a look of disbelief at Alan's response. I see. However, having realized that no matter how much he asked, he wouldn't get more answers from Alan, Evan sighed and nodded, signaling he understood. He then continued his preparations for the camp. Watching Evan, Alan kept his outward expression neutral, though he felt somewhat wronged. After all, Alan himself had no idea why the magic he had just performed turned out the way it did. I knew that using constraints would make me stronger to some extent, but the combat in Psychedelia, the game Alan had played, was turn-based, not real-time. In the game, the hand signs and incantations were used to enhance magic damage by consuming turns. Depending on the magic being used, the appropriate hand signs would strengthen the spell itself. By selecting the correct incantations from hundreds of options within a limited time, the attributes of the spell could be enhanced. Privacy settings. For example, in the magic he used this time, known as Chain Lightning in Psychedelia, he used 4 specific incantations: Refraction, Rebound, Blue Light, and Linear Diffraction. By using these 4 incantations and hand signs, he enhanced the spell Chain Lightning. Additionally, he placed a constraint on himself to always use hand signs and incantations when casting magic, thus further strengthening the spell. In other words, Alan had expected the magic to be more than twice as powerful as usual. But it wasn't supposed to be this strong. In Psychedelia, using a hand sign or incantation consumed 1 turn each. So, the spell Alan had used this time would have been prepared over the course of 5 turns in game terms. Even considering that, is it really enough to overkill the golems? As Alan pondered this, he shrugged his shoulders. In truth, regardless of the specifics, the outcome had gone well according to his plans, and having the magic be more powerful than expected was a good thing. In fact, beyond simply being pleased, Alan's mind was now filled with curiosity. I wish I could experiment a bit if I could. The hand signs and incantations Alan used this time were ones commonly employed in Psychedelia when raising the protagonist as a glass cannon mage, intended for easily handling large-scale enemy encounters with powerful lightning magic. This meant that Alan had at least 10 more incantations and hand signs still intact in his memory that he hadn't used today. Moreover, the reason Alan's curiosity was particularly piqued was due to the noticeable changes in the magic each time he uttered an incantation. In the game, the incantations merely increased damage by 10% whenever the correct type of incantation was chosen, but here, it's different. Perhaps an ordinary magician wouldn't have noticed. But Alan, who had personally performed the magic and possessed a unique talent for mana control, had observed the magic's attributes changing each time an incantation was added. It wasn't just the power increasing, the very nature of the mana itself altered with each incantation. Therefore, I should conduct some experiments once my mana recovers. Alan closed his eyes inside the carriage, feeling good, even if his expression remained neutral. And at that moment, a girl appeared at the place where Alan had used magic, where only the piles of stones remained that could no longer become golems. A girl with eyes gleaming in a deep green. Privacy settings. No, the one who might have been called Rhine of Greed in the future, silently passed by the stone heaps that had once been golems and looked at the door Alan had entered earlier. The door was cracked and worn, but the carvings on its frame emphasized that it was man-made, not a natural formation. However, Rhine knew that the carvings on this door's frame weren't meaningless. Born with a great mission and the innate ability to access the ancient library at any time, she could understand what was inscribed on the frame. From the forgotten age of foreign gods, the script of the Alan Empire. Recognizing this, Rhine read the words carved into the frame. From Palon, to the friend left alone. Ha! Rhine involuntarily let out a hollow laugh as she read the inscription. She knew that there was only one person who used the name Palon in ancient texts. The Great Palon. The one who had repelled the invasions of the Black Ones multiple times during the Age of Foreign Gods, and who had defeated the Alakulaka, a being that could make subjects offer their hearts just by looking at it. The noble, revered, great, and glorious emperor. Knowing that Palon, as written in ancient language, referred to this one person, she couldn't help but chuckle. Simultaneously, it was made by a fellow named Palon. Rhine recalled Alan's voice. As she gazed at the outer frame of the wall with a blank, somewhat melancholic expression, the image of the great moon silently watching over the frame surfaced in her mind, and a hypothesis began to cloud her thoughts. Negation and affirmation clashed in her mind, and the scales tipped towards denial. However, what next came to mind was the magic Alan had demonstrated after emerging from the labyrinth. His magic hadn't seemed particularly exceptional. But the incantations he muttered were different. The incantations the Great Moon whispered were things that didn't even exist in the ancient library. Recalling this, the scales that had been tipping now came to rest evenly balanced. Even though I knew that anyone the Red Moon would follow must be no ordinary person. Her thoughts finally reached the identity of the one leading the Blue Moon, and the scale within her mind finally tipped to the truth. Privacy settings. That the Great Moon, Palon's close friend, was someone worthy of both respect and reverence. Realizing this, she felt a chill run down her spine as she looked toward where Alan was. As the distinct light of respect began to shine in her eyes, which had until now moved only by the command of the Red Moon. "You've returned." Rhine turned her gaze slightly at the sense of an approaching presence, and there stood Deus, who had appeared without notice, nodding his head as his eyes gleamed. "Yes. Did you gather any information?" Rhine recalled how, a week ago, Deus had stopped monitoring Alan and instead followed the black-clad figure as it retreated, and asked him. He shook his head. "No. I wasn't able to get any information." "Why not?" Deus began to explain what had happened when he chased after the black-clad figure, responding to Rhine's questioning tone. "And then? Are you saying that the black-clad figure died while you were pursuing them?" "Yes. In empty air, their neck twisted around twice, and they died instantly. I didn't sense anything at all." Rhine fell silent for a moment at Deus's words. "I think we should report this." "I agree." After muttering these words, they exchanged a few more lines before disappearing from the spot. Finally, the only thing that remained there was the lonely moonlight. 2 months had passed since Alan obtained the constraint from the Whispering Labyrinth. Currently, Altia was experiencing a period of great turmoil. There were 3 reasons for this. The first was the sudden death of Kig, the second son of the Duke's family, and Phelan, the second daughter. The second reason was that Duke Altia, who had been suffering from illness and was predicted to have little time left, had finally passed away. The third reason was that Timoleon, the eldest son of the Duke's family, was found dead a day after the Duke's death, alongside his elder sister, Malian. And they had both stabbed each other to death. Due to this chain of events, all the children who could inherit the Duke's title vanished overnight. As a result, Raria became the sole heir to the Duke's family. Privacy settings. Just like Count Palacio had done not long ago. Raria,
who never thought she would ever sit in the Duke's study, now found herself quietly swallowing a breath there in just 2 short months. Rumors about Maria had already begun to spread within the Duke's family. However, amusingly, despite the quiet circulation of these rumors, she hadn't suffered any harm. She had a clear alibi. When the second son and daughter died, she had just returned from a ball. And the eldest son and daughter had killed each other. Moreover, she hadn't had any recent meetings with them, and most importantly, the reason she could avoid all suspicion was that, during her absence at the ball, her organization had been completely destroyed. That's right. By the time she returned from the ball, she had lost all her power due to her damned family. Because of this, Maria was not being questioned in any of the procedural investigations, even though rumors were quietly spreading. The work had been executed so cleanly and perfectly. Good things will happen. Maria recalled those words once again. Those words, uttered so nonchalantly, had led to events that were anything but indifferent. She was already certain that everything that had happened was due to him. If anyone claimed these events were mere coincidences, they'd have to be considered lacking in intelligence due to how contrived everything seemed. What does he want? Maria recalled her conversation with Alan. Although he had outwardly rejected her request, he had handled everything more decisively than anyone else could have, and even a month after all the heirs of the Duke's family were dead, he had made no contact. Not even after she had absorbed her decapitated organizations with minimal losses. Pure goodwill. Maria smiled at the fleeting thought. It was absurd, even for her, to entertain such nonsense. After much contemplation, Maria reached one conclusion. Alan had some sort of plan. Of course, Maria didn't know what that plan was. But she had a vague understanding of one thing. Privacy settings. That plan requires the Altia dukedom. Someone capable of killing the members of the Duke's family without leaving a trace, and so naturally wanted something he didn't have. Maria believed that what he wanted was most likely the renown of the Altia dukedom. And what he could do with that renown. Maria closed her mouth tightly. It was only then that she realized just how absurd a pact she had made with the devil. Realizing this, Maria let out a hollow laugh but clenched her fist tightly. She knew that once a pact was made, there was no turning back. She understood too well what would happen if she broke the pact, having witnessed the fate of her 4 predecessors. Therefore, she didn't even consider betrayal. Instead, she decided to focus on the task at hand. I should at least send a thank you. For the first time, a smile appeared on her usually expressionless face, a smile even she was unaware of. A week later, a bottle of wine and a card arrived at the Count's study for Alan. The wine was from Cernance, an imperial territory, produced only 3 bottles a year, and each bottle was worth thousands of gold. Along with it came a card inscribed with words of respect. Alan, looking at the card that came with it, wore a puzzled expression. And 2 months after that. So, you're saying Maria, the third of the Altia family, has become the Duke of Altia? Yes. Altia Maria. That's correct. Is there a problem, young master? Alan began to realize that something was amiss. Chapter 11. It had been 4 months since hearing the news that Maria had become the Duke of Altia. Now, only 5 years remained until the original story was set to begin. The world, once blanketed in white by winter, was gradually transitioning into spring, a season that brought with it a lethargic drowsiness to all living things. Young master, no, perhaps I should call you Count now. I haven't had the succession ceremony yet. Although Alan hadn't formally held the succession ceremony, he had begun to use the title of Count Palacio for himself, rather than the heir to the Count's family. Even so, you're effectively the Count now, aren't you? It's quite emotional to see you become the Count. Is that so? Alan gave a faint smile, a bitter one at that. It's something I never planned for, actually.
Alan's original intention was not to become a count but to live a leisurely life as a noble, with the title serving only as a means to an end. However, due to the unexpected assassination of Leo, who was supposed to be the count, Alan found himself in this position. My goals have changed, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. For Alan, spending his time in Rodmill dabbling in magic research and baking bread wasn't a bad life. Still, being a count came with its own perks. The title of count allowed him to enjoy the peaceful noble life he originally envisioned in a more detailed and luxurious manner. Of course, with the increase in the quality of life came added responsibilities, but having dealt with minor tasks as the heir of the count's family over the past 6 months, Alan found his work-life balance to be quite satisfactory. Privacy settings. I never thought being part of a rogue noble family would be so helpful. Typically, nobles are busy due to the territories they manage, but politics play a much larger role in their hectic lives. However, in the case of Count Palacio, since the family had not involved itself in politics, they could lead a leisurely life unless something urgent arose. Furthermore, while the assassins who dealt with Avalon had indeed taken care of them cleanly, they left behind all the money they had accumulated. This meant that unless he indulged in excessive luxury, the wealth they had amassed would be enough to last for 5 years. Ah, by the way, have you found any new information? If you're referring to information about the assassins who killed Leo. When Alan nodded, Evan shook his head. It seems even the Information Guild is taking this matter seriously, as they're conducting a meticulous investigation, but nothing has been uncovered yet. I see. At Evan's words, Alan clicked his tongue in slight irritation. He wasn't investigating the assassins to exact revenge on Leo's murderers. The reason he continued the investigation was that the past he knew was gradually diverging from what he remembered. The butterfly effect. I suppose I should call it that. I had anticipated some changes. Alan had already expected that the past would change due to the actions he had taken. After all, he had intervened here and there to prevent the occurrence of troublesome events in the future, as well as to secure the 5 sins. Even a small flap of a butterfly's wings can create a storm, and the things he did were on a scale far greater than the flap of a small butterfly's wings. They were enough to create a hurricane. It's only natural that the past would change, though there are some changes I don't fully understand. Aside from the fact that he officially became a count, Alan recently recalled one significant change in the future. Maria, who had become the Duke of Altea 6 months ago, was originally supposed to be dead. Yet she not only survived but also became the Duke of Altea, and her influence in the underworld was growing rapidly. Alan wondered which of his interventions had caused this change in the future, where she was supposed to die but instead lived and rose to power. After pondering for a moment, he shrugged, realizing it was pointless to think about it any further. Instead, he shifted his focus back to the assassins who had killed Leo. That's enough. Stop the investigation. Is that really okay? There's still some curiosity that hasn't been satisfied, but if the Information Guild can't uncover anything, then there's no point in continuing. There was another reason why Alan decided to stop the investigation he'd been pursuing for nearly a year. In this world, some knowledge is better left unknown. Besides, things seem rather ominous. The Information Guild in this world holds at least a little information on everything, largely because its owner and guild master is the leader of the Knights End Darkness. As far as Alan knew, only a few organizations could escape the Information Guild's network. Knowing this, Alan realized that there was nothing to gain from uncovering their identities. After all, the more you dig, the more assassins would come to silence you. Privacy settings. In the end, Alan decided to abandon his search for information. His goal was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, but he realized there was no need to bring more danger upon himself by acquiring knowledge that would only increase the threat to his life. Besides, if Leo was attacked by a group that the Information Guild couldn't even identify, then they wouldn't likely target me.
Secret organizations usually don't make a move unless their identity is exposed or someone directly interferes with their activities. They were excessively obsessed with maintaining secrecy. Understood. Evan nodded, turning to leave the office. However, as if suddenly remembering something, he returned and handed Alan a letter. It was a letter from Yusha. I brought it with me to give you a report as well. Nodding briefly, Alan unfolded the letter and began to read. The letter contained updates on the orphanage's daily life. Recently, whenever he read Yusha's letters, Alan felt a warm sensation in his heart without even realizing it. It was no wonder, as Yusha's letters, which arrived monthly, were filled with the mundane details of life at the orphanage, alongside the activities of the 5 sins. These letters had a way of warming his heart. Lately, Deus has been performing puppet shows frequently, and Seal Rang is engrossed in games with friends. Additionally, there were stories about Ryan quietly reading books and making things, while Layton had taken a liking to landscaping. These tales naturally brought a fatherly smile to his face. Of course, he hadn't personally raised the 5 sins, nor had he ever met them face to face, but after nearly 5 years of supporting them and watching them grow, he couldn't help but feel this way. I think it's about time to send them out into the world. Alan was considering the idea of releasing the 5 sins from the orphanage. Evangelist. Yes, Count. How old is Yusha? No, how old are the 5 sins now? Let's see. Yusha should be 19 by now. And the others? The ones you personally brought in should be around that age as well. Ryan is 17, and Layton is probably 20 now. But why are you asking about their ages all of a sudden? I'm thinking it's time to send them out. Those kids. Well, I suppose it does seem a bit late for them to still be at the orphanage. Unlike the modern world, in this world, 16 was considered the age at which one became an adult and began participating in society. Understanding Alan's reasoning, Evan nodded in agreement. But didn't you gather them for a reason? Well, I did, but that doesn't mean I plan to keep them forever. Privacy settings. The reason Alan had gathered the 5 sins was to prevent them from awakening as the 5 sins who would destroy many kingdoms in the future. In other words, once they were sufficiently cared for, there was no longer a reason to keep them confined to the orphanage. Besides, if I place them in the right positions, each of them should be able to secure a place for themselves. Alan recalled the talents that each of the 5 sins possessed. He remembered the typical boss battle narration that exaggerated the strength of bosses in games. Yusha excels in faith, Deus in swordsmanship, Ryan in research. While the exact extent of their talents wasn't clearly defined, Alan was confident they would manage well on their own. As he began to write letters to them, he decided to include a small gift for each, as they were about to venture out into the world. Since I was planning to give them these gifts eventually, I might as well do it now. After spending considerable time writing letters to the 5, Alan sealed them and handed them to Evan, who then left to deliver the letters. Watching Evan's departing figure, Alan smiled quietly, thinking, if things go well, maybe I'll reap some benefits too. A few weeks later, in the basement of the orphanage in the eastern region, the 5 who had each received a letter from Alan gathered to read them. The first to speak after reading his letter was Deus. The great moon commands me to head to the Caliban, the land of nights. To the colony in the desert. Ugh, I hate the desert. I'm to go to the labyrinth city Lart Aniak. I'm assigned to the pleasure city, Raxus. As they read their letters, each of them mumbled to themselves Seal Rang, Rhine, and Layton among them. And then, the holy kingdom of Rosario. Muttering as she read her letter, Yusha caught Deus's attention, who spoke with a somewhat puzzled expression. What could be the purpose behind sending us to these places? Didn't it say in your letter, Deus? Well, the letter did say to become a knight in Caliban, but I'm not sure why I should become a knight. Deus muttered, still confused by the innocent comment from Rang. I've told you before, Deus. We don't need to understand, we just need to follow. At Yush's words, Deus nodded. And besides, we'll understand the reason once we get there. The letters clearly state what we need to do first, right? As Yusha spoke, they all looked at their letters again. Indeed, the letters not only instructed them on what professions to pursue but also mentioned that they would continue to receive support, along with the location of a gift from the Great Moon. Privacy settings. So, with Yosha's final words. Just remember, everyone, don't ever mention the blue moon anywhere unless he speaks of it first. The 5 sins who were destined to become the 5 sins now members of the blue moon, departed to follow Alan's instructions. 3 months later. Count, did you know? Deus has been knighted in Caliban. Really? Alan, who was researching the ancient language of Babylonia, first heard the news about Deus from Evan. And another 3 months later. Count. What is it? Deus has established a knight order. A knight order? Yes. Hasn't it only been 2 months since he was knighted? And isn't creating a knight order something only an expert or above can do? That's right. He's brimming with talent. I think so too. The fact that word of his deeds has spread so quickly suggests that things are quite lively in Caliban. There's even talk that he might become the 5th Master Knight within 10 years. Listening to Evan's words, Alan nodded in admiration. And then, 6 months later. Count. What? Deus has become one of the 5 Master Knights in Caliban. Already? Yes. Alan was left in a daze by Evan's words. This all happened within just 1 year of the 5 sins leaving the orphanage. Chapter 12. A year is indeed a long time. It was enough time for Alan to officially undergo the succession ceremony and become the Count of Palatio, and it also allowed him to steadily become accustomed to the duties that a count must manage. However, 1 year is by no means enough time for an ordinary person with no prior knowledge of swordsmanship to become a master knight. Evangelist. Yes. Master knight, that means sword master, right? Yes, that's correct. Sword master. To Alan, who had read countless fantasy novels, the title seemed rather unimpressive. However, unlike other mass-produced fantasy settings where simply wielding an aura blade was enough to be considered a sword master, Alan knew that the sword masters of this world operated on a completely different scale. Information about the sword masters of Psychedelia flashed through Alan's mind. In this world, a sword master wasn't just someone who could wield an aura blade. A sword master was a being who, beyond that, could unlock a unique ability called a derivative and could leap over castle walls with a single bound. In other words, a sword master in this world was more accurately described as a superhuman rather than just a swordsman who wielded an aura-clad blade. So, are you telling me that Deus has become one of those sword masters? Privacy settings. Well, technically, he's just on the verge of becoming one. While it's true that he's been recognized as a master knight, according to information from the guild, he hasn't yet created a derivative. Then he's not really a master knight, is he? That might be due to the northern barbarians. Ah! At Evan's words, Alan immediately understood why Deus was recognized as a master knight. War. Yes. Caliban had been waging war against the northern barbarians for over 10 years, and last year, they had lost one of their 5 master knights in the northern conflict. Remembering this, Alan nodded. They're trying to quell anxiety while also proclaiming that they're still strong. There are probably a few other reasons as well, but that seems to be the main one. So, Deus isn't quite at the level of a master knight yet. No, it's just that he hasn't unlocked his derivative yet. But according to the Information Guild, he's already considered to be at the level of a master knight. They say that even Fiola, the 4th sword and a master knight herself, was defeated by Deus in a duel. Hearing Evan's words,
Alan let out a small laugh and muttered to himself. How old is the youngest Master Knight? As far as I know, the youngest was 32 years old. Reinhardt, the first sword of Caliban, held the record. Or at least, he used to. Was he the youngest? Yes. Isn't he quite famous? Alan nodded at Evan's words. While he wasn't particularly interested in fame, he knew that Reinhardt was an extraordinarily powerful individual. He remembered how Reinhardt always appeared during the third main episode of the game to temporarily assist the protagonist as an ally. Didn't he start wielding a sword at the age of 5 with incredible talent? Recalling the typical narration that would accompany Reinhardt's entrance as a companion, Alan let out a laugh. It had taken Reinhardt over 20 years to reach the level of a Master Knight, despite his unbelievable talent and strength. Becoming a Master Knight in just 1 year, does that even make sense? It's absolutely unbelievable. Even those with talent take 5 years just to awaken mana, 10 years to envelop their swords in it, and decades to create a derivative. Yet Deus cleared the first 2 stages in just 1 year. As Evan spoke, clicking his tongue with a hint of envy, Alan found himself unconsciously rubbing his chin. I knew he had talent, but I never imagined it would be to this extent. Well, it's a good thing. Privacy settings. From Alan's perspective, Deus's success wasn't something to mourn but to celebrate. The more successful Deus became, the more opportunities Alan would have to benefit from it in the future. Opportunities. I should be able to seize them, right? Alan glanced at the letters sitting on a desk in the corner of his office. The letters were from Yusha, who was in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Or maybe I won't. The reason Alan had such a conflicted expression was that over the past year, he had only received letters from Yusha. It seemed that the 5 of them were still communicating with each other. Well, I guess it can't be helped since I've never met them in person. But still, I prepared personal gifts for each of them, so not getting even a word of thanks feels a bit too much, doesn't it? Though Alan's expression remained neutral, there was a hint of frustration as he shook his head slightly. In truth, considering his original goal, Alan should have been grateful that the 5 sins hadn't destroyed any kingdoms. And so, with a slightly bitter expression, Alan thought to himself. As long as they're living well, that's enough for me. In the central district of Caliban's capital, Kerdam, there is a grand mansion located in the southern area, where only the highest-ranking nobles of the country reside. It was here that Deus Mausolien, the leader of the famous Knight Order Eclipse and the youngest person in the country to be granted the title of Master Knight, lived. Whew. In a stately office that wasn't quite to his taste but one he used nonetheless, Deus let out a quiet sigh, gazing leisurely out the window toward the mansion's garden. Brother. He spotted a young girl with the same deep purple eyes as him, waving at him with a bright smile from the garden. Seeing her, Deus couldn't help but smile back. The girl waved for a while before resuming her walk around the garden, and as Deus watched her, he found himself reminiscing about the past year, about the moment he had met the family he thought was dead and received the gift from the Great Moon. A year ago, Deus Mausolien had already joined the Blue Moon and was operating under its guidance. However, unlike Yusha, he wasn't blindly devoted to the Great Moon. Although he was aware that the Great Moon had saved his life, that alone wasn't enough to make him pledge his loyalty. Thus, the reason Deus Mausolien was affiliated with the Great Moon back then was twofold: first, to receive training from Yusha, and second, because the Great Moon had promised him the chance for revenge against the Black Sheep. After all, since losing his family whom he valued as much as his own life, Deus had been consumed by anger and festering hatred, unable to sleep at night. Therefore, when he first received his mission, Deus wasn't particularly pleased with it. While he understood that his previous tasks under the Blue Moon were meant to deal with dark entities, this new mission seemed entirely out of the blue. Privacy settings. But when he arrived in Caliban and reached the small inn in the southern region, where the letter from the Great Moon mentioned a gift, Deus couldn't believe his eyes. His sister, who should have been killed by the black sheep, was there, alive and well, working at the inn. Ahem. Deus cleared his throat awkwardly, even though no one else was around. Thinking back, he still felt embarrassed about how, upon seeing his sister at the inn, he had immediately embraced her and burst into tears. After that emotional reunion, Deus learned about everything that had happened to his sister. Silly. She recounted how she had been dragged into a dark place by the black sheep, waiting for her turn to be killed when a bright light suddenly pulled her back outside. She had nearly been sold to a slaver but was saved by a man named Evan. Then, Count Palacio had provided her with precious medicine and continued to support and protect her until Deus arrived. After hearing all of this, Deus couldn't help but wonder how the Great Moon had known all of these things. He had never mentioned his family to anyone in the Blue Moon, nor did Yusha know anything about what had happened to him, except that he had been attacked by the black sheep. But before long, Deus stopped pondering this mystery. Instead, he recalled Yusha's words, the words she would often say to him. He knows everything. Soon, you'll understand why I follow him. At first, he had dismissed those words, but now they were starting to make sense. Remembering them, Deus offered his gratitude to the Great Moon. For someone like him, who had been consumed by vengeance, the survival of his sister, and the fact that his own name had been secretly protecting her, was the greatest gift and an incomparable blessing. No matter what happens, Deus vowed to repay this kindness. Following the Great Moon's orders, he became a knight in Caliban. Ironically, becoming a knight was easy for him. Aside from his existing abilities, Deus discovered that he had a surprising and exceptional talent for the sword. He knows everything. It was then that Deus realized that Yusha's words weren't just blind fanaticism but the truth. And by the time he became a knight, Deus understood why the Great Moon had sent him here to become a knight. My mission is to create a royal guard. Whether it was because of the battles with the barbarians or not, Caliban allowed anyone who gained the king's recognition to form a knight order. Moreover, if someone became a master knight, they were permitted to exceed the usual limit on the number of members in their knight order. But this knight order wouldn't be made up of street thugs. Instead, it would be composed of talented swordsmen who had come to Caliban to become knights. Commander, it's time. All right. Privacy settings. Deus stood up, acknowledging the knight who had spoken to him with eyes full of respect. He headed toward the training grounds. The knights, dressed in the black iron armor that symbolized eclipse, were preparing to depart on an expedition to fight the barbarians. Standing on the inspection platform, Deus looked over the assembled knights. He knew that not all of them would return with smiles on their faces. However, for Deus, this wasn't a significant issue. The Knight Order, the royal guard that would serve the Great Moon, needed to be stronger, far stronger than they were now. Deus knew all too well that the Great Moon didn't desire a Knight Order that would fall to mere northern barbarians. And so, unlike other knight commanders who would encourage and inspire their troops, Deus drew his sword and quietly uttered the motto of Eclipse. Prove yourself under the moon. With those words, he embarked on the expedition to fight the barbarians, aiming to create the greatest knight order worthy of serving the Great Moon. Chapter 13. There were only 4 years left until the start of the original story. At the same time, it had been just over a year and 1 month since all the members of the 5 sins who had been in the orphanage became independent. What is Seal Rang up to? Alan, who was looking at the letter from Yusha that had arrived today as usual, suddenly grew curious about Seal Rang. Although Yusha's letters always included stories about her and the other members of the 5 sins, there hadn't been a single mention of Seal Rang since about 2 months after her independence. No way, she didn't die in some distant place, did she? After pondering for a moment, Alan shook his head resolutely. According to Yusha's previous letters, Seal Rang had already arrived in the desert nation. If she had followed the letter's instructions correctly,
there was no way she would die in such a manner. The gift Alan had given her would turn her into a formidable Baba Yaga. That, too, as a gladiator in the colony, where the strong could gain everything. It was even written in the item description. It must be correct, right? Alan, who liked to read through every detail of item descriptions thanks to the developer's habit of filling them with various bits of lore, recalled the phrase written in the item Seal Rang would acquire. If the sin of greed had obtained it, they would have fallen and become a sin, but instead, she would become a great warrior. I think that was it. Privacy settings. Of course, the effect Alan received when he used that item was merely a 20% increase in critical hit rate, but the grand background story that came with it was why he had told Seal Rang its location. Furthermore, in case the item description turned out to be something truly insignificant, he also included the location of a hidden treasure. But it had been 9 months since he last heard from her. Maybe I should have just given her the treasure quietly. As Alan considered this, he shook his head briefly. The reason he had sent Seal Rang to the colony in the first place was because of the narration claiming she had the talent of a warrior. Moreover, since Alan couldn't support her for her entire life, becoming independent was a crucial process. No, it's better if she can make a living on her own. Therefore, considering Deus's absurd talent, Seal Rang surely hadn't died, but what on earth happened? While Alan wore a strange expression, pondering Seal Rang's whereabouts, in a desert cave deep within the southern region of the desert nation colony, a girl emerged. The girl, Seal Rang, looked disheveled. Dirt clung to various parts of her body, and her hair had grown so long it almost covered her face. However, unlike her appearance, Seal Rang's face bore a wide smile. It's finally over. Stretching with a sense of liberation, she looked at the gloves on her hands. The golden claws adorned on them were a gift bestowed upon her by the Great Moon. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe. How could the Great Moon know where this was? After finishing the trial and emerging, she tilted her head in curiosity while gazing at the gloves. And rightly so, this essence of the Golden Mane tribe was a legendary artifact that had been passed down through her people, the Golden Mane tribe, for generations. It was truly deserving of the title legendary. Hundreds of years ago, this item had empowered the Golden Mane tribe, allowing them to ascend as the rulers of all beastmen and granting them the power to become kings. Of course, most of what she knew came from tales her mother had told her when she was very young. Having matured somewhat since then, Seal Rang had assumed those old stories were exaggerated to some extent. But now, in this moment, having worn the essence and been pulled into the inner world to undergo all the trials, Seal Rang realized that not a single part of those fantastical old tales was a lie. Privacy settings. SSSS. As she lightly drew out her power, her golden eyes began to glow softly within the dark cave. And that wasn't all. Her hair, and even her tail, began to shimmer as if they were radiating light. Just like the Golden Mane tribe of ancient legends that her mother used to tell her about. Smiling at her newfound power, her thoughts drifted once again to the Great Moon. There were countless questions swirling in her mind. But she soon dismissed them. She knew she wasn't particularly intelligent, and she was well aware that it was beyond her to deduce how the Great Moon knew all these things. Most importantly, she realized one simple, clear truth. The Great Moon was her savior, the one who had rescued her from dying as a result of bio-experiments, and at the same time, the one to whom she owed a debt for granting her the power to exact revenge on the Black Dragon who had killed her parents. As blue electricity crackled around her, she thought of the Great Moon's command, but soon shook her head. Even if she wasn't particularly smart, she knew that becoming a mere gladiator wasn't the true purpose of her benefactor's will. Thus, Seal Rang's gaze naturally shifted to the gloves. The gloves that held the power to empower the Golden Mane tribe. It was only then that Seal Rang finally grasped the Great Moon's intention. To become a famous gladiator,
gather the scattered members of the Golden Mane tribe from across the land, and—" she grinned. "Kill the black dragon with them." Seeing the perfect answer before her, Sealrang smiled. Zap! Blue sparks flew everywhere in response to her emotions, but she paid them no mind. With a deep smile, she began walking out of the dark cave. The moon hung in the sky where she emerged from the cave, bathing the entire desert in a blue glow. And then, "For the sake of that one," muttering the phrase that had become a habitual chant by now. "Let's begin." The Golden Mane tribe, who had been known as the greatest beastmen and the kings of all beastmen 500 years ago, began their revival under the blue moon. Privacy settings. Starting from about a year ago, after returning from the ball, Alan had found a new interest in exploring phrases and had been investing a significant amount of time in it. Unlike in the game, where chanting phrases consumed a turn and each turn increased magical attack power by 10% to 20%, the phrases in this world indeed altered the properties of magic, just as he had predicted. Take, for example, the phrases Alan used several months ago in a place he visited to obtain restrictions, phrases like refraction, repulsion, blue light, and diffraction line. Refraction strengthened the instability of a completed spell, causing its range to expand. Repulsion distorted the form of the spell, allowing the transferred projectile to shift. In the case of blue light, it amplified spells conducted in parallel, like lightning magic. Lastly, the diffraction line granted a spell penetration or critical properties. Of course, Alan's understanding was based only on the data he had accumulated over the past 6 months, so the accuracy of these interpretations was still uncertain, but it was clear that each phrase endowed a different property. Additionally, he had figured out several unique rules regarding phrases. Using the same phrase repeatedly is prohibited, using phrases incompatible with the spell is forbidden, and no more than 5 phrases can be used in a single spell. If any of these 3 rules are broken, the spell either fails to manifest or becomes weakened. There seemed to be a few other rules as well, but he hadn't figured those out yet. Although Alan had plenty of time to explore magic, he could only use magic once per day. If only there were a book about phrases. The phrases Alan used were, according to the lore, the forgotten phrases of Babel, considered to be akin to lost relics in this world. The places where Alan had found phrases were limited to those that had phrases inscribed, but they did not explain the rules or phenomena behind them. In other words, he had to discover everything through direct experimentation, but Alan didn't find this bothersome. Alan's talent was enough to make his exploration of phrases enjoyable and to immerse him in the study of magic. Thus, after finishing his conversation with Evan, he came straight to the training hall and, as usual, began casting a spell. Hu! His hand formed the familiar sign of wisdom, the Jaquan Mudra. Simultaneously, the magic gathered to form the spell he had been experimenting with for about 2 months, a second-tier spell called Chain Lightning. Privacy settings. Following Alan's thoughts, the arranged mana formed a spherical orb, deliberately leaving out a specific point to create imbalance. Zap. The spell completed. With Alan's limited mana, the magic emitted a faint glow. The only improvement from 2 months ago was that the imbalance caused by the lightning spell had become slightly more refined, likely due to his growing familiarity with it. To put it nicely, the spell had become more precise. To put it bluntly, it was still just a useless spell that was only good for its precision. However, by chanting the phrases, even a useless spell could be given a purpose. Fixation. The lightning that had been crackling before him froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. Compression. At his next muttering, the once large sphere shrank into a small bead while remaining frozen in place. Collapse. Crack. With the final phrase, the once small bead lost its form as a sphere. What remained was pure lightning, a fragment of mana appearing before Alan like countless irregular dotted lines gathered together. And then, momentary bloom. As Alan muttered the final phrase, releasing the Jaquan Mudra he had been holding. Zap! A massive tree of thunder materialized before him. Radiating a brilliance more dazzling than the midday sun, the blue tree stood still, flaunting its presence. It was as if lightning had struck and was frozen in place. Alan nodded in satisfaction. The order of the phrases also changes the spell's manifestation. He recalled how, when he had used collapse before fixation in his previous spell, the magic had disappeared without a trace, and he nodded contentedly. Even phrases that don't match the spell can be used if there's a prior phrase that leads into them. Satisfied with the new information he had gained, Alan confirmed that the tree of thunder he had created was gradually fading away. Though it seemed unlikely that he would ever have a use for it. Privacy settings. Muttering this, Alan felt a pang of regret as he turned around, his mana hole now completely drained. His body only allowed him to cast magic once a day. And just as he turned around, Alan saw her. There, in the training hall of Count Palatios' estate, stood a young lady he never wanted to get close to, Lady Kalia, the daughter of the Count of Zenanya. Seemingly shocked by the situation, the usually noble and refined Kalia stood with her mouth agape, an expression of genuine surprise. My goodness. Hearing her shocked voice, Alan turned his gaze away, missing his chance to ask why she was there. Origin. Standing next to her, a middle-aged man, his mouth also wide open in shock, was holding an ornate cane as he stared at Alan with a similarly astonished expression. And then, Alan, confused by the two's reactions, came to a sudden realization. He had heard the man mention Origin, a spell that could only be cast by mages who had reached the 7th rank, and then understood one thing. He had somehow become the subject of a massive misunderstanding. Chapter 14. Lady Zenanya. Or rather, Zenanya Kalia, who had effectively been ruling the Zenanya county by making her father a puppet for several years, had come to Count Palatios' estate for two main reasons. One reason was to gauge the intentions of Alan, now Count Palatio. Despite holding cards that could cause substantial damage to the current Zenanya county, he hadn't used them. The relationship between Zenanya county and Palatio county wasn't necessarily bad, but she knew that the essence of the count was similar to her own, a kindred spirit, so to speak. In other words, she easily understood that Alan wasn't the type to wield such powerful cards out of some trivial sentimentality or misplaced compassion. She had come to ascertain his true intentions. The second reason was to assess the power of the organization that Count Palatio was rumored to control. Of course, Kalia knew that just meeting the Count wouldn't reveal the full extent of the shadowy organization he commanded. However, Kalia had a way to glimpse at the fringes of that power. There was the wizard Biancal. He had once proposed a new theory on forgotten era magic within the magic tower, earning academic acclaim, but he was later expelled from the tower due to his excessively inhumane magical experiments. However, despite his expulsion, his rank was still 5th tier. Privacy settings. He was strong enough to obliterate an entire battalion of soldiers by himself. Kalia had brought him along in exchange for assisting with his experiments, forging an alliance with him. She reasoned that if a wizard like Biancal, who specialized in detection magic and was on the cusp of the 5th tier, was present, he could easily assess the caliber of those protecting Count Palatio. While the nature of one's guards didn't reveal everything, observing the level of those guarding the Count could naturally offer insights into the organization's inner workings. At least, that was why she had brought Biancal along. In the reception room of Count Palatio's estate, Lady Kalia subtly glanced at Biancal, who still hadn't fully closed his mouth and wore an anxious expression. She was inwardly surprised. As far as she knew, he wasn't someone who would normally show such foolish expressions in front of others. Biancal's face was always arrogant, and he never spoke politely to anyone, not even to her, who supported him. Of course, Kalia understood why Biancal was like this. Even though he was a wizard expelled from the magic tower,
The fact that he had reached the pinnacle of the fifth tier lent credibility and justification to his attitude. But now, Biancal's expression was extremely unusual. His face was still marked by shock, just as it had been earlier, and she could even detect flickers of fear, something she had never seen in him before. Why? Kalia felt a mix of curiosity and unease as she looked at Biancal. She had never seen him display such blatant fear. If he's reacting like this, could it really be that the magic we saw earlier was an origin spell? Kalia's thought was fleeting, as she quickly refocused on the present situation and met Alan's gaze. His eyes were the same as before. His gaze, which seemed to find no value in the current situation, moved slowly and indifferently over Biancal and Kalia. Silence. My apologies, Count Palacio. I've been rude. Kalia was the first to break the silence. Although she was still Lady Zenanya on the surface, she respectfully addressed the Count and apologized for entering the training grounds. Even though she tried to excuse her actions, peering into someone else's training ground was clearly an affront, even if not a serious one. After a moment of silence, Alan spoke. No need to blame yourself. Privacy settings. Thank you. Under normal circumstances, I would ask why you visited the county, but before that, let me clarify one thing. Please, go ahead. In response to Kalia's answer, Alan spoke without hesitation. What I used wasn't origin. It seems the wizard you brought along misunderstood. Is that so? Indeed. My magic skills aren't particularly exceptional. If I had to rank them, they would be around the 2nd tier. Naturally, Kalia didn't believe Alan's words. Even though she wasn't well versed in magic, she could easily tell that the magic Alan had displayed was anything but ordinary. She turned her gaze subtly back to Biancal and was even more surprised. His expression was worse than before. However, despite his sour expression, he seemed to have understood the underlying message in Alan's words. It was a warning to keep quiet about what they had witnessed here. It seems I was mistaken. Biancal forced out the words. Kalia was once again startled, hearing him speak in polite language for the first time in 5 years. He usually spoke informally. Yes, you seem quite capable, so you've likely already noticed, but that magic is of no practical use. Now then, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, what brings you to the county? Without hesitation, Alan moved the conversation forward, prompting Kalia to quickly collect herself and respond. It wasn't anything special. I happened to be in the area for some business and thought of you, so I decided to stop by briefly. Is that so? Yes. After pondering for a moment, Alan spoke. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy and won't be able to chat for long. That's fine. I only stopped by briefly. I just wanted to pay my respects. If you're in need of conversation, it might be a good idea to visit the Duke of Altia. The Duke of Altia, you say? Yes, I think the two of you would get along quite well. If you say so. I'll consider visiting the Duke. Privacy settings. Lady Zenanya smiled as she replied to Alan, who spoke with an indifferent expression. However, her mouth was dry. Why would Lady Zenanya, from that notorious family in the West, visit you? Watching as Lady Zenanya's carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, Evan asked the question, and Alan answered. How would I know? Is that so? Evan looked puzzled, but Alan genuinely had nothing more to say this time. He couldn't guess why Kalia had come either. It's annoying that I showed her my magic. Alan thought about the wizard from Zenanya who had mistaken his magic for origin. Let's just hope rumors about me using origin don't start spreading. In this world, rumors carried more power than one might think. If a rumor spread that Alan could use origin, a spell only supreme wizards in this world could cast, it might seem advantageous at first glance, but it would actually be a major headache. In this dark fantasy world,
it wasn't hard to find madmen who couldn't resist picking fights with anyone strong. If he had a solid backer, that might be another story, but without one, if strange rumors spread, it would be more than just an annoyance. Dangerously powerful individuals could start picking fights with him for no reason. In fact, Alan could already think of 8 strong people who would come looking for him if they heard he could use Origin, so he wanted to nip any rumors in the bud quickly. Hopefully, she understood. As he recalled the wizard nodding in agreement before sending Lady Zenanya off to clear up any misunderstandings, Alan continued his thoughts with an uncomfortable expression. Why on earth are they interested in me anyway? For Alan, Kalia was not just uninteresting, she was someone he wanted to avoid as much as possible. If they somehow became close, the likelihood of getting involved in the underworld would increase naturally. He did introduce her to the Duke of Altea, though. He knew there was no way Lady Zenanya would actually seek out the Duke. Even so, the reason he introduced her to the Duke of Altea was more about sending a message. A message that he had no interest in associating with her. Don't come looking for me. Privacy settings. With that thought, Alan ended his musings about Kalia. Meanwhile, inside the carriage. Was the magic Count Palacio used really Origin? Kalia was asking. Unlike his usual immediate responses, Bianca remained silent. Just as Kalia was about to speak again. It wasn't Origin. Bianca finally spoke. It wasn't Origin? Then what was that earlier display? As Kalia questioned him, clearly not understanding, Bianca took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and began to explain. Origin is the endpoint of all wizards, a canvas of sorts. It is a canvas allowed only to those who have established magic as a truth, where they can draw their own unique laws. Magic that possesses its own unique arrangements and manifestation formulas, painted onto an unchanging canvas. This is what we call Origin. However, he swallowed and continued. Count Palacio's magic was different. In what way? It wasn't drawing on a canvas. To be more precise, his magic was akin to tearing the canvas apart. When Kalia looked at him, clearly not comprehending, Bianca explained further. In other words, he was twisting the truth that should remain unchangeable. Although I only saw it for a fleeting moment, since I was using the observation eye at your request, I saw it clearly. Bianca muttered. Fixing lightning that shouldn't stop, twisting the laws to collapse the spell that had been manifested and yet still managing to manifest it flawlessly. It was an unbelievable miracle, and behind it? He stopped speaking abruptly. The image of Count Palacio from earlier flashed in his mind. At the moment when he displayed that incredible magic, his eyes had revealed a talent that could only be attained upon reaching the 6th tier, even if acquired later in life. A talent that Bianca had only barely glimpsed after reaching the peak of the 5th tier due to his own latent talent. Eyes that could perceive the world itself. It was an eye. Privacy settings. A pair of jet black eyes. With 2 crimson rings encircling the pupils, those eyes had appeared when the Count used his magic. As soon as the magic disappeared, so too did those eyes, vanishing as if they had never existed. Recalling this, Bianca could not hide the fear that filled his own eyes. If it was what he thought it was, the Count had accessed the power of a forgotten ancient god when he used that magic. But Bianca cut off his own thoughts, even using magic to force himself to stop thinking. Having delved into ancient knowledge, he was well aware of how dangerous it was to try to infer the truth behind such things through further thought. Thus, let me give you one piece of advice. Never make an enemy of him. Do not oppose Count Palacio. What? That's all the advice I can give. Having said that much, Bianca fell silent. Lady Zenanya also kept her silence. At the same time, Kalia naturally recalled Alan's expressionless face and his calm gaze as he had looked at her. Sigh. Without realizing it, she let out a self-deprecating smile. Because through Bianca's words, She had realized something. There was no point in trying to understand Count Palatio's intentions from the start. At the same time, if you're in need of conversation, it might be a good idea to visit the Duke of Altea. The Duke of Altea? Yes, I think the two of you would get along quite well. She had also realized that she had already become nothing more than a pawn on his chessboard. The carriage remained steeped in silence for a long while. And then, about 5 months later, by now quite accustomed to his role and proficiently handling the duties of the Count, Alan realized something. Ah, Count. Did you hear about this? Privacy settings. Hear about what? I heard that the Zenania County and the Duke of Altea have formed an alliance. What? Alan realized that the Kingdom of Asteria was now facing a crisis. Chapter 15. In the Kingdom of Asteria, there are 3 major clandestine families. One is the Ducal House of Altea in the north. Another is the Count's House of Zenania in the west. And lastly, the Count's House of Palatio in the east. These 3 families, originally, divided the underworld of the Kingdom of Asteria into 3 parts, forming a massive shadow organization. By the time the original story begins, these families have grown powerful enough to subtly manipulate the kingdom from the shadows. The House of Palatio, however, had long since fallen from power after the assassination of Leo, which led to the complete disintegration of their organization. Thus, only the Ducal House of Altea and the Count's House of Zenania remain as shadowy forces within the kingdom. At first glance, the alliance between the two doesn't seem to be a major issue. Is that true? Have you ever seen me lie, Count? That's true. Of course, since the agreement was made in the underworld, there might not be any obvious signs on the surface, but it appears that the alliance is genuine. The reason Alan was so alarmed was that he roughly understood the situation of the shadow forces at the beginning of the original story. When the protagonist arrives in the Kingdom of Asteria, the 3 families possess immense power but are unable to wield it properly due to their constant checks on each other. However, with the House of Palatio now out of the picture, if the House of Zenania and the House of Altea were to join forces, there would be no one left in the kingdom capable of stopping them. Privacy settings. In other words, if things continue as they are, the 2 shadow forces could end up ruling the kingdom as if it were their own playground. As Alan pondered how the situation had reached this point, he suddenly recalled something he had said to Lady Zenania a few months prior. Could it be? He wondered if the alliance, which should never have blossomed within the Kingdom of Asteria, had somehow come about because of something he said. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Even if he didn't fully understand the character of Raria the Duke of Altea, he knew Lady Kalia of the House of Zenania all too well. She was the epitome of a villainess, the type who could not stand being on the same level as others or beneath anyone. She would stop at nothing, including committing the most brutal acts, to climb higher. With that thought, Alan felt a bit more at ease. Knowing Kalia's personality, the alliance was bound to be temporary. Evangelist. Yes. Bring me some stationery later. Stationery. Yes. Still, knowing that nothing in life is 100% certain, Alan decided to take some precautionary measures. Speaking of which, Count, I looked into the rumors about Zielrang you asked about earlier. It seems the rumors have been spreading recently. Really? At Evan's words, Alan turned his head. What kind of rumors? I heard that he's been very active recently in the colony. He's even earned the nickname Golden Flash. The Golden Flash. With a brief sense of familiarity with the name, Alan sighed in relief. Although he had always believed that Zielrang would never die in obscurity, he had been worried, which is why he had included a note in his last letter to Yusha asking about Zielrang. I'm glad he's doing well. Indeed. In that place, if you gain enough fame as a fighter, you can be treated even better than a noble. If you're strong enough, you can even stand on equal footing with the king.
With those brief thoughts, Alan accepted the stationery Evan handed him and spoke. "Oh, and I'm planning to visit the tower in about a week." Privacy settings. The tower. Yes, it might take some time. It'll only be 2 weeks, right? At Evan's puzzled question, Alan shook his head. It'll probably take about a month. A month? As far as I know, the Green Tower is only about a week's journey from the Count's estate. I'm not going to the Green Tower, I'm going to the Blue Tower. If it's the Blue Tower, then it will take a while, but is there a particular reason to go there? The Blue Tower is located between Caliban and the Labyrinth City, isn't it? As Evan said, the Blue Tower was much farther away, taking more than 3 weeks to reach. I have some business at the Blue Tower. Alan gave a brief answer and continued writing his letter, signaling that the conversation was over. Realizing this, Evan clicked his tongue in resignation and said, "Then I'll start preparing in advance." "Please do." With a light bow, Evan left the room. For a while, Alan wrote a letter to Lady Zenanya in silence. Once he finished sealing the letter, he let out a light sigh. It's going to be tough living in a carriage for 3 weeks just to reach the Blue Tower. Although Alan inwardly grumbled about how exhausting it would be, he was determined to go to the Blue Tower because there was something there he needed to obtain. "I have no choice but to do this for the sake of my magic." At the Blue Tower, there was an item that could assist with his half-baked talent, which only allowed him to properly study magic once a day. As Alan thought about this, he suddenly remembered the Labyrinth City next to the Blue Tower. Labyrinth City. Labyrinth City Lart Aniak. In the heart of the city, fitting its name, there lies an endless labyrinth extending underground. It was one of the few places in Psychedelia where players could grind for experience and items without progressing the story. As the name suggests, the deeper one went into the labyrinth, the more experience and treasures they could obtain. However, no one who played Psychedelia ever reached the end of the labyrinth. Although it allowed players to level up without advancing the story, the game required players to return to the surface every 5 floors, which caused a day to pass in-game. Even though the story didn't progress, time still moved forward. If a player focused on exploring the labyrinth and neglected the story, they might one day emerge to find the world in chaos. Privacy settings. To avoid this outcome, players had to advance the story while exploring the labyrinth. Naturally, as players balanced both, they usually reached the 70th floor of the labyrinth before the game ended. Thus, no one ever reached the end of the labyrinth in Psychedelia. There was a rumor that someone using cheats had made it to the 150th floor, but there were more floors beyond that. As Alan recalled a vaguely remembered post from a community whose name he could barely remember, he switched his thoughts to Rhine. "I hope she's doing well." Alan had sent Rhine to Lart Ania, not to make her a labyrinth explorer, but to train her as a magic appraiser. In Lart Ania, countless relics and artifacts were discovered daily in the labyrinth, making appraisers highly sought after. Magic appraisers, who could identify even the most detailed abilities of an item, were highly respected professionals. Moreover, by obtaining a certification as a magic appraiser in Lart Ania, one could live a prosperous life without worrying about money. That's why Alan had sent her there. Like the other 5 deadly sins, Rhine possessed a unique talent, the Library of Eternity, which was well suited for this role. Well, with the gift I gave her, she should find appraising a bit easier. Alan mused with a slightly awkward expression. Come to think of it, the gift I gave Rhine seems a bit small compared to what I gave the others. Unlike the gifts he had given to the other 5 deadly sins, Alan had only given Rhine an item specialized for equipment appraisals, which made him feel a bit embarrassed now. If it turns out to be insufficient, I'll have to provide some additional support later. Accepting that there was nothing he could do about what had already passed, Alan shrugged his shoulders. It was a leisurely day. Labyrinth City Lart Aniak. In the southern district of this independent city,
which had an overwhelmingly large number of explorers and mercenaries compared to other nations, there was an appraisal shop called Maerd. The shop, run by a magic appraiser who concealed their identity, wasn't located in the best area. Even in a labyrinth city where appraisers were highly valued, the central area near the labyrinth was home to numerous appraisal shops. In other words, there wasn't much reason for people to visit Maerd in the southern district. Yet, despite this, a steady stream of customers visited the shop every day. Moreover, the types of customers were unique. Most were A-rank explorers who ventured deep into the labyrinth, and among Maerd's customers were nobles from other countries and even the Lord of Lartania. The appraisals are complete, my lord. Oh, how is this relic? It's a device that continuously generates flames when infused with magic. The Lord of Lartania smiled broadly as he received the relic from the masked woman and glanced down, noticing the black eye emblem engraved at the bottom of the relic. Privacy settings. Oh, could it be that this relic has the ability to be engraved? Yes. How does the engraving affect its power? The efficiency has improved dramatically. Now, even with just a small amount of magic, the flames will last for an hour. That's truly impressive. I'm always indebted to you. Think nothing of it. With that, the masked woman gave a light response to the masked man's words. The Lord, with a delighted expression, vanished from sight as he left the room. Once the Lord had exited, leaving the office in silence, the woman, who was actually Rhine, removed her crescent moon-adorned mask with a sigh. She gazed out the window at the engraving the Lord now held in his hands. That very engraving was the reason why the shop Maerd, despite being located in the southern district, was earning more money than any other appraiser's shop. Rhine could do more than just appraise relics brought by high-ranking individuals, she could also engrave certain relics to further enhance their abilities. However, this was not Rhine's own ability. Her talent lay in using the library to accurately identify the nature of relics and determine which specific relics could be engraved. The ability to engrave was thanks to the gift from the Great Moon. As Rhine turned her gaze slightly and opened the door to the adjacent office, she entered a small room where a golden eye, surrounded by a blue halo, was operating. 248/500. Looking at the display floating above the halo, Rhine recalled the first time she had discovered this gift from the Great Moon. At first, Rhine, like the others, didn't understand why the Great Moon had sent her to the Labyrinth City and made her an appraiser. Although she suspected it was related to dealing with the Black Ones, given her knowledge of their forgotten existence, she still couldn't fully grasp the connection. At the very least, she knew from her library how powerful the Black Ones were, but she couldn't see how becoming an appraiser was related to fighting them. But after discovering the gift from the Great Moon, she had no choice but to change her thinking. The gift was the Eye of the Wanderer, an artifact capable of appraising relics that contained a certain level of magic. However, Rhine, with her library, instantly recognized that this eye was far from ordinary. Even though it initially appeared as nothing more than a simple sphere, Rhine unlocked the seals layered upon it, seals that even her library didn't recognize, and it revealed its true form, unlocking one specific ability. That ability was engraving. Engraving allowed her to inscribe certain relics from the upper echelons, thereby enhancing their abilities. Privacy settings. But ironically, the first thing the Eye of the Wanderer unlocked wasn't an ability per se. Rather than an ability, it was a means to offer sacrifices. With each engraving, the relic's power would increase, but Rhine knew that the golden eye absorbed something unknown in exchange for the engraving, something even she couldn't comprehend. She could sense that the eye was fundamentally changing each time this happened. My task is to awaken this eye. When Rhine realized this, she came to two conclusions. First, only she could awaken this eye. The eye only responded to relics with specific patterns from the upper echelons, and if she brought it a relic that didn't meet these criteria, the accumulated power would diminish. Second, the eye would eventually grant her enough power to stand against the black ones. Thus, Rhine followed the will of the great moon, watching as the eye gradually awakened with each relic it absorbed. Everything is to kill the black wolf. Muttering this to herself, Rhine gently caressed the golden eye floating in the air. And, to follow his will. A faint, inexplicable fanaticism gleamed in Rhine's eyes. About 3 weeks later, as Alan had told Evan, he arrived at the Blue Tower by carriage. Originally, he had planned to meet the Tower Master as scheduled, but unfortunately, the Tower Master was absent, so he had to meet with the Vice Master instead. But then... Come on, hurry up and state your business. I'm busy. Faced with this curt and dismissive attitude, Alan wore a bewildered expression. Chapter 16. The status of a wizard on this continent has a rather peculiar structure. Like in many other fantasy worlds, wizards generally hold a high status, but when a wizard belongs to a tower, their rank eventually reaches a point where they hold a status comparable to that of nobility. This isn't just because of the difference in skill between wizards who are part of the tower and those who aren't, but fundamentally because of the tower itself. There are only 6 towers in this world, and they monopolize the production of various essential goods for the United Kingdom, including high-ranking nobles. In other words, the combination of a wizard's combat prowess and the exclusive production of necessary goods elevates the tower's power to the level of noble authority. Moreover, the authority of the Vice Tower Master, who can be considered the deputy master of such a tower, is said to pierce the heavens. Despite knowing all of this, isn't this treatment a bit much? Alan looked at the Vice Tower Master with a bemused expression, though his face remained impassive. She, draped in a blue cloak symbolic of the Blue Tower and with long blue hair cascading down to her waist, leaned her head on one hand, as if bothered by everything in the world, while holding a pen in the other. Her name was Peenia Cries In. In Psychedelia, she appears once or twice in the main story as a wizard who, at the young age of 22, had reached the 7th rank, a ridiculous talent. Privacy settings. She was also a powerful wizard with an origin. However, at this point before the original story begins, she has not yet become the Tower Master and seems to be at the 6th rank rather than the 7th. As I mentioned before we met, I've come to talk about the Shimon. What about it? Alan continued, watching Peenia wrestle with a stack of papers without even looking at him. I can get rid of the Shimon. At Alan's words, Peenia's gaze suddenly shifted, her eyes hysterically staring at his face. There was a hint of curiosity in her expression. But soon after, she made a blatantly disappointed face and clicked her tongue. Well, if you're done, you can leave. I haven't heard your answer. What answer? I said I could get rid of the Shimon. Ha! At Alan's words, Peenia looked at him with a ridiculous smile. Excuse me. Who are you again? Count Palacio, Alan. So our Count Palacio says he can get rid of the Shimon. Yes. Oh, I see our Count Palacio can get rid of the Shimon, huh? Why are you acting like this? Alan asked in response to her blatant sarcasm. Do you think you're the first person to say that? Do you think you're the only one who has come here seeking the treasure you can get by eliminating the Shimon? Seeing Peenia shake her head as if she were completely fed up, Alan spoke up. I'm not lying. If you guide me to the Shimon, I'll show you right away. How many people do you think have said that in front of me? I can definitely get rid of it. Alan's words made Peenia suddenly drop the pen she had been holding and frown openly, releasing her magic power abruptly. Snap! This wasn't the implementation of a spell. It was merely a surge of magical energy. Privacy settings. The waveform, which was blatantly scattered based on her emotional state, instantly began to cause abnormalities within the office. The entire room trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and scrolls and parchments on the shelves fell to the ground in an instant. In the midst of all that. Excuse me. It's starting to come to light that you only became an count because a bunch of trash conveniently died, and now you're desperate for a move to turn things around, but you shouldn't be causing trouble here, right? As Peenia lowered her voice, filled with hysteria, Alan realized two things anew. The first was that, despite seeming to be consumed by work, she was surprisingly well informed about the outside world. In fact, just as she said, since becoming a count, he had lived quietly without interfering with the underworld, and rumors about him had started to spread. The other realization was that the anger that had surged within him, unable to tolerate the way she treated him earlier, had strangely subsided, as if it had been cured. She's terrifying, Alan thought, realizing that despite not having reached the 7th rank, Peenia was clearly a superhuman who had transcended the realm of ordinary humans, as evidenced by the strange phenomena she created with just a scattering of magical energy. I shouldn't push my luck, or I'll end up snapped in half. Even though he was a 2nd-rank wizard, Alan fully understood that if Peenia chose to use her magic, his life would be in danger, so he spoke. If you don't trust me, I'll stake my entire fortune. What? Despite feeling fear, Alan's expression remained as impassive as ever. I mean it. If I can't get rid of the Shimon, I'll donate my entire fortune to the Blue Tower. No, since this is a private deal, I'll hand it all over to you personally. What nonsense. Of course, you don't have to stake anything. I'll be the only one to do so, and I'm willing to swear an oath if necessary. Peenia frowned at Alan's words, but he continued with the same impassive expression. This seems like a fairly good deal for you, considering you'd only be wasting a little time. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Peenia responded. Write up a contract. Peenia cries in. Privacy settings. A prodigy who reached the 6th rank at the mere age of 21, and the current Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower, following her master, the Tower Master. She led Alan down to the underground, stopping in front of the door where the Shimon was kept. It's here. Once you open this door, the Shimon will be inside. Without hesitation, Alan moved his body to grab the door handle at her words. Remember, since we've already written up a contract, I won't go easy on you. If you fail, the entire fortune of the Palacio family will be mine. Got it? Despite Peenia's warning, Alan calmly turned his head to look at her. His emotionless eyes, revealing nothing, glanced at her as he spoke. There's no chance of that happening. Creak. With those words, he opened the door without hesitation and stepped inside, and as Peenia watched his retreating figure, she recalled the rumors about him. Once, he was known as the hidden figure behind the Palacio family, who killed all the other heirs to become the count. But over the past 3 years, his reputation had changed significantly. Now, people thought it was all just a coincidence, that he was simply a lucky fool who became a count because the other heirs died. Of course, some still believed he had reasons for not being active, but after meeting him in person, Peenia thought the rumors leaned more toward the latter. Judging by his demeanor, he might look first-rate, but it's already over the moment he decided to close the Shimon looking like that. Peenia was also aware that Alan's atmosphere was unusual. His inorganic eyes. A face so thoroughly devoid of emotion that it was hard to believe he was an ordinary human. For a moment, even she was silenced by his presence, but it was only an atmosphere. Having assessed his talent, Peenia couldn't help but laugh. He has talent, but it's only slightly better than most. His monocore is excessively small, and even at best, his rank is just at the edge of the 2nd rank. He doesn't even possess the eyes, which are essential for reaching the 6th rank. The Count of Palacio astonishingly lacked any significant talent. He didn't have the eyes, a necessary trait for becoming a high-ranking wizard, nor did he have a vast amount of mana. His magical rank was only at the 2nd rank, and while his sensory perception was decent, that was all. Sensing ability, among the many talents a wizard must possess, doesn't rank particularly high. Privacy settings. In the end, the very fact that he came here confidently claiming he could eliminate the Shimon with such a mediocre talent only confirmed to Peenia that the rumors about him leaned more towards the latter. She made a pitiful expression as she watched him, then turned her gaze to the rift in the center of the room, glowing with a purple light. The rift, which wizards refer to as the Shimon, time gate, is literally connected to some unknown subspace, making it an extremely troublesome phenomenon. Shimon, which appears primarily in places where magic is heavily used, causes considerable damage to its surroundings. For example, beings from another dimension might cross over through the rift, or it might suddenly absorb all the surrounding magical energy, creating a mana vacuum in the entire area. I heard they tried various methods to erase the Shimon in the early days because of this. As far as Peenia knew, no wizard had ever succeeded in erasing a Shimon. If research on Shimon had continued for a long time, there might have been a chance to find a way to eliminate it eventually. But for now, that method did not exist. In the first place, even if a Shimon appeared suddenly, it would naturally disappear after about 1 to 3 months, leaving behind a relic. Although the principle behind this was still not understood, wizards did not bother to spend time and resources researching methods that showed no promise. However, in the case of the Blue Tower, the Shimon that was expected to disappear in a few months had already been causing trouble in the tower's basement for over 2 years, without any sign of disappearing. Peenia, lost in these thoughts, watched Alan, who had approached the Shimon without taking any action. Despite the passage of time, Alan remained motionless. Just as Peenia clicked her tongue and was about to speak. Tap. Alan formed a hand seal. Peenia was slightly intrigued as she watched him suddenly raise his hand to form the wisdom fist seal. Instead of using a staff as a medium, he used his own hand, employing a method that was considered primitive even in ancient magical texts, methods rarely studied, even in academic circles. Just come out. However, Peenia was only mildly curious. She had no intention of giving Alan any more time. She never imagined that someone using such an outdated method from a strange book could close the Shimon. But privacy settings. The moment he softly muttered something. Ah, just come you. Peenia's irritated words stopped abruptly. No, not just her words. Everything stopped. Her half-open mouth. Her furrowed, irritated eyes. Her body. Even her breathing. Everything stopped. And then she saw it. The thing that emerged before the count. Screech. In front of Peenia's focused gaze, something that was once purely black made an unpleasant sound as it opened its eyes. Upon realizing it, she saw that it was an eyeball. An eyeball with 2 red rings. It simply stared at her. If it had ended there, it would have been fine. But Peenia's eyes, the talent she needed to advance beyond the 6th rank, instinctively discerned the essence of what was before her. She didn't know what it was. But she understood. This allowed Peenia to grasp one piece of information. That thing was a concept so simple it could be encapsulated in a single word. It was GHH. The moment she began to realize it, Peenia forcefully halted her thoughts. Her magic, which had stopped even her breathing, moved instinctively to cut off her thoughts. Because she knew. That thing in front of the count was something she must never comprehend. Understanding it would be akin to drinking from a poisoned chalice that would inevitably lead to destruction. So, at the very moment she stopped thinking, barely remembering to breathe. Privacy settings. Het. The eyeball, which had been staring at her until now, smiled. Then, with a black hand that had formed at some point, it gently raised its index and middle fingers to her lips. An absolute command of silence. Understanding that this was Alan's demand, Peenia, filled with sudden fear, blinked her eyes, and as the eyeball disappeared, the magic ended.
The place where the purple rift had disappeared was now calm, and Alan let out a small sigh. It's done. For Alan, who had closed the shimmin countless times in the game and knew how to do it, closing the shimmin wasn't particularly difficult. After all, shimmin wasn't closed with magic, but with a special. I swear I won't tell anyone. Well, I appreciate that, but there's no need to. I mean it, I swear, I won't tell a soul. I'm actually very tight-lipped. Despite suddenly breathing heavily and even tearing up as she nodded fervently, speaking in formal language, Alan. Why is she suddenly acting like this? Could only tilt his head in confusion. Chapter 17. Alan had already achieved all of his objectives at the Blue Tower. His goal was to obtain the artifact hidden in the underground chamber of the tower, and now that he had it, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. He decided to leave the Blue Tower immediately, partly because there was no reason to linger, but also because Peenia, who was already annoyed, might cause trouble if he stayed. Although he knew she wasn't an entirely irrational person, there was always a chance that something unexpected could happen. He thought this way just after he dealt with the artifact and let out a secret sigh of relief. But then, what is this? It's a potion I made. Alan glanced at her, forcing a smile despite his sharp gaze, and then picked up the potion bottle from the table. The liquid inside was a deep blue, and it emitted a white glow when shaken slightly. This is a magic recovery potion. And a highly valuable one at that. In this world, magic potions don't work immediately like in other games, instead, their effects appear gradually. Therefore, it would be more accurate to call them magic recovery enhancement potions rather than just magic recovery potions. However, among all the potions, the 5 bottles Peenia placed before Alan were the only ones here that truly lived up to the name magic recovery potion. The highest grade potion he held could restore some magic power almost instantly, just by drinking it. These potions, which were called magic recovery potions but were actually magic recovery enhancement potions, were incredibly expensive. Alan had once tried to buy a magic potion when he felt inconvenienced by only being able to use magic once a day, but the price had almost made him faint. Privacy settings. I think the cost of these 2 bottles alone could buy a small villa. As he stared at the potion for a while, he turned his gaze to Peenia. Her awkward smile revealed a hint of nervousness, and as soon as he looked at her, she spoke. Do you like it? I understand it's a high-grade potion, but why are you showing this to me? I'm giving it to you. You're giving me this potion? Yes. A question mark appeared in Alan's mind. He could somewhat understand why her attitude had changed immediately after he closed the artifact. She might have felt a bit of gratitude or awe since the method to close the artifact was unknown until now. But to Alan, Peenia's current behavior didn't seem to stem from gratitude or awe at all. Does she misunderstand me like that wizard who came with Lady Zenanya last time? With this thought in mind, Alan spoke. Just to clarify, I'm a second-rank wizard. Yes, I know. Of course, you're a second-rank wizard. When he opened his mouth, suspecting that she might be mistaken, Peenia nodded eagerly as if she had been waiting for him to say that, leaving him even more confused. Seeing her nod so earnestly, Alan couldn't help but wonder if she was just trying to flatter him. However, Peenia's expression did not seem playful at all. In other words, it was clear that Peenia wasn't mistaken about anything, which only made Alan more confused. I swear I'll keep what I saw earlier a secret. Absolutely, without a doubt, Peenia continued. Alan replied, there's no need to make such a promise. No, please. Make me promise. I want to promise. If necessary, I can even swear on my magic. I'll do it right here and now. Wait, hold. Before Alan could finish speaking, Peenia quickly began gathering her magic power. The sudden surge of intense magic filled the office, making Alan's heart skip a beat, and before he could say anything, Peenia had already sworn a magical oath. Is she really going this far just to keep the method for closing the artifact a secret? Sure, the artifact is a mystery to them at this point, but... On the outside, Alan remained expressionless, but internally, he was utterly bewildered. He realized that Peenia was clearly misunderstanding something. You see? I'm good at keeping promises. I'll keep this secret, absolutely. Privacy settings. All right. Seeing Peenia speak so desperately after making her oath, Alan could only nod calmly in response. There was no sign that her misunderstanding would clear up anytime soon. Thus, Alan left the Blue Tower with 5 bottles of magic recovery potion and the artifact he had sought. Riding in the carriage back to the Count's estate from the Blue Tower, Alan naturally glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet, which he had received permission from Peenia to take after closing the artifact, was the very item he had aimed to acquire on his trip to the Blue Tower. The bracelet of the impure. The design of the bracelet wasn't particularly refined. To compare it, it looked like a cheap bracelet that could be bought for less than 10,000 won at a local market. The only unique feature was the black gemstones embedded in it, which seemed to absorb all light. Other than that, it didn't have any remarkable appearance. But despite its plain and unimpressive look, the bracelet had the ability to compensate for Alan's small mana pool. Alan subtly rotated his wrist to examine the black gemstones. Although they were not visible at first glance, a faint blue energy could be seen rippling through the stones if one looked closely. It's working well. The bracelet's ability was to absorb and store ambient magic, allowing the user to utilize it when needed. While the amount of magic the bracelet could store was limited, and not particularly large, it amusingly held more magic than Alan's own mana pool. For a brief moment, Alan experienced a strange sense of realization as he compared his own body's capacity to store magic with that of an item designed merely to assist wizards, like something out of psychedelia. But that feeling soon passed. Sigh. He took a deep breath, calming his thoughts. This is sufficient. I'm not going into battle, after all. After all, the reason he sought out the insignia of the impure was to enhance his magical studies more efficiently and to protect himself in case of unforeseen danger. In this sense, the amount of magic provided by the insignia of the impure was more than enough. It wasn't an overwhelming surplus, but neither was it insufficient. Of course, having more is always better than having less. There seemed to be a technique among the artifacts to forcibly regulate power and reduce mana consumption, so I should study that, Alan thought as he lightened his mood and concluded his musings. He then looked out of the carriage. As he gazed outside, he suddenly recalled Peenia, who had bowed respectfully to him just before he got into the carriage. What on earth is going on? Privacy settings. Thinking about Peenia's odd behavior that started right after he closed the artifact, Alan shrugged his shoulders. After all, he had no further business with her. He briefly watched the forest outside, bathed in the soft sunlight, swaying gently in a subtle green hue. It was a warm spring day. While Alan was on his way back to the Palatial Count's estate, 2 women were sitting across from each other in the office of the Duke of Altia's residence. One was Raria, the head of the Duke's household, who had completely absorbed the power of the Altia family and taken on the authority of the former Duke. The other was Kalia, the lady of the Zenanya Count's family, or more precisely, the de facto ruler of the Zenanya household. It's been a while, Kalia greeted. Indeed, Raria responded. The two exchanged casual greetings. Under normal circumstances, this would have been unthinkable. Raria had already inherited the noble title and was a duchess, while Kalia was still a countess and had not even officially taken over her family's title. However, despite this, Raria did not seem at all displeased by the lack of formal respect. The reason was that Raria knew Kalia held full control over the Zenanya household. Moreover, in the underworld,
the name of the Zenanya Count was slightly more prominent than that of the Altea Duke. But above all, Ruria allowed Kalia to speak informally because they both served the same person, the Palacio Count. In other words, they had no need to engage in a power struggle. Whether they liked it or not, they were both bound to forge an alliance under the orders of the Palacio Count, even if they didn't fully understand why. While they only realized that the phrase "meet the Altea Duke" meant forming an alliance after their conversation revealed they were both under the Palacio Count, they understood that determining the hierarchy beneath an absolute number one was meaningless. "So, why did you come today? The meeting is next month, isn't it?" Ruria asked. Kalia cautiously took out a letter from her pocket and placed it on the desk. "He sent a letter, so I came." "This?" "Yes," Kalia nodded. Ruria picked up the letter and began reading its contents silently. The letter was far from a secretive document, it was an exceedingly ordinary letter. It contained a brief greeting, followed by discussions on noble families, with a few examples mentioned. It concluded with the remark, "There aren't many nobles who get along well with me." This was indeed a letter Alan had sent about a month ago, filled with somewhat reasonable explanations after feeling guilty for treating Kalia dismissively. The gist of Alan's message was, "I'm not just being difficult with you, I'm a bit curt with other nobles too. You weren't the only one." For an ordinary noble who received such treatment and then received this letter, they might have deduced Alan's true intentions as intended. However, Alan had overlooked three critical points. Privacy settings. First, the individuals reading this letter were influential figures in the underworld. Second, they viewed the Palacio Count as an undefeatable force. Third, because of the second point, they naturally assumed that this ordinary letter must contain some hidden command. And, true to her sharp mind, Kalia began to piece together an impossible puzzle, as expected of a major player in the underworld. Kenya Baron is part of the aristocratic faction, and Marantino Marquis is one of the key figures in the royalist faction. Viscount Vilanda is with the royalists, and likewise, Duke Paldian is a prominent member of the aristocratic faction. As they began to classify the noble families that Alan had mentioned meeting and speaking with at the ball, it didn't take long before they started piecing together the puzzle. In summary, it seems he doesn't favor either the aristocratic or the royalist factions. For a brief moment, they both thought of the idea, does he want to kill them all? But they shook their heads in unison, as if they had agreed beforehand. It was too irrational. Naturally, the alternative that came to mind was, does he want to push out the existing nobles and create a new regime? After saying this, the two fell silent. Normally, this would be an impossible scenario. Changing an already established system isn't something that can be achieved by just a handful of nobles gathering together. But for these two, who breathed politics like air and constantly weighed the scales of power, the story was entirely different. It would require various preparations and time, but ultimately, the answer they arrived at was, it's possible. Aha, Ruria let out a low exclamation. To be honest, until now, she hadn't been able to guess what Alan was aiming for, nor did she understand why he had made her a duchess. But if this was truly his goal, then everything made sense. If he was indeed planning what she thought, then the notoriety of the Altea Duke was absolutely necessary. Moreover, if they allied with the Zenanya Count, the dominant force in the West, the scales of success would undoubtedly tip in their favor. It seems that must be the case, Ruria said, shuddering as she realized the true intent behind the Count's actions. And so, late in the afternoon, as the sun set and the twilight descended, they began to draft their plans in a room where not even a magical lamp was lit. A strange puzzle had been pieced together and was now beginning to move on its own. At that very moment, Alan. In a forest where the early sunset brought a drop in temperature, he was eating a sweet potato. Tasty. Completely unaware of anything, his small remark as he took a bite of the sweet potato faded into the forest. Privacy Settings. Chapter 18. It has been a month since Alan returned from the Blue Tower. Who dash. Having acquired the insignia of the impure, Alan could now use magic 3 times a day, and by carefully managing his mana, he could even use it up to 4 times. Today, he realized one of the new rules about phrases. Even if the same phrase doesn't overlap, using a similar phrase can produce an effect similar to overlapping. However, he hadn't yet fully figured out that to overlap phrases, certain specific phrases had to precede each spell. It seems to have something to do with arrangement. Alan pondered briefly. Your magic is getting stronger the more I look at it, my lord. But before Alan could fully address his thoughts, he was interrupted by Evan's voice, snapping him out of his reverie. Is that so? It's not just is that so, look over there. Following Evan's words, Alan turned his gaze, and there, in the middle of the training ground, was a deep, wide depression in the ground. A second-tier spell shouldn't be this powerful, right? Well, you've always used spells that don't seem like second-tier spells, but there's a noticeable difference between now and a few months ago. Alan glanced at the sunken ground. Privacy settings. Indeed, for some reason, I've felt that my magic has been growing stronger. The spell Alan had been experimenting with was gravity, a second-tier gravity-based spell. However, even gravity magic at the second-tier level shouldn't be powerful enough to crush a person or carve out the ground like that, even if the power is focused. In other words, it was impossible for gravity to create such a depression in the ground. It's not just an increase in proficiency. Of course, Alan had been diligently refining his magical abilities, and his mastery had been improving rapidly, but proficiency only improved accuracy and the ability to perform the spell, not the raw power of it. The increase in power from the phrases, well, that does exist, but it's not that either. For the past 4 months, Alan had been consistently using similar phrases in his spells, and for the last 2 weeks, he'd been using almost identical phrases in rotation. Alan had a reference to compare with, and when he did, he could tell his magic had been steadily growing stronger. It was subtle, but like a graph showing a gradual upward trend, his magic was improving little by little. It can't just be that I've become more familiar with the phrases and that's made them stronger, right? One of the conclusions Alan had reached after years of studying phrases was that they were closer to incantations than spells themselves. The more a phrase was recited, the more it served as a trigger to alter or add a special characteristic to a spell, not something that made the spell stronger through mastery. So, his increasing proficiency in the phrases couldn't explain the growing power of his magic. This led him to consider various possibilities. In this world, there are only 2 reasons why someone's power would suddenly increase, either through divine favor or by gaining compensation from a curse. I'll rule out the former. Even though he was a count, Alan was just a noble from a small kingdom, and at this point in time, he was even being subtly disregarded by the underworld, so receiving divine favor didn't seem plausible. So that leaves, gaining compensation from a curse by suffering some kind of loss. At this thought, Alan's expression grew uneasy, but he quickly shook his head. In this world, gaining compensation from a curse meant either receiving a curse from someone who sacrifices themselves or placing a curse on oneself. Even the curse was a ritual used only in the East, and at that time, no one Alan was connected to had any ties to the East. In short, neither the former nor the latter applied to him. Alan repeatedly reminded himself of that. Thus, the conclusion he arrived at was, I guess I'm just in good condition today. Is that it? Privacy settings. That's it? There's no reason for my magic to get stronger. It was denial. I heard a letter from Yusha arrived today. I should go and read it? With that, he decided to stop his magical research and headed to his office to read Yusha's letter. The Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Unlike the Holy Empire of Bartiacan, which lies beyond the empire and worships the sun as its primary deity,
Rosario venerates Saronia, the goddess symbolizing the moon and peace. In front of the convent located to the east of its capital, the city known as the White City due to all its buildings being pure white, stood a holy knight. His name was Roque, and he was clad in platinum armor symbolizing purity, matching the city's namesake. Cautiously, he opened the door and stepped inside. Not long after, he saw a nun with white hair standing before the statue of Saronia outside the convent. Dressed in a neatly arranged habit with a gentle smile on her lips, she didn't seem to be of a particularly high rank. In Rosario, those of higher ranks always wore the sash of divine grace over their shoulders, but this nun did not. In other words, the nun standing in front of Roque was clearly of a lower rank than the holy knight. "Greetings, sister." However, upon seeing the nun, Roque immediately bowed and spoke. "Hello, Sir Roque. Have you been well?" The nun smiled as she accepted the knight's greeting. It was an unusual situation. Yet, neither Roque nor the nun expressed any doubt about the situation. Instead, it seemed entirely natural to them. "Yes, thanks to you, sister, I was able to save 8 children and 25 lives in a small village to the east." "That's wonderful." "It's all thanks to you, sister." "Not at all, it was you who saved them, Sir Roque." Her voice was soft, but Roque, maintaining a resolute expression as if determined to keep his conviction, spoke again. "Yes, I was the one who saved them, but it was you who showed me the way and gave me the strength when I had nothing." In truth, Roque had not always been a holy knight. Despite being a devout follower of Saronia and aspiring to become a holy knight, he couldn't wield the divine power that every holy knight was required to master. Privacy settings. In fact, he couldn't even sense it. As a result, while all of his peers mastered divine power and became holy knights, Roque remained a trainee for many years. That number stretched beyond 8 years, and just when he was about to give up on becoming a holy knight due to his inability to harness divine power, he met her. She, who always wore a serene smile, with eyes that seemed to burn like flames, was the first to say these words to the despairing Roque. "Believe in the moon." At first, Roque didn't understand what she meant. He couldn't see the difference between believing in Saronia, the goddess of the moon, and simply believing in the moon. But at that time, Roque was desperate, and he held onto those words as though grasping at straws. He believed in the moon because, at that moment, he was beyond desperate. And after several days of continuous prayer, Roque, who had never once been able to harness divine power in the past 20 years, was able to use it for the first time that day, finally becoming a holy knight. Although Roque was overjoyed at suddenly being able to wield the divine power he thought he could never attain, his joy was short-lived as he began to doubt the nun. At least, for someone like Roque, who was born and raised in Rosario and had devoted his life to Saronia, gaining the ability to use divine power was truly something to be happy about. But on the other hand, he began to wonder if he had strayed into the path of heresy. After all, the reason he had gained divine power was not because he had worshipped Saronia, but because he had placed his faith in the moon. However, amusingly, as time passed, Roque's doubts gradually faded. The reason was simple: the divine power he had gained by believing in the moon was no different from the divine power that came from worshipping Saronia. All the powers granted through faith in a deity worked exactly the same, without a single discrepancy. The sacred tools permitted under the name of the goddess also gleamed brilliantly in Roque's hands, further proving that his divine power was genuine. Even so, the lingering doubts in his heart persisted, and eventually, Roque asked the nun why she had told him to believe in the moon. Her answer, however, had nothing to do with heresy, religion, or complex theology. Faith comes from invisible belief, but that takes too long. It's much easier for most people to find belief in something that they can see. That's why I suggested it. The goddess in the heavens may not always be visible, but the moon is always by our side, and after all, the goddess Saronia is the moon.
It was simply a story about faith. Privacy settings. It was a way for people, who always carried doubts in their hearts, to believe more firmly in the divine. With that answer, Roque erased the doubt from his heart. And he thanked the nun. He sincerely felt gratitude toward her, for helping someone like him, who was full of doubts, to believe in the divine. Ah, if you'd like to express your gratitude, would you join us in prayer? It's almost time for the prayer session, and many others have already gathered. I would gladly do so. With a nod from Roque, the nun smiled softly and opened the door to the prayer room. Inside, many people were already seated. Believers, children, trainees, pilgrims, and holy knights. Each one assumed their own posture. Some stood still in place. Others sat in chairs. Some knelt on the ground, while others simply bowed their heads, hands clasped with those beside them. Yet, there was one thing they all had in common: everyone in the prayer hall remained reverently still. Without making a sound, they simply bowed their heads and closed their eyes in prayer. And as the nun made her way through the rows of worshippers, reaching the front of the hall. No. Now then. With a gentle smile on her face, she spoke. Let us all pray. Yosha B. Lydia, her crimson eyes faintly gleaming, spoke as she stood with her back to the moonlight streaming through the stained glass. To the great moon. Chapter 19. Officially, there are only 5 mages of the 8th tier, and one of them is Salome Micarlo, the master of the Blue Tower. He had been on a business trip to the northern lands, home to the barbarians, for several months. Upon his return, he immediately sensed something was amiss at the Blue Tower. The first reason was the disappearance of the presence of Shimon, which he always felt upon returning to the tower. The second reason was his disciple, Penia, who was also an 8th tier mage, blessed with a talent that could only be described as dazzlingly gifted. Penia, with her overwhelming talent, had developed an arrogant personality that reached the skies. Although she had shown at least minimal respect to her master Salome in the past, she had become increasingly impudent since she reached the 6th tier at a young age and was appointed as the deputy master of the tower. Her attitude toward him had become more brazen over time. In truth, Salome knew that Penia's behavior wasn't entirely due to disrespect for him. A significant reason was the overwhelming amount of paperwork she had to deal with while he was away on his frequent business trips. Nonetheless, even taking that into account, Penia had achieved too much for her age, and her arrogance had become excessive. However, Salome never intended to correct this behavior. While arrogance is a trait that a mage must be cautious of, especially in the pursuit of knowledge, Penia's arrogance did not extend to her research and studies. Besides, Salome believed that once she reached the 7th tier, her personality would naturally correct itself to some extent. No matter how talented and self-centered a mage might be, they would inevitably become humble upon reaching the 7th tier. At that level, one begins to realize how insignificant their past achievements truly are. And so, Salome had left her be, until now. Privacy settings. You're telling me that Count Palacio came and sealed Shimon? Salome asked. Yes, Penia answered weakly. Salome stared at his disciple. Her usual fierce eyes, which never softened even in front of her master, were now filled with uncertainty. She spoke cautiously, as if wary of something, a very unusual sight. The Count used the oath of magic to seal Shimon, so I can't talk about how it was done. That's right. Penia mumbled, her spirits dampened. Salome, noticing her unfamiliar demeanor, let out a sigh and thought about Count Palacio. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information about the Count in his mind. The Blue Tower was far from the kingdom of Asteria, so what little he knew came from rumors a few years ago. He had heard that the current Count Palacio had murdered all his brothers to claim the title. That was the extent of it. Yet, Salome couldn't help but feel increasingly curious about the Count. He knew that Penia wasn't one to easily bend her arrogance,
and her talent only reinforced it. If someone managed to humble her, there was only one possible explanation. Magic that even Peenia couldn't fully comprehend, or rather, an origin-level spell. Salome smiled as he came to this conclusion. For the first time, he felt intrigued by this count from a small, obscure kingdom. The next day, Alan checked a letter from Yusha, which had become a familiar occurrence every month or two. As he read it, he thought, nothing special this time. As usual, Yusha's letter contained mundane details of everyday life. It spoke of her life at the monastery and the recent activities of the 5 deadly sins. Alan, however, preferred these trivial stories over peculiar incidents. The fact that there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy meant that the 5 deadly sins were living quite well. Of course, it was a bit lonely that none of the others bothered to send even a single letter, but Alan understood. It's probably because I've never met them face to face. He had never visited the orphanage, so naturally, he had never met the 5 deadly sins in person. Although he had provided substantial financial support, from their perspective, Alan was likely just seen as a kind benefactor. In fact, he figured they might not even think of him as a benefactor, but rather as just some nice guy from the past. Still, it didn't bother him much. His goal was never to win the affection of the 5 deadly sins. His primary aim was to guide them down the right path, ensuring that they wouldn't destroy the kingdoms. Since that goal had already been achieved, there was no need for regret. Even so, Alan couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Despite his indifferent exterior, a faint smile of satisfaction crept across his face as he read Yusha's letter. The others had never sent a letter from the very beginning, but Yusha, despite living a nun's life, had consistently written to him once a month. It wasn't much, but the thought of it warmed Alan's heart. It felt like raising 5 children, only for all of them to forget his efforts and never send a single letter except for the eldest daughter, who still remembered and appreciated his hard work. Privacy settings. Yusha's the only one who truly gets it, he thought to himself. As Alan basked in this oddly sentimental, father-like feeling, there was a soft knock at the door. Knock knock. Evan entered the room. What is it? Alan asked. Oh, I meant to tell you yesterday when I saw you at the training grounds, but it slipped my mind. Remember when you asked me to look into it last time? Yes, I remember. As Evan said, Alan had previously asked him to check with the Information Guild to see if the 5 deadly sins were doing well. Although Yusha's letters used to give him a glimpse of what the others were up to, lately, her letters contained fewer details about the rest. So, did you find anything out? Yes, but there wasn't much need to consult the guild. A few of them are pretty infamous now. Especially Deus Encial Rang. Alan motioned for him to continue, and Evan stepped fully into the room, organizing his thoughts before speaking. First, about Seal Rang. I've heard rumors that she's already become a warrior close to the rank of Baba Yaga. She's won 32 consecutive battles. 32 consecutive wins. Yes. That doesn't sound possible. Honestly, I didn't believe it at first either, but the rumors seem to be true. Among those 32 victories, only one fight went beyond 10 exchanges. The other Baba Yagas are getting quite nervous. That makes sense, Alan nodded in agreement, still stunned by what he was hearing. The title Baba Yaga was an honorable rank in the colony, and there were only 4 individuals who held that title at any given time. The title never increased in number. Therefore, if Seal Rang managed to reach the record of 100 wins required to challenge for the title, one of the current 4 would have to face her. If I recall correctly, wasn't the Lion King the fighter with the most consecutive wins in colony so far? Yes, that's right. He had 41 wins, if I remember correctly, Evan confirmed. She's only 9 wins away from surpassing the Lion King. Exactly. Evan nodded as Alan pondered, momentarily imagining the Lion King, who joined as a companion in one of the games. It was then that Alan realized just how absurdly talented the 5 deadly sins were. The colony was home to not only common warriors but also formidable ones. Despite being a military powerhouse that heavily relied on its fighters, even the surrounding kingdoms hesitated to pick a fight with them. Maintaining such a winning streak in a place like that was proof of her talent, and as Alan pondered this with a surprised expression, Evan continued speaking. Privacy settings. And there's a rumor about Deus as well. What's the rumor? They say that Deus and his order, the Eclipse, recently took down Kurga of the Snow Plains, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. One of the 8 chiefs. Yes, one of them. You know who they are, right? The monstrous beings who have transcended into superhumans through their rituals, despite being mere barbarians. Even without Evan's explanation, Alan was already familiar with the 8 chiefs. More precisely, he knew just how absurdly powerful they were from the game. To acquire the special magical equipment needed to become a glass cannon in Psychedelia, you had to fight the barbarians and defeat the god they worshipped. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. For a moment, Alan felt lightheaded, recalling how it had been over 5 years since he encountered Ultultus in the game. Even now, just the thought of Ultultus made his stomach churn due to how powerful it was. According to the lore, if Ultultus were to awaken and ascend to a true god, it would gain power comparable to that of the 5 deadly sins. In other words, if Ultultus were to awaken in the north, the kingdoms would be completely overwhelmed, even without the involvement of the 5 deadly sins. However, Alan wasn't too concerned. Luckily, there's no chance of encountering it. As far as Alan knew, Ultultus didn't appear unless the 5 deadly sins descended. In the lore, Ultultus only appeared when the gods descended and shattered the laws of the world, merging with the 5 deadly sins. Unless a god descended and broke the laws of the world in a way that even Alan couldn't foresee, there was no reason for Ultultus to appear. Deus is doing quite well for himself, then. It's not just that. Successfully defeating a chief that even a master knight would struggle with has put him on par with the likes of Reinhardt, the sword master. Upon hearing this, Alan felt a slight pang of regret. Maybe I should have visited him at least 3 times a year. Thinking about how sweet it would have been to benefit from the connections with a master knight, Alan pushed aside his bittersweet thoughts and listened as Evan updated him on Rhine, who was now working as an appraiser in the Labyrinth City. The Black Imprint. Yes. Rhine's shop specializes in imprinting black marks that enhance relics' abilities. That's interesting. Intrigued by this ability, which he hadn't encountered in the game, Alan marveled for a moment before asking about the last remaining member. What about Leighton? In truth, Alan had asked Evan to investigate the 5 deadly sins mainly because of his curiosity about Leighton. Although Leighton had lagged behind Seal Rang, Alan had lost track of him about half a year ago when Yush's letters stopped mentioning him. Privacy settings. Of course, he wasn't too worried since he'd heard that Leighton had safely arrived in Raxus and was learning the ropes. But the fact that there had been no updates since then made him curious. However, I haven't found any concrete information on him yet. The Information Guild has some leads, but they asked for a bit more time, about a week, to verify whether the information is reliable. I see. Alan nodded, feeling a slight sense of curiosity, but he accepted Evan's explanation. 2 weeks later, while Alan was, as usual, researching relics in his office, he found himself debating whether or not to attend the Asteria social gathering, held every 3 years and attended by all the nobles. He was contemplating this while staring at the invitation when Count. The door suddenly burst open without so much as a knock, and Evan rushed in. Alan was about to say something when Leighton. It seems he's become a pirate. What? Alan's face froze at Evan's next words. Have you heard of the 7 Islands? Are you talking about the place where the 7 great pirates dwell near Raxus? Yes. Apparently, Layton has become the captain of the largest of those islands, ruling over it entirely. Really? Yes. Hearing Evan's confirmation, a particular internet post flashed through Alan's mind, a post he had seen long ago about a child who, after receiving 8 years of consistent UNICEF donations, had gone on to become a Somali pirate. Alan, now frozen with the realization that Layton had turned into a great pirate, felt like he could truly empathize with the writer of that post. Chapter 20. Just to be sure, what's the chance that the information is wrong? It seems there is none. Listening to Evan's words, Alan thought. Why did Layton suddenly become a pirate? The reason Alan sent Layton to the port city of Raxus was partly due to his unique talent for tracking, but also because he belonged to the Sea God clan. In the game's setting, the Sea God clan was extremely rare, with only a few individuals on the entire continent. Although they looked similar to humans, their true identity was difficult to discern at first glance. However, Alan, who had played through the game multiple times and delved into the lore, knew that Layton was part of this clan, which is why he recommended the treasure hunter profession to him. As a member of the Sea God clan, Layton could breathe underwater, and with his tracking ability, Alan figured that if he could retrieve submerged relics, he would easily make money. On top of that, the nature of a treasure hunter meant that once you struck gold, you could live a comfortable life, so Alan even gifted Layton a relic specialized for tracking. But now, Layton had become a pirate. Not just any pirate, one of the great pirates of the 7 archipelagos. He's now a bigger figure than the Count of Palacio ever was. Privacy settings. Indeed, Evan agreed. The pirates of the 7 archipelagos were technically more like lords ruling over their respective islands, each of which could be considered a small domain. Moreover, their naval combat prowess was so formidable that even the Empire, known for its military might, couldn't look down on them. The captains who ruled the archipelagos were superhumans, comparable to sword masters or the barbarian tribes, surpassing the limits of ordinary men. Even more concerning was that the current captains were said to be far stronger than their predecessors. As Alan considered all this, a question arose in his mind. How on earth did Layton manage to kill one of these superhumans? Layton's talents lay not in combat, so this mystery puzzled him. However, Alan soon arrived at a possible explanation. If Layton had recovered some of the prime relics from the old era, it might make sense. There were many ancient relics hidden beneath the waters near Raxus, and some of them were extremely powerful. Alan himself had spent 3 days grinding through the treasure hunter minigame just to retrieve one of these relics from the Raxus seabed. Though he eventually grew tired of the minigame and never touched it again, the relic he obtained had been worth the effort. So, if Layton had used a powerful relic to defeat a captain and take their place, that would be somewhat understandable. Alan pressed his left hand against his eyes for a moment but soon regained his composure. In truth, he had anticipated the possibility of something like this happening as he unleashed other sins into the world. He knew the world wasn't easy enough for everything to go exactly as planned. Still, it left a bitter taste in his mouth, and he let out a quiet sigh. It was summer. Beyond the Sea of Raxus, a vast maritime city and the de facto heart of the Duchy of Korkia, lie 7 archipelagos. These 7 islands, known as the 7 archipelagos to the people, were originally ruled by the first pirate, now remembered as the Pirate King, Chaldean Braven. However, after Chaldean's untimely death due to heart disease, the 7 archipelagos were divided among 7 rulers, each ruling their own island, passing their reign down through the generations. This region has since become known as the Pirate Haven of the 7 archipelagos. Layton, who killed the pirate Alcride Marni, the former captain of the largest island and holder of the title of the Slayer, granted by the Emperor's blessing through sacrifice, became the captain of the first island. Privacy settings. With a low sigh, Layton looked down at the island. Despite being called a pirate town, the first island was quite well structured. Numerous houses were scattered across the ground,
surrounded by cliffs that circled the massive island, and the homes built upon these cliffs made the island look like a giant fortress. However, what filled Layton's mind wasn't the island's scenery, but thoughts of the Great Moon. What exactly is the Great Moon, he wondered. Layton had never deeply thought about the Great Moon before. Not because he held any deep loyalty to it, but because he simply had no particular interest in it. That didn't mean he wasn't grateful, though. He was fully aware of his circumstances. If not for the Great Moon, he would have been captured by the slave traders and subjected to biological experiments, leading to his inevitable death. Moreover, without the Great Moon, he wouldn't have met Yusha, who helped him unlock his abilities and become what he is today. Still, despite all of this, Layton felt only gratitude toward the Great Moon, and he obeyed his commands not out of loyalty but rather because of Yusha. For him, the phrase "everything is for the Great Moon" was simply following Yusha's orders. That's why, when the Great Moon first issued a direct command, Layton felt resistant. Like the former Seal Rang, he too thought that going to Raxus had no real meaning. Layton had too many targets for revenge. He needed revenge against the Black Ones who slaughtered his entire clan on an unknown, nameless island where they had lived in peace. He also needed revenge on the cursed hunter who, after he barely escaped the Black Ones and reached the continent, took advantage of his weakened state, killed his parents, and sold him into slavery. To Layton, becoming a treasure hunter held no meaning, and the gifts from the Great Moon didn't seem to align with the vengeance he had sworn to enact. At least, until he learned that the captains of the 7 archipelagos were the ones who killed his parents. The reason Layton realized this truth was simple. All of the current captains of the 7 archipelagos wielded the power of the Sea God clan. Though it was publicly known that they received the Emperor's blessing through sacrifice, the truth was that they offered parts of their own bodies in a sacred ritual to receive power from the Sea God Clayid, whom they worshipped. As soon as Layton realized this, he raced madly to the center of Raxus Plaza. Privacy settings. There, he found the old, torn, and now completely irrelevant wanted posters of the 7 archipelagos pirates. At that moment, Layton was absolutely certain. The current captains of the 7 archipelagos were the very people who had killed his parents when he was a child. They had gained their power by using his parents' bodies. The moment he realized this, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage, joy, and confusion all at once. Even though Layton had never shared his story after being rescued by the Blue Moon, it seemed as if the Great Moon had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. As if fulfilling a promise, he had given him the opportunity for revenge. However, just because the opportunity for revenge had come, it didn't mean it could be executed immediately. Objectively speaking, Layton was currently no match for the captains who wielded the power of Clayid. Though he was strong, his strength wasn't enough to defeat those who had reached the realm of superhumans. As he began contemplating, it didn't take long for Layton to realize that the answer lay in the gift bestowed upon him by the Great Moon. The gift, known as the Goggles of Amrita, had the ability to illuminate countless relics buried under the sea, making them easier to find. After discovering that some of these relics could compensate for his lack of power compared to the captains of the 7 archipelagos, Layton realized that everything had been planned from the start. At the same time, he understood the true intention of the Great Moon. Revenge and domination over the 7 archipelagos. The moment he understood this, the Great Moon became more than just a small entity he was grateful to. Not only had it laid out everything before Layton, but he had also given him the strength to seek revenge. From start to finish, everything had been planned. For the Great Moon, Layton muttered unconsciously. These words had once been meaningless to him, just a simple phrase without any real significance. But now, for the Great Moon no longer felt hollow. Now, when those words left his mouth, they carried true meaning. For the Great Moon. Only then did they hold the significance of loyalty. About 3 months had passed since the news of the 5th son becoming a Somali pirate had reached him. As the unbearably hot summer began to fade,
and the leaves in the forest started turning red, Alan boarded a carriage. Privacy settings. He was on his way to the grand church held every 2 years at the Duke Rodegers estate. I'd rather skip this if I could. While his body was moving in the carriage, Alan's mind was filled with reluctance. The shadowy reputation of the Count Palacio family had long since faded due to years of inactivity, but what replaced it was mockery, which bothered him. Nevertheless, the reason he went through with it was because all nobles of Asteria were bound by the rule to attend the grand church every 2 years. There was a strange rule that required attendance once every 2 cycles unless there was an exceptional reason not to. Thus, Alan found himself in the carriage on his way to the grand church, soon to be joined by 2 other nobles. This was a planned arrangement, as mercenaries or bandits often targeted nobles during the grand church season, so traveling in larger groups was safer. As nobles, they had enough guards to avoid trouble, but even getting into a fight could cost valuable manpower, so they increased their numbers from the start to avoid any incidents. Through this understanding, Alan naturally traveled with 2 families from the east, and the day passed without any issues. The problem, however, came that night. Count Palacio, isn't it a bit much to have only 1 guard? Is it a financial issue? If you're short on funds, I could offer you some help. Ah. It seems you've inherited your title in a rush, and now your finances are in trouble. Alan stared in disbelief at the 2 nobles who had gone out of their way to openly mock him. Chapter 21. Alan already had some understanding of why the nobles blatantly ignored him. Because all the rumors have finally died down. Until now, the nobles had feared Alan because they believed he was the mastermind behind taking down Avalon, which had controlled the vast underworld of the East alongside Leo. However, the nobles no longer considered Alan to be the mastermind. After he became a count, he had done nothing significant for several years. The Palacio Count family, from the time of Alan's grandfather, had always been known as a notorious household that never failed to wield influence in the underworld. The Palacio family had consistently dominated the eastern underworld, though the degree of their control varied over time. But ever since Alan became the count, the Palacio family no longer exerted influence in the underworld. As a result, the current eastern underworld was now divided and devoured by packs of wolves that used to scavenge for the leftover crumbs outside the domain governed by the Palacio Count. Furthermore, the power of the Palacio Count family had also weakened, which was natural. The power they wielded up until now had mostly been fueled by the wealth generated from the underworld. However, since Alan became count, he no longer used money to maintain power. His desired life was not one of grand success in the underworld, but rather, a comfortable and prosperous life that any noble could enjoy. In other words, he had already achieved what he wanted. However, by completely withdrawing from the underworld, rumors began to spread among the nobles. Some speculated that perhaps the current Count Palacio wasn't a mastermind at all, but merely someone who became count by chance. Privacy settings. As time passed and Alan continued to do nothing, the rumor gradually became accepted as truth. Eventually, Alan's reputation had devolved into that of a lucky fool who happened to become count in the place of the real mastermind. Of course, there were still a few nobles who remained suspicious of Alan, but even they had begun to agree with the spreading rumors. After all, it didn't make sense that Alan, if he truly had the power to destroy Avalon in a single day, would not have used that power until now. In any case, Alan had somewhat expected this kind of treatment, but he hadn't anticipated that people would go out of their way to mock him like this. Alan looked up at the 2 nobles, whose faces radiated slyness. He didn't recognize either of them. However, based on the crest engraved on their carriage, it was easy to tell that one was from the Krild Count family, and the other from the Edelin Count family. They both look old enough, but isn't this too childish? Alan laughed to himself as he noted how aged their faces were. He quickly understood why the 2 nobles had come all this way just to mock him. Ah, I see.
This is a gathering of the victims. The Palacio family, notorious as they were, had also been a powerful family in the underworld. As a result, they naturally provided benefits to the surrounding families but also exploited them beyond necessity. The families that were frequently treated like tools were none other than the Krild Count family and the Edelin Count family. To summarize the current situation, these families, who had suffered under the Palacio family, were now venting their grievances on Alan. Of course, it wasn't Alan but Leo, the first son of the Count family, who had exploited them. In short, Alan had no real reason to be the target of such mockery. But to the two nobles who were eagerly mocking him, what mattered wasn't that he was Alan but that he was the Count of Palacio. All those underworld forces you had, did they vanish because you couldn't manage them properly? Looks like you haven't been taking care of your carriage properly either. Would you like to borrow some money? The two counts, like anonymous trolls commonly found on online communities, made every effort to scratch at Alan. Alan briefly thought, this is kind of annoying, but he chose to follow his reason rather than his instincts. If he were to fight now, he could easily crush the two nobles before him, maybe not slaughter them, but leave them beaten to a pulp. However, doing so would only complicate things. The moment he fought with them, Alan would have to leave the gathering and move separately. And that might lead to unnecessary trouble, like running into bandits. Privacy settings. Clearly, responding to their provocations was exactly what they wanted. There's no need to entertain these fools, Alan decided to ignore them. He wasn't stupid enough to fall into such an obvious trap. That day, Alan ate 2 ears of corn, using the jeers from the two counts as background music. Delicious. The roasted corn tasted even better in the slightly chilly weather. It would have been nice to have some butter, Alan mused, staring absent-mindedly at the moonlit sky. For the next few days, the uncomfortable coexistence continued. Every evening, Count Krild and Count Edelin would emerge to hurl their mocking remarks, and every time, Alan pretended not to care, brushing off their words as if they were nothing. The one who ignores and the one who tries desperately not to be ignored. Naturally, the one who ignored always won. Alan had deeply internalized one of the life lessons he had learned from a certain online community: don't feed the trolls. At least in this place, no one could beat him at that game. Of course, after several days of this, other nobles began to mock Alan as well, whispering that he lacked dignity as a noble or scoffing at him for staying silent under the insults of Krild and Edelin. But despite this, Count Krild and Count Edelin, who had been the ones persistently mocking him, were not feeling particularly satisfied. Damn it, growled Count Krild. This is absurd. Count Krild frowned as he looked at Alan from a distance. Even though they had been mocking him, they were the ones being ignored, which was naturally infuriating. But after a moment of their sour mood, they exchanged low whispers. Did you confirm? Yes, and it seems like he has no additional guards. In truth, the reason the two counts had openly mocked Alan wasn't just to vent their frustrations. It was also to assess his security. Even with an artifact to secretly check, there was nothing. It's just that foolish brat and that rogue knight sitting next to him. So the rumors are true after all. It seems certain. If he had any forces, he wouldn't be moving around alone. Then we can proceed with the plan. The reason the two counts had been investigating Alan was because they were planning to expand into the underworld. They were well aware that Alan had no interest in the underworld, and that, as a result, it had become overrun by various packs of scavengers. While the rumors about Alan were already widely accepted, the two counts, having been tormented by the Palacio family for so long, wanted to confirm the truth for themselves. Privacy settings. They needed to be sure that Alan truly had no power left. After days of checking and confirming that Alan had no personal guards, a smile spread across their faces. The gods are smiling upon us. Indeed. Who would have thought we'd get a chance to step into the underworld?
While most nobles hesitated to enter the underworld, these two were different. Having once acted as lackeys for the palatial count family, they knew full well just how astronomical the wealth circulating within the underworld was. They were well aware of how sweet the taste of power from that realm could be. Now that it seemed the palatial family had truly become a hollow shell, the two spoke excitedly, as if they had already conquered the underworld. In truth, it wasn't impossible for them to seize control of the underworld if they joined forces. After all, the reason they hadn't been able to do so before was not due to a lack of power, but because they had feared the palatial count family. Thus, after their lengthy discussion, they turned their attention back to Alan. "If we take control of the back, we should give that fool a gift, don't you think?" "That's an excellent idea. There's a limit to how much one can ignore others. He's probably acting this way because he doesn't understand how dangerous the world can be. We'll have to teach him. Count Krild has such a fine personality." The two counts, wearing fishy grins that were far from noble, as if they had done nothing wrong, were confident that the moment they had been waiting for would come soon. Just as the two were about to rejoin the camp where the other nobles were gathered after finishing their private conversation. Monsters! The event happened suddenly. Under the cover of darkness, monsters appeared. It was as if they had been lying in ambush, waiting silently, until a soldier spotted them by chance and shouted. At that moment, monstrous cries echoed from within the forest, as if on cue. Immediately, the mercenaries and knights, as if rehearsed, drew their weapons to protect the nobles. And then, "Wizard, give us light." A wizard, extravagantly brought along by a noble purely for boasting purposes at this grand church event, responded to the knight's command and cast an orb of light into the sky. In an instant. Privacy settings. The mercenaries and knights, who had been noisy just moments earlier, fell silent. What they saw when the light from the wizard illuminated the dark forest were goblins. Goblins are commonly found in forests. With the strength of a child, they are not dangerous monsters for anyone other than rookie mercenaries. Though the rusty swords and bows they wield can be dangerous, they pose little threat to seasoned mercenaries and knights. Goblins only become troublesome when their numbers swell, but even with dozens of them, they can still be easily driven off. However, this is insane. If their numbers are enough to fill the forest before them, then they are undoubtedly a threat to the knights and mercenaries. Moreover, what heightened the tension for the knights was that the goblins before them were far from ordinary. "What on earth is that?" A knight's voice, laced with both fear and confusion, was directed at the sight of the goblins. The problem wasn't just that they were goblins, it was their grotesque appearance. Purple crystals were growing all over their bodies, including their heads, as if they had been afflicted by some kind of plague. To make matters worse. Wait, isn't that Mark? Among the horde of goblins, the body of a seasoned mercenary who had been assigned to external surveillance for precautionary measures was being devoured savagely. KRRK. In the hands of a massive goblin was what remained of Mark's body. The mercenaries who saw this sight. This can't be happening. Felt a rising wave of fear within them. Mark, the mutilated corpse in front of them, was a veteran mercenary who could easily handle dozens of goblins on his own. The fact that he had been killed without even being able to report the approach of this massive goblin horde suggested one thing to the mercenaries. The mutated goblins before them were anything but ordinary. The knights, who were holding their weapons alongside the mercenaries, also recognized that this was a dire situation. Even if there were only hundreds of goblins, this fight would be incredibly unfavorable for the knights. Privacy settings. Individually, they might manage, but the knights had nobles to protect now. And goblins were cunning monsters, capable of easily exploiting that vulnerability. While the mercenaries seemed to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the goblin's strange appearance and Mark's death, the knights who could sense magic were aware of something more. They realized that the goblins before them were imbued with magic power. Even a small amount of magic within a monster significantly enhances its physical abilities, and the knights understood this well. Just as the knights were grimacing at the goblins' bizarre howls and their impending charge. Thud! A wall of stones and rubble suddenly rose from the midst of the goblin horde. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. The wizard, who had cast the light spell, recognized that the wall was a rock wall, a third-tier spell. As the translucent barrier of a second-tier shield formed beyond the wall, the knights' expressions shifted from despair to confusion. The goblins' malicious stares were now entirely focused on the wall. Enhance! A calm voice echoed through the air. And then, compress! With a loud cracking sound, the translucent sphere rapidly shrank, distorting the stone wall as it collapsed inward. Thud, thud. In the ensuing silence, the sound of footsteps drew the attention of the knights and mercenaries to one direction. A man was approaching. Even in this life-threatening situation, he appeared completely unfazed, walking with an indifferent expression. The nobles and knights quickly realized that the man was Count Palacio. Vacuum. As soon as his lips moved again, the round shield transformed into a rough, rock-like shape, about the size of a soccer ball you might find by the roadside. And then, return to origin. With Alan's final words, the bracelet on his wrist began to emit a faint gray light. Boom! The compressed stones exploded outward like a shotgun blast, tearing dozens of goblins to pieces. Privacy settings. It all happened in an instant. The nobles, knights, and mercenaries stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they watched the magic-infused goblins get shredded into mere lumps of flesh. Among them, Count Krild and Count Edelin's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. With all eyes now on Alan, he simply said, "Stop standing there in a daze and get ready." His voice was calm as he looked ahead. The knights and mercenaries, as if mesmerized, raised their swords. The fear that had been spreading in their hearts had, as if by magic, vanished entirely. Chapter 22. The battle with the goblins ended in victory. Thanks to the knights and mercenaries responding calmly, the front lines held strong, and Alan's magic once again destroyed a detachment of enemies who were moving to attack the nobles from behind, quickly tilting the battle in their favor. Of course, with hundreds of mutated goblins, there were casualties, but the number was small given the scale of the battle. The final blow came when a knight pierced the head of the last goblin, ending the battle completely. As soon as the soldiers confirmed the battle was over, they sighed in deep relief and turned their gazes toward Alan, who was looking down at the goblin corpses. Despite having just fought a life-or-death struggle, he remained expressionless, as if the battle had left no impact on him, causing the mercenaries to look at him with awe. They couldn't forget the sight of Alan turning dozens of goblins into mere chunks of meat without even changing his expression. However, while the knights and mercenaries admired Alan, he was thinking, "I nearly died in a single strike." Though his face showed no sign, inside he was working hard to calm his wildly racing heart. Despite bearing the insignia of the impure, which allowed him to cast 3 times more spells than usual, after using walls and shields twice each, he had been reduced to a mere mortal due to the limitations of his mana capacity. It's a good thing the knights won, he thought. Though the odds of the knights and mercenaries losing were slim, even against mutated goblins, when he had lost all means of self-defense, he had felt a desperate fear. Perhaps I should have just dropped out earlier. No, it was a good thing I stayed close, but more importantly, Alan praised his past self for acting rationally and, having calmed his heart, turned his gaze to the goblin before him, his expression growing serious. He knew all too well the significance of the purple amethyst emerging from the goblin's body. Why, a divine descent. Privacy settings. This was a strange phenomenon that occurred among the monsters of the continent when an outer god tried to descend upon the world. The monsters affected by divine descent became more ferocious and physically stronger. While the current group of soldiers could handle the monsters they would encounter on their journey to the Duke's territory, Alan was concerned about the fact that the divine descent had occurred at all. The phenomenon meant that an outer god would soon descend upon the land. Typically, such gods could not descend unless one of the 5 great sins manifested, but now, even these borderland gods were about to arrive. This can't be good. The descent of outer gods was a grave matter for Alan. While not as catastrophic as the great sins, if these gods started rampaging, entire kingdoms could vanish easily. There were only 6 kingdoms on the continent excluding the Empire, meaning a 1/3 chance that his future plans would be destroyed. In fact, if he were lucky enough to even be able to think about his future at that point, he would consider it fortunate. Alan's expression grew serious as he stared at the goblin. However, there were others who looked even more serious than Alan, so serious, in fact, that their expressions seemed to suggest they had lost everything. Those individuals were Count Krild and Count Edelin. A few days after the appearance of the mutated goblin, with only 1 day left until their arrival at the Duke's estate, Alan experienced 2 changes in that short time. One was that the nobles, who once looked at him with blatant contempt and ridicule, especially when Counts Krild and Edelin made their snide comments, no longer displayed such expressions. The second change was, "Count Palacio, this is some meat I brought from my estate. Would you like to try it? Count, if it pleases you, I could offer some support to your domain. What do you think?" Count Krild and Count Edelin, who had spent the past few days mocking Alan, were now fawning over him, trying to curry favor. The 2 counts, who now seemed ready to give Alan anything he wanted, clung to his side, flattering him with servile smiles, while Alan remained indifferent. But the counts were desperate, truly desperate. The display of power Alan had shown just days ago was too strong to dismiss as mere luck in claiming the title of Count Palacio. Moreover, they still remembered what the 3rd-tier mage, whom Baron Amon had brought to flaunt his wealth, said that night, that Alan's magic was undoubtedly beyond a 2nd-tier level. Upon hearing that, both counts began to reconsider the rumors circulating in society, wondering if they were wrong about Alan. While there were still some unresolved doubts, that no longer mattered. What was important was that the 2 counts had realized Alan was hiding a power strong enough to not need protection. This meant the power that had supposedly wiped out Avalon in a single day, the power held by Count Palacio, could be real. With this realization, their only option was to quickly win Alan's favor. While some might argue that it would be better to investigate the situation thoroughly before making any moves, this didn't apply to those who knew the Palacio family well. The 2 counts, having witnessed firsthand the brutality of the Palacio family's notorious behavior, knew how cruel they could be. Although Alan, the 3rd son, had never shown such behavior himself, the counts were convinced that Alan shared the family's cruel and ruthless nature. After all, the Palacio family had been full of miscreants since his grandfather's time. Privacy settings. Thanks to this, Alan had enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle in recent days. Instead of sweet potatoes and corn, he ate meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the wine they occasionally brought along was also excellent. However, despite receiving these gifts for several consecutive days, Alan's expression did not soften, still preoccupied with thoughts of the goblin from a few days ago. Who could it be? No matter how much Alan pondered, no clear answer emerged. The divine descent was merely a sign that an outer god was about to descend, and there was no way to know exactly which god or when and where it would occur. Although it was meaningless to dwell on it, Alan couldn't help but worry, knowing that his future plans could be completely ruined in an instant. He could go from being a noble to a commoner in the blink of an eye, which was why he couldn't stop thinking about it. I'll have to gather as much information as I can once I reach the estate. As he thought this, he glanced at the nobles beside him, who were eagerly trying to make up for their previous behavior, even at the expense of their pride. He was once again reminded of the Palacio family's infamous reputation.
I didn't think they would react this way over just a slight doubt about a rumor. As Alan watched the Count's desperate display, he realized how deeply the rumors about his family had affected them. However, despite understanding their fear, he had no intention of easing their anxieties. Alan considered himself cool-headed, but he also had a petty side. The Count's performance finally came to an end when Alan arrived at the Duke Rodegre's estate. As soon as Alan arrived at the Duke Rodegre's estate, what greeted him was an absurdly large mansion. No, multiple mansions. How many mansions are there inside this estate? Of course, the rich would have this many, he thought, as he noticed the variety of mansions, almost as if someone with diverse tastes in interior design had collected them. Alan soon realized that all these mansions belonged to the Duke's concubines, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. How does his body even survive, he wondered briefly, but upon arriving at the ballroom in the middle of a grand party, he was once again shocked. Everything he saw screamed wealth. Even the wine glasses, which one wouldn't normally pay much attention to, were rimmed with gold. The chandeliers, made entirely of gold, made Alan feel the urge to steal one and sell it as he wandered around the ballroom. Naturally, the ballroom was filled with many nobles. As expected, the Duke of Rodegre, who appeared incredibly thin, was there chatting with numerous nobles. Alan didn't bother trying to join their conversations. It wasn't hard to guess that there would be no benefit in doing so, especially in this ballroom, which felt even worse than the previous one he had attended. Instead of mingling, Alan decided to stand nearby, snacking on food and eavesdropping on the nobles' conversations. After all, his servant, Evan, had already gone off to contact the Information Guild as soon as they arrived at the estate. As Alan savored a dessert that resembled an egg tart alongside some wine, he overheard an interesting piece of news from the nobles' conversation. Privacy settings. Baron Daldarin, have you heard the news? What news do you mean? You know, the rumor that Duke Altea and Count Zenanya not only formed an alliance but are also trying to establish a faction. Ah, that rumor? Yes, I've heard about it. The two nobles, acting as though they were discussing some great secret, moved to a corner and began whispering. However, with his enhanced hearing, Alan could easily pick up their conversation. But is that true? I couldn't believe they had allied in the first place. If they really form a faction, they could overpower all the current factions combined. Exactly. It might be something unprecedented. Alan was a little surprised upon hearing this, but his expression didn't change much. Even if such rumors were true, he didn't think those two would be able to maintain their alliance for long. As he pondered this, Alan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at the delicious taste of the egg tart in his mouth, nodding in approval. This is good. Without hesitation, he grabbed another and popped it into his mouth. However, just then, the conversation he was listening to took an even more interesting turn. But that's not the real issue. What do you mean? Is there an even bigger rumor? Of course, I wouldn't have started if there wasn't. What is it, then? This is something I heard very discreetly, so don't go spreading it around. I've heard that neither Duke Altea nor Count Zenanya is the leader of this faction. What? Then who is? Count Palacio. Count Palacio. Yes, the leader of the faction, is said to be Count Palacio. Is that true? Of course. Do you think I would lie about something like this? What? Hearing this, Alan instinctively turned to look at the nobles discussing the secret and found himself gaping in shock at what they had just revealed. Chapter 23. The cold northern lands, a place where no living being should be able to survive, was gripped by an unrelenting, life-draining frost. In this bleak, cursed land, painted eternally in shades of gray by the relentless blizzard, a man had fallen. Where his right arm should have been, a crimson stain of blood marked the spot, and his left eye socket lay empty.
This man was none other than one of the 8 barbarian chieftains, the great Kulkan, now awaiting death after his defeat at the hands of the cowardly knights of Caliban. Yet even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with rage. Those dishonorable dogs, he cursed, but not because of his defeat. To the barbarians, death in battle was a glorious end, a noble fate. Kulkan's fury stemmed from the dishonorable way he was struck down, caught in an ambush, tricked by the knight's deceitful challenge to a duel. Cough. Blood spilled from Kulkan's mouth as his world grew dim. The grey landscape blurred, and his ears gradually stopped hearing the bitter winds. Despite his anger, his mind slowly began to sink into darkness. Just as everything was about to fade into nothingness, Kulkan whispered the name of the great god, Ulthultus. At that very moment, time seemed to stop. The dim, fading vision cleared, the harsh northern wind blew in his ears once again, and his mind, slipping into unconsciousness, began to rise. Privacy settings. Child of blood, a voice echoed. Call my name. Call upon the great name that you worshipped. Call upon my name, and I shall grant you what you desire. As if commanded by a divine force, Kulkan, entranced, murmured, Ulthultus. And in that moment, the god smiled. Somehow, I became the hidden mastermind of Asteria. After waking up after hearing something that seemed to fit such a title, Alan closed his gaping mouth and mumbled to himself. However, the sweetness he had felt just moments before was completely gone. What kind of nonsense is this? A flurry of question marks swirled in Alan's mind as he tried to comprehend the rumors he had just heard. It made no sense to him. If he had been associating closely with Duke Altea or Count Zenania, both of whom were currently forming new factions, he might have understood the basis for such rumors. However, the issue was that Alan had never once met either of the two nobles. He had only seen Duke Altea once when she was still a young lady at a ball, and as for Lady Zenania, he had encountered her but had never met the Count himself. In other words, the rumor lacked plausibility, to the point of being entirely baseless. Alan, who had been slowly moving his lips while deep in thought, soon concluded that the notion of him exchanging secret talks with other nobles was nothing more than an absurd, groundless rumor. After all, suspicions could only arise if there was a pre-existing relationship. But since Alan had no connection whatsoever with those individuals, he didn't even feel the need to entertain any doubt. So, just as Alan reached for a cookie next to the egg tart, a voice called out, "Count Palacio." Alan turned his head toward the voice and looked beside him. There stood a man dressed in expensive clothing, his face full of mockery. Who is this guy? Alan briefly scanned the man. With his long, curly hair draped to one side, it was easy to tell that the man's character was twisted in a way that was different from the Palacio family, but Alan couldn't gather any more information than that. At the very least, Alan had no information on him in his mind. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin of the Ashtalan Kingdom." Privacy settings. As soon as he noticed Alan didn't recognize him, Carmine's expression briefly faltered before he introduced himself. Alan paused in confusion, then nodded in understanding. After all, he had heard that foreign nobles occasionally visited the grand church where most of Asteria's nobility gathered. "Count Palacio," Alan responded with a polite greeting. "I've heard of you. You were fortunate enough to become a count, weren't you?" Alan blinked in surprise at Carmine's immediate mocking tone. He had suspected from the start that this wasn't a friendly encounter based on the man's demeanor, but he hadn't expected him to launch straight into open ridicule, as if he had no sense of tact or intelligence. Just as Alan was processing this, another voice interrupted from a different direction. "Excuse me, but what are you saying right now?" Turning toward the new voice, Alan found a familiar face, unlike with Carmine. Marquis Martinho. Alan recognized him not by his face but by the emblem emblazoned on his chest, and the fact that he had the distinct appearance of a middle-aged man.
Are you insulting a noble of the Asteria kingdom right now? Alan's face showed bewilderment at this sudden and unexpected defense. Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin of the Ashtalan kingdom, was not in a particularly good mood that day. There were many reasons for his foul mood, but the biggest one was that the marriage proposal with the fifth daughter of Duke Litigra, which he had worked hard to arrange, wasn't going well. Of course, the reason the proposal fell apart was purely due to Carmine's childish behavior and antics that made him appear immature. He had made the foolish mistake of evaluating the appearance of other noble women in front of the fifth daughter herself. As expected of a spoiled child raised without discipline, instead of acknowledging his mistake, Carmine became even more displeased when the lady suggested reconsidering the proposal. If this had not been the kingdom of Asteria, a close ally, or if it hadn't been Duke Litigra, with whom numerous secret dealings were being conducted, Carmine would have already flipped the situation upside down. Of course, on the flip side, Carmine had no idea that the only reason Duke Litigra was turning a blind eye to his behavior was because of the very secretive relationship he had with Duke Comelin. In any case, with his mood soured, Carmine had come to the ball, hoping to lift his spirits, when he spotted Count Palacio and decided to pick a fight. Privacy settings. There was only one reason he started the altercation: to vent his already foul mood. Of course, there were plenty of servants and knights around him who could have been ignored or ridiculed, but Carmine didn't find any pleasure in toying with them. It wasn't that his character was admirable, but rather that playing with toys he could easily destroy at will didn't offer him any amusement. For nobles like him, those not of noble birth were treated as no more than that. In that sense, Count Palacio was a perfect stress reliever for Carmine. From what Carmine had heard, Count Palacio was just a clueless boy who had luckily become a count, with no close allies among the nobility. Though even a rascal like him understood that this was not his own territory, he had carefully thought through who he could safely target without any consequences. And so, as soon as he saw Palacio, he initiated the confrontation. Do you realize how disrespectful it is to insult a noble of the kingdom of Asteria? That's not what The kingdom of Ashtalan has been our ally for a long time, but that was based on mutual respect. Have the people of Ashtalan forgotten what respect means? No, that's not. So, are you saying that Duke Comelin of Ashtalan views Asteria in such a light? Absolutely not. Then why are you addressing a noble so disrespectfully without having even properly succeeded to your own title? Carmine's face twisted in confusion. Contrary to the rumors he had heard, the moment he picked a fight with Count Palacio, the other nobles started to rally around him, chastising Carmine. As his face grew more bewildered, Carmine turned his gaze toward Alan, hoping for support, but even Alan was staring at the situation in a state of confusion, his typical expressionless face now mixed with perplexity and bewilderment. What is this situation? Carmine then looked at the three nobles defending Alan. One was Marquis Martinho, another was Duke Litigra, and the last was Count Palin. Alan easily recognized them, not only because of their crests but also because they were highly influential figures within Asteria. Marquis Martinho was a prominent figure among the royalist faction. Privacy settings. Duke Litigra, on the other hand, was a major figure within the aristocratic faction. As for Count Palin, he maintained political neutrality, but that very position had allowed him to accumulate considerable power. Even if Alan had no interest in politics or noble affairs, it was impossible for any noble in Asteria not to know who they were. Is Duke Comelin truly looking down on us? That's not the case. Then why did you speak so disrespectfully to Count Palacio? I've been disrespectful. Disrespect isn't the issue here. The point is, why did you make such condescending remarks to Count Palacio? Watching the nobles closing in on Carmine with their well-practiced political maneuvering, Alan, who had never been involved in politics, suddenly recognized the situation. I'm sorry. Does apologizing end your military service? I'm sorry. I asked, does apologizing end your military service? Ah, this is it. As this vivid memory from over 10 years ago flashed through Alan's mind, he unknowingly began to sweat. I been disrespectful. Carmine, unable to endure the pressure from the nobles any longer, fled the ballroom as if in retreat. As soon as he left, the nobles quickly approached Alan and started speaking to him. Count Palacio, are you all right? I'm fine, but... Alan looked at the three nobles, wondering why they were being so kind to him. However, look at that. It seems they've already heard the rumors. Seems like the rumors are true if even those big shots are getting involved. If Duke Altea and Count Zenania get involved in politics, they'll be unstoppable. But look at the other nobles, they seem confused. It's still a secret, so be careful what you say. Where on earth do you hear things like this? There are ways. Thanks to his heightened hearing, Alan overheard the hushed conversation of the noble who had been secretly whispering earlier. It was only then that he began to piece together what was happening and realized how absurd the situation was. Privacy settings. Now that I think about it, I haven't had the chance to talk with you, Count. I understand, though, as you're probably very busy. Marquis Martinho, speaking as if he knew everything, chuckled and continued the conversation. Alan began seriously contemplating whether or not he should clarify that the rumors were baseless nonsense. After all, not doing so could lead to unnecessary complications later on. But then again, speaking up now might make the situation even more awkward. As Alan mulled over what to do. By the way, I heard you're studying magic, Count. Is that true? That's correct. Then I thought I might give you a small gift. Among the artifacts I acquired after clearing out some orc hordes, there's one that stores magical energy for later use. How does that sound? Now that you mention it, I also prepared a little gift. Silence followed as Alan listened to the nobles. That day, Alan ended up receiving 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana restoration potions from the 3 nobles. Meanwhile, as these influential figures gathered around Alan, leaving the other nobles bewildered, Count Krild and Count Edelin closed their eyes tightly in despair, thinking, did we mess with the wrong person? This is really bad. 4 days after the banquet began, as Alan's collection of spoils steadily grew, an outer god descended in the north. Yes, that's the information I received. Apparently, the purple crystal is also connected to the outer god, but, they say they don't know for sure, as the information comes from ancient texts. Regardless, it's thrown Caliban into chaos. With only 2 days left in the banquet, Alan, having gathered this intel through the Information Guild, started contemplating something. And then, without hesitation, he made a decision. Evangelist. Yes. Once the banquet is over, complete the tasks we need to finish, and then we're heading straight to Caliban. He had made up his mind without any doubt. Chapter 24. Suddenly. Wait, more importantly, in Caliban. Evan, wearing a deeply confused expression, spoke while thinking for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, he hesitantly opened his mouth. Don't tell me you're planning to go to the north. Evan spoke, recalling that Caliban was the closest country to where the northern barbarians resided. I'll explain on the way. Just prepare first. The information I mentioned earlier, it's accurate, right? If you're talking about the person we discussed last time, yes. The Information Guild confirmed they're in that village. Evan, speaking with an anxious expression. Then we'll stop there before heading straight to Caliban. But at Alan's firm statement, Evan, with a mixture of curiosity and resignation in his eyes, looked at him for a moment before leaving the room to follow orders. Ha! Alan let out a deep sigh, covering his face with his hand as if just thinking about it was exhausting.
It was because the descent of an outer god was akin to a massive disaster that he desperately wished would never happen. An outer god. Privacy settings. These beings, known by various names across the continent of psychedelia, were evils that, much like the 5 great sins, merely descending into the world brought calamity. For Alan, their descent alone was enough to shatter his future plans completely. Once they began rampaging in earnest, they could easily destroy entire kingdoms. Of course, with 6 kingdoms on the continent, the odds of being affected were about 1/3. But still, even thinking rationally, there was a 33.3% chance that he would lose his noble title and end up living as a beggar. In fact, by that point, living as a beggar might even be fortunate. If an outer god attacked Asteria, his chances of surviving were slim to none. If, by some small chance, the outer god destroyed 2 other kingdoms instead of Asteria, the situation might improve slightly, but it wouldn't be ideal. The collapse of 2 kingdoms would lead to the rapid fall of the United Kingdoms, and the surviving kingdoms would fight each other madly over worthless land tainted by the powers of the other world. With tens of thousands of casualties and over a dozen heroes already lost to the outer gods, the remaining kingdoms would naturally weaken, and in the end, the empire would devour them all. In short, no matter how you looked at it, if an outer god descended upon the United Kingdoms, Alan would have to give up his noble title. And in some ways, the latter scenario might be even worse. While the former would end quickly, the latter would drag him into a full-scale war. Sure, some might suggest the United Kingdoms could band together in unity during such a crisis. But having played this game long enough and having seen hundreds of scenarios, Alan could confidently shake his head. In every scenario where an outer god or one of the 5 great sins destroyed even a single kingdom, the dissolution of the United Kingdoms was inevitable. Other small details might change, but the collapse of the Union never did. In other words, for Alan, to prevent his life plans from crumbling, he had to stop the outer god before it reached the kingdom. As soon as Alan heard that an outer god had descended, he knew he had to act immediately. He had a plan. I have to resolve this within 2 months. When an outer god first descends to the mortal world, it cannot fully wield its power as an avatar and requires a 2-month stabilization period before it can awaken as a saged god and fully access its abilities. Privacy settings. Thus, there was a small window of time before it became a saged god, during which stopping it would be somewhat easier. Though, even before becoming a saged god, it wasn't exactly weak. He quietly recalled a part of his mind, where all the game-related information, except for what was necessary, had gathered dust. If it's the North, then it would be the god of duels, Ultultus. Before becoming a saged god, he wouldn't be able to use formation attacks, so that's a bit of a relief. But normally, to purely suppress him with force, you'd absolutely need at least 5 sword masters and 1 archmage. Alan silently shook his head. Of course, gathering that kind of power was impossible in the current situation. However, despite this, Alan's expression didn't falter. Ever since the moment the monsters were possessed by a god, he had half expected the situation to come. He already had a plan to eliminate the outer god. I'm not sure if it will go according to plan, but there was no time to dwell on such things. After thinking this far, Alan opened a drawer in the inn where he was staying, took out some stationery, and immediately began writing a letter. 10 minutes later. I guess I should prepare a gift as well. After finishing the letter, which was addressed to Master Knight Deus Macaulay in Caliban, Alan stood up. That late afternoon, 2 days before the banquet, Count Palacio left Duke Rhodagra's castle. That night, at Duke Altia's rarely visited residence, which Duke Rhodagra had kindly offered for her use, she finally arrived and was having a conversation with a man. You're saying Count Palacio has already left? Yes, that's correct. When the man, Marquis Mardarnio, nodded, Duke Altia, or Loria, spoke again. So, how did it go? Fortunately, he accepted the gift well. At the Marquis's words, Altia smiled. That's a relief. For nobles, gifts are generally ceremonial and don't hold much significance. However, that only applies to trivial gifts. Expensive items, like relics, always carry deeper meanings. In Marquis Mardarnio's case, the gift he presented to the head of a new faction held a single message: "May I join your faction?" Privacy settings. Of course, directly asking would be more straightforward, but noble society is all about appearances. For example, if someone were to ask directly and be rejected, it would be a blow to their dignity. That's why both the giver and the receiver communicate symbolically through what could essentially be called a bribe, making it easier for both parties to handle. Accepting the gift means approval, rejecting it means refusal. Of course, Count Palacio, or Alan, knew nothing of this. He had only attended a ball once in his life, had no friends, and his father, who died of an overdose, left him ignorant of such matters. As a result, Alan simply thought, even if they realize later, it's not like I'll see them often, and it'd be awkward to ask for it back after accepting, right? With that in mind, he readily took the gift, fully intending to keep it. Now we can officially align our interests. It's an honor. How did the others fare? Those who pledged their allegiance also accepted the gifts. Thanks to Alan's ignorance and his willingness to keep the gifts, Altia was able to gain the support of the nobles she had given prior notice to. Then we can start making serious moves now. With a small smile, she began preparing for the true formation of her faction. Exactly 1 week after Alan left Duke Rodegra's estate, he arrived in Patron, a small village in the northern part of the kingdom of Ashtalon, located some distance from the Rodegra estate. Alan had come here for one reason. Hello. It was to meet the protagonist of this dark fantasy roguelike game. Do you know who I am? No. The reason Alan wanted to meet Eliban, the protagonist of the game, even though the 5 great sins had already been eliminated and the protagonist was no longer essential, was simple. Even without the 5 great sins, the protagonist would still become famous, and Alan judged that it wouldn't hurt to win his favor early on. Especially now, with an outer god having descended, Alan wanted the protagonist to grow quickly. So he came loaded with items to aid Eliban's early growth. Eliban, right? Yes, that's me. As Alan watched the boy speak with a bright smile, so cheerful that anyone might find it refreshing, he thought to himself, he's almost too good looking for a guy, but, well, he looks just like the illustration. Privacy settings. The player's choices allowed them to freely adjust the protagonist's gender. That thought briefly crossed Alan's mind, but then he felt a strange sense of dissonance. Was the protagonist always like this? Since was a dark fantasy game, he remembered that while Eliban's personality was lively compared to other dark fantasy characters, he didn't recall him being this bright. He felt a bit puzzled. But that feeling passed quickly. Take this. Alan naturally pulled out a few gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the boy. Huh? For me? Eliban's eyes widened in disbelief as he received the gold coins, which were enough to support a typical household for 2 months. But Alan didn't stop there. He soon began handing over one item after another, explaining the gifts he had prepared for Eliban over the past week. After a lengthy explanation and handing over all the items he had collected, Eliban, with a puzzled look, asked, "But, why are you giving me all this?" Seeing Eliban's confused expression, Alan hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's an investment." "An investment?" "Yeah. You're going to be big one day." In truth, Alan was hoping that Eliban might deal with any future outer gods for him, but he didn't voice that part. "I'm Count Palacio," Alan added, letting Eliban know the name of the benefactor he should be grateful to when he succeeded, before climbing into his carriage without hesitation. "Thank you, Count,"
No, Sir Count. Illiben, looking bewildered by the sudden meeting and parting, soon watched the departing carriage and gave a respectful farewell. Shortly afterward, I can roughly guess what you're trying to do, but isn't this all a bit rushed? Evan remarked, watching how quickly Alan had passed all the gifts to the protagonist. We don't have time. Besides, he's smart enough to figure it out. Alan spoke while recalling Illiben's backstory. He had considered staying in the village for a few days to build rapport with Illiben, but unfortunately, time wasn't on his side. So he made this choice, and Evan nodded in agreement. Yeah, well, he does seem incredibly talented. I mean, for a kid, his magic power is really strong. Huh? Magic power? Yeah, you didn't notice? It looked like his magic was oozing out of him. Plus, even though he's dressed like a village boy, it seemed like he had an artifact with him too. Privacy settings. Hearing Evan's words, Alan recalled his memory of Illiben. Come to think of it, I did sense a bit of magic power. But wasn't Illiben supposed to be just a random village boy before starting his adventure? Recalling the game's starting setup, Alan tilted his head in confusion. It seemed odd for Illiben to have magic power and an artifact at this stage, but Alan brushed it off. Well, he's the protagonist, so I guess he can have a bit more talent than usual. With that thought, Alan stopped worrying about Illiben. He had given everything he could, and if the protagonist became stronger, it would only benefit him. After all, Illiben was one of the few characters with a kind heart in this cruel dark fantasy world. Because of that. How long will it take to reach Caliban from here? About another week. 10 days at most if we're delayed. I wish I could get some help. Alan listened to Evan's words as he headed toward Caliban. Meanwhile, at the large mansion in the south of Caliban, Deus, who had returned from the northern expedition and was resting, was preparing to leave for the north again the next day because of foreign news. After reading the letter. Vice Captain. Yes. The northern expedition is postponed for 2 weeks. He immediately gave the order. May I ask the reason for the postponement? At the vice captain's question, Deus fell silent for a moment. Soon, a benefactor will arrive. He muttered those words. Chapter 25. Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelin, had been in a foul mood for the past week. While the recent broken engagement was part of the reason, what was really getting under his skin was Count Palacio. At the latest banquet, he tried to relieve his stress by antagonizing Count Palacio, only to end up publicly humiliated. Of course, it was entirely Carmen's fault. If he hadn't made inappropriate comments about the appearance of another noblewoman, the engagement talks would have gone smoothly. And if he hadn't provoked Count Palacio, he wouldn't have faced such disgrace. However, Carmine had completely forgotten that he had instigated the conflict. He only focused on the humiliation he had suffered, replaying the incident over and over in his mind. It was the first time in his life he had experienced such shame. After all, as the son of Duke Comelin, a cornerstone of the kingdom, he had never faced such humiliation before, and that moment had left a deep mark on his memory. For about 10 days, Carmine would often grind his teeth while recalling the event. As soon as he arrived at the Comelin estate, he spoke, as if making a decision. Privacy settings. Hey. Yes, young master. Where did that bastard say he was going? The last I heard, Count Palacio had some business in Caliban. Without listening to the night finish, Carmine hurried into his room and opened a desk drawer. Inside were numerous crystal balls. He picked the one from the far right and immediately took out a magic stone from his pocket, bringing it close to the crystal ball. As the crystal began to glow brightly, time passed, and the light started to dim. Well, if it isn't my friend Carmine. A voice came from the crystal. I'll get straight to the point. I need your help. Carmine spoke while holding the magic crystal. You need help? With what? Count Palacio. He's probably on his way right now. I need you to deal with him. Deal with him? You mean Count Palacio? The person on the other end, confused by the situation, asked again. You don't have to kill him. Just leave him half dead. There was a brief silence from the man in the crystal before he spoke. Even so, that's a bit. I'll give you 5. What? If you take care of him, I'll give you 5 more. You need them, don't you? To get stronger. Ha. The man in the crystal let out a dry laugh at Carmen's words. Are you serious? You can get me 5 of those. If you get the job done properly, it's no problem. The man in the crystal remained silent for a moment. You can do it, can't you? Ha. Then, as if amused, the man chuckled. My friend, you know me too well. You always know exactly how to get to me. Are you going to do it or not? Privacy settings. All I have to do is take care of him, right? Yeah. As brutally as possible. Wow, he must have really pissed you off to ask this much. Anyway, got it? I'll take care of it and contact you once it's done. With those words, the communication ended. The room fell silent, as if the conversation that just took place had never happened. But there was one difference. A sly grin spread across Carmen's face. Did he really think I'd let him off after publicly humiliating me? That was the only thought occupying his mind. Have we finally arrived? Looks like it. It had been about 2 weeks since Alan met Eliban, the protagonist of this world. Looking out at the capital city of Kerdam in the distance, Alan shifted his gaze to the back of the carriage. Various gifts were loaded there, all meant for Deus, the person they were about to meet. Ugh, I'm exhausted, yawned Evan from beside him, clearly tired as he glanced at the gifts. Alan, too, felt the fatigue, just as Evan said. Long journeys are always tiring. It would have been a lot more peaceful if we hadn't gone to that labyrinth-like place. Their tiredness was not only from the long journey, but also because Alan had made several stops in the past week. It was necessary. That was Alan's only reply to Evan. In truth, the reason they had made all those stops on the way to Caliban was to prepare for the upcoming battle with Outer God. The lotus-shaped necklace now hanging around Alan's neck, which hadn't been there 2 weeks ago, was part of those preparations. Ignoring Evan's gaze, Alan changed the subject. Deus has returned from his expedition, right? Yes, he should be here. Alan fell silent for a moment before asking, he'll meet with me, won't he? I'm sure he will, Evan replied, though Alan remained slightly skeptical. It's not just about meeting him, the real challenge is getting him to agree to my request. Privacy settings. Alan had provided Deus with a great deal of financial support over the years and even saved him from what could have been a disastrous situation. In terms of pure cause and effect, Alan was definitely in the position of a benefactor. But realistically, from Deus's perspective, Alan was probably just a faceless person who had generously spent money to help him from afar. After all, Alan had never actually met Deus in person. Without any direct interaction, it was hard to expect any real closeness, so now that he was finally in Kerdam, Alan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I can only hope the gifts will win him over. As Alan mulled over his thoughts, they finally reached the northern gate of Kerdam, where they joined the line for inspection, just like any other travelers entering the capital. Even though he was a noble in the Asteria kingdom, when traveling abroad, inspections were mandatory for everyone. After briefly explaining his identity to the soldier conducting the inspection, Alan waited for Evan to finish as the line of carriages slowly moved forward. Excuse me, Count. Yes. There seems to be a slight problem. Evan leaned his head into the carriage, speaking, which made Alan tilt his head in confusion. He nodded slightly and stepped down from the carriage, where he was greeted by a knight with an overly confident expression. The knight had red hair and a lion crest on his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. As Alan looked at him curiously, the knight spoke. "Are you Count Palacio?" "That's correct." Though they had never met, the knight spoke informally, as if the facial expressions in this fantasy world were enough to reveal a person's personality. As Alan replied, Evan leaned in to whisper into his ear. "That knight seems to be a disciple of Fiola." "Fiola?" "Yes, you know, the fourth sword." At Evan's words, Alan finally let out a low murmur of realization. A master knight known as the fourth sword, Fiola, came to Alan's mind, and though he nodded, he still wore a puzzled expression. So, why is the disciple of the fourth sword here? And with a whole group of knights? As Alan glanced around, he noticed several other knights wearing the same lion crest as Fiola. "What business do you have with me?" Turning back to Fiola's disciple, Alan asked. The knight, who had been leisurely walking toward him with a smirk, finally introduced himself. Privacy settings. "First of all, I'm Vilan, a direct disciple of Sir Fiola. And I've heard that my friend owes you a small debt." "Friend?" When Alan asked, Vilan smiled and continued. "Yes, a friend. I don't recall having any significant connections here in Caliban. My friend doesn't have any particular ties to Caliban either. He's from the kingdom of Ashtalon." At those words, Alan instinctively muttered, "Ashtalon Kingdom? Huh." But then he quickly remembered and let out a low, understanding sigh. "Carmine. That's right, you remember. He contacted me." Hearing Vilan's words, Alan couldn't hide his disbelief. "Wait, I didn't do anything to that guy." "Wait, how long has it been?" "A few weeks." For a moment, Alan was impressed by the petty thug Carmine running to his friends to complain within just over 2 weeks. "I also owe him a bit, so I have to at least make an appearance." "So, you've been waiting here all this time just to make that appearance?" "To be precise, I've been waiting for word. All carriages from the kingdom of Asteria pass through this gate." Alan felt a wave of dizziness at Vilan's nonchalant words, as if apologizing for the inconvenience, but not really meaning it. Even though nobility's influence diminishes significantly in foreign lands, it wasn't to the extent that one would be treated like this at the gates. "So, what's your plan?" "I'll give you 2 choices. Those valuable-looking goods in your carriage, how about gifting them all to us? And the other choice? Spend about 3 weeks in the underground dungeon. You're well aware that I'm a noble from another country, aren't you?" Alan asked, knowing that imprisoning a foreign noble without cause would undoubtedly cause trouble. "I am Sir Fiola's only direct disciple." Vilan's next words left Alan dumbfounded. What Vilan was essentially saying was, "I can cause a ruckus, and because of my status, I'll face no consequences." The ridiculous part was that Vilan's statement held some truth. Here, Alan was merely a foreign noble, but Vilan was the sole direct disciple of a master knight. Privacy settings. Unbelievable, birds of a feather really do flock together. Alan sighed, realizing that this bunch of thugs were perfectly matched for each other. Just as Alan sighed, Vilan gave a wicked smile. "But to be honest, no matter which option you choose, the result will be the same." Vilan lightly tapped Alan's stomach with the hilt of his sword. "After all, my friend only asked for one thing." Vilan casually threatened Alan. Evan, who had been silent until now, slowly began to scowl. He instinctively reached for the sword at his waist when, "Huh, huh." A voice called out from behind, causing both Alan and Vilan to turn their heads. There, Alan saw him. Deus Motzolian. Dressed in black iron armor, wearing a cold expression, Deus was walking toward them. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere at the gate grew heavy, as if the air itself was weighed down. Despite the fact that it was just one person arriving, the soldiers straightened their postures, eyes wide in shock. Even the knights, who had been wearing relaxed expressions moments ago, now stood upright, their faces tense. Attention! The soldiers, who had been casually observing the situation, immediately raised their swords in salute upon seeing Deus, but he didn't spare them a glance. "We greet the great sword." The knights of Vilan's group, Yuzen, shouted in reverence, but Deus ignored them as well. Instead, he walked directly toward Alan. Seeing this, Vilan hurriedly pulled back the sword he had pointed at Alan, trying to speak, but... Crash! Gah! Deus's hand shot out and grabbed Vilan by the throat. What? Vilan quickly reached for Deus's hand in protest, but... What do you think you're doing? At those cold words, Vilan's face turned pale as he struggled to breathe, his eyes wide with fear. How dare you lay a hand on my benefactor? Privacy settings.